Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and tonight, well, last time we successfully completed the Arknight story. Love it. They did a lot of really good stuff in terms of incorporating the Arknight's mechanics into Limbus. Lots of praise, but we have to move on, so now up to Canto 4. I'm told this is where it actually starts getting a little long, so... Oh my, there's sections even, where there's one of these in before? Nope. Okay, I guess that explains it. There's multiple parts to the Canto. Oh, 48, yeah, there's a... Oh. Oh, these might be difficulties, because it's... Hard to say. Could be a new map, could be difficulties, but either way. Yeah, this is where I'm told this is where it starts getting a little long, so I'm gonna take my time with it. If I don't finish it tonight, that's alright, I'll just come back to it later. Oh, but I am very happy. I successfully managed to... Oops. As you can see, I successfully managed to command Meltdown and thread spin it up. Feel pretty good. I know there's a lot of arguments over the fact that people should be using them. There's apparently a better option, that slot, but you'll find it very difficult to convince me to remove Calcit from here, we'll say that much. Alright, the Unchanging. What's this? Off the bus.
우리는 야심가도 탐욕가도 아니며
We were neither high flyers nor greedy vultures. We were simply children who love technology. Oh yeah, maybe I should wait for the characters to finish talking completely, just because
처음으로 우리가
do you remember
숨을
the
쉰다고
day when we
느꼈던
first
그날을
felt that we were
기억하오.
breathing? I know some streamers do like to wait for the whole thing to finish speaking, even when it's in another language, which I guess makes sense. I guess for the sake of people who understand it, because it does probably would feel a bit awkward to hear them get cut off. Alright,
그때는
I'll give it a go.
말일세.
Back then,
그 숨만으로도 충분했었어.
that breath alone would suffice. Or perhaps
그날만
it was the
공기가
air
맑았거나.
that was exceptionally clear that day. Oh my, Nest Cave's ruined streets. The view was obscured by smoke and dust. Terrified screams, hopeless outcries, pain moans, and the sounds of hard objects breaking create a cacophony. It is time to turn the clock.
시간이요.
I can hear Yi saying, the only conscious sinner at the moment, muster up his remaining strength to speak. The others are on the floor among dismembered corpses, just like powerless puppets. Yeah, I must say, the game does a very good job of establishing just how powerless the sinners can typically be. Granted, they didn't feel completely powerless during the Arknights event, but that's also later on in the story, so... I guess that is a perk this game has over other gachas, since they don't necessarily need to show off an amazing moment for each character to sell them for you, since they're gonna have other things. The others are among the floor. Fatal injuries left by an abnormality, yet we're in the middle of a nest. Weren't abnormalities supposed to be confined within lobotomy corpse branch facilities or dungeons? Meanwhile, the abnormality pierced Yisang's abdomen as I wondered. I had no one else to share this question with.
어디를 가는 건가요?
Oh, so where are we going this time? The sinners seemed to grow quite accustomed to this level of work. As if we were on a road trip, somewhere far less hesitant to ask for our next destination.
이번
That is
작전의
not quite the
시작점은
right
장소가 아니라
question. The mission
사람입니다.
begins with a person rather than a place.
사람이라
A
하였소.
person, you say.
의뢰인이 계시거든요.
We happen to have a client.
그건 저희가
you mean we
해결사
take requests from
사무소처럼
the outside, like we're a
외부로부터
fixer office or
의뢰까지
something?
받는다는 소리.
Right.
벌써부터 의뢰가
Oh,
몰아치고 있는
hath
건가?
our courage begun? We frequented
훌륭하군.
breakfast already.
곧
Excellent.
일어날 일을
And I take a little
해결사가
time.
되어버릴지도 모르겠어.
It may take a little time at all to become a renowned fixer. You're right. I need to stop and hold off a little.
조용.
Be
질문에 대한
quiet.
대답은
I'll be
내가
answering
한다.
questions.
너희도
As
알다시피
you all know, the
황금가지라는
golden
존재는
bows are
비교적
relatively
최근에 발견된
recent
개념이다.
discovery.
다행스럽게도
Fortunately,
일전에
J-Corp and
거쳐온
D-Corp
제이사나
didn't have much
D사는
interest when we visited their
황금가지에
districts.
특별한 관심을 두지 않았어.
Yeah, that was quite nice. Even N Corp honestly didn't seem to care much. They just seemed to see it as a nice bonus to the thing they actually cared about, which was purging heresy. That is why those facilities were populated by no more than backstreet miscreants or ragtag syndicates. However, there are wings that have caught wind of their existence and value early, like K Corp, whose turf we're in right now.
하지만
No, but I thought
K사에
we'd already
있었던
taken the golden
황금가지는
bow here in K Corp's
우리가 이미 얻은
nest.
거 아니었어?
Oh right, and it wasn't theirs, it was
하나의
I
날개에
never said that there were any rules that say only one bow may exist in a district.
없는 것 같은데.
Cheeky prick.
로보토미
But he has a
지분은
good point.
우리의
The distribution
생각보다
of Lobotomy Corp's
복잡하다.
branch
말
facilities is
그대로
much more complicated than you'd
가지처럼
expect.
곳곳에
They can be
뻗어있지.
found anywhere, spread quite literally like tree branches. I should have known I could never escape the golden tree. Elden Ring is following me even in this universe.
저희 집
Well, maybe at least I can use them to get
지하실과
some
연결되어 있던
bonus
것처럼 말이죠.
healing items. Or MP restores, like, you know... Oh, I forgot to change the title here. I got everything prepared, but forgot to change the stream title. Isn't that typical of me? It's also gonna be disappointing if anyone came for, okay, nobody. Phew. Hopefully there's not, too many noticing that. Anyways, what was I in the middle of? Oh yeah. Like how one was connected to our estate's basement.
황금가지에 대한
There also haven't been any
소유권은
clear
아직까지
definitions
명확히
about
정의된 바가
who
없다.
owns the bows. Yeah, was that bow in his basement always there and that's what she saw? Or did it connect with her that far back or only recently? There also haven't been any clear definition who owns them.
그렇기
Which is why
때문에
everyone's been playing the primitive
황금가지를
rule of
최초로
first finders are
발견한 자에게
Earth's
소유권이
keepers.
넘어간다라는 원시적인 규칙을 적용하고
I suppose that's a more
있을
professional
뿐이고.
way of calling finders keepers. When all else fails, the schoolyard rules work, I guess. Apparently.
뭐 잠들어
Well,
있는
that's how it
보물은
usually
원래
goes
먼저
with slumbering
찜한 사람이 가지는
treasures.
거니까.
Yeah, if people don't know or care about them, they usually don't establish any rules around it.
그래서
In that
황금가지
case,
소유권을
are you telling us we've
조건으로
accepted a
의뢰를
request to
받았다는
earn
소린가?
ownership of a golden bow? To be
정확히는
exact, they made the offer
그쪽에서 거래를
first.
제안해 온
Now,
거지.
interesting. Why would they offer us that? Now, we do know that Limbus... I did check through Dante's notes, by the way, so I do know that Limbus Company is a much bigger company than the group we have here, and that it's only specifically our faction within it that is going after the golden bows. The company as a whole has its other things, with just the before teams and after teams acting as support. They're not... The whole thing is not dedicated to these golden bows.
우리로서는 황금가지가 걸려 있는 의뢰인이만큼
Since the golden bow is on the line, we have
네, 없었겠네요.
no choice. I get it now.
그러니
Thus, I don't know how many times I have to remind you of
이
this,
얘기를
but do not
언제까지
do anything to
반복해야 할지
aggravate the
모르겠지만
client, Don
의뢰인에게
Quixote,
밉볼 행동은
or all of you, in
하지
fact.
말고.
By the way,
자,
now then,
그럼
keep your mouths shut
목적지에
until you're
도착할
there,
때까지
all as usual.
닥치고 있도록 늘 하던 대로 말이야.
Yeah, I'm assuming I don't have to hold off for Dante's clock sounds.
단테 씨가
Dante seemed
무언가를
to have
말하려는 것 같았어요.
something to say. Thank you, Faust.
아,
Oh,
미안하게 됐습니다, 단테.
sorry about that,
째깍거리는
Dante.
것에
I do hope you
일일이
understand it's quite
반응해준다는
cumbersome to grow
게
used to the concept of the ticking of a
여간
clock.
익숙한 일은
Could be
아니니까
something to
말입니다.
respond to. Yeah, it's a bit weird for me too, but yeah, we don't know why those people with animal names gave us this clock head. Although someone did remind it must have been part of a they mentioned it was part of a ritual and I just forgot about it. For all the flaws of the prologue chapter, I do think it's a very strong start. I mean, not many expect the original Final Fantasy, the NES Final Fantasy II opening of Yay, everyone's here, except we all die. Oops. Hey, we promised we'd help you fight. We didn't promise we'd win. So what are these golden bows used for, exactly? When I think about it, all we were told was a vague order to collect them, and nothing about what the company plans to do with them.
그가 황금
They're asking
가지의
about the
쓰임새에
purpose of the
대해
golden bows.
어허,
Oh,
드디어
I
반출하는
see you've
것을
finally
하는
begun to
겁니까?
ruminate on subjects, Manager Dante.
관리자한테
Here you are,
회사의
growing
행보에
curious about the company's
호기심을 다
plans.
가지시다니.
I imagine he's going to insist that we shouldn't be asking too many questions, but I can get a good counter to that. We can help move the company's plans forward when we understand what it is we need to be helping them with. Having to go vaguely means we might not be doing something that we might not be doing them as efficiently as we could.
그렇다면 이
Then I ought to aid your
길잡이도
management as a guide
친절한
by
설명을 통해
providing a
관리를
kind explanation.
도와야만 하겠군요.
I'm still preparing for a disappointing answer.
황금 가지라는
The
건
golden bows. Yeah, if they're setting up this much, he's not going to give a satisfying answer.
말 그대로
They are branches, as their name suggests. That's what we
줄기에서
call stems
뻗어나가고자
going on the
하는
trunk of a
부분이
tree.
있다면
These ones happen to have a
그것을
golden glow.
가지라고 부르지요. 그리고
오, 과연
Oh, forsooth! Don Quixote was the only one responding passionately to this information. Well, I'm glad it's appealing to someone. Thanks to this exchange, he painted me as an ignorant bloke who doesn't even know what a branch is. Rod just shrugs as if to chase me for expecting a real answer.
베르,
Fer,
길이
the road is
막혔어.
blocked. Should I go around
돌아가야
it?
해.
Is that your
막혀
going? It's
막다른
blocked.
길은 이상한데요.
Strange that the
더군다나
road's blocked. This
K사
is the middle
둥지
of K
한복판에
Corp's
뭔가
nest.
소동이 생길
It's
일이
unlikely
있을.
that there's a scene. Oh, was that scene from before a flash forward? Before Ishmael could finish her sentence, a dull thud of the window interrupted her.
방금
Something just
버스에
got flung in the
부딪혀서
bus
튕겨서
and
나간
blinked
거
off. That was a person,
사람이었지?
wasn't it?
40대
A
초반으로
male
보이는
individual appears to be in his early 40s. There
포도부에
seems to
큰
be serious
손상을
injury in
입은
his
것 같군.
occipital region.
부딪히기 전부터
He had already
죽어
died
있었다.
before impact.
그래,
Yeah,
단순한
sure doesn't
소동은
seem like an
아닌 듯하군.
average scuffle.
내려.
Pit stop. It's a
해결할
problem you
수
can
있는
handle.
문제라면
Come back after you're
그럴
done.
수 있는 문제가
And what if
아니라면
it isn't?
해결이 될
The clock will have to
때까지
spin until it's dealt
끊임없이
with.
시계가 돌려.
That's one elegant way to tell us to die 1,000 deaths.
그럼
Well, now then.
전원
Yeah, I'm giving Ronan a bit of a
하차.
southern accent just so that I can easily differentiate her from the other girls. Off the bus.
왜?
Wow,
어차피
we're
이렇게
supposed to
말할
say
거
the same
아니었어?
thing? I saved
대신
you the
말해준
trouble.
거잖아.
기대되네요.
I just can't
이번엔
wait.
또
What
어떤
adventures are
모험이 우리를
in store
기다리고
for us at this
있을까요?
time? I do think Hong Lu has made a pretty good first impression on me, although the implications everyone gives is that he's from a wealthy family, but for one reason or another doesn't really care about all that. I wonder I guess we're going to be finding out with him why a person who comes from a life of luxury would join a ragtag company like this. Did he simply want more from his life? Did he want to find out what he was capable of himself? Maybe just one. Or maybe he just agrees with whatever goals the company as a whole is after. I just can't wait. What adventures are in store for us this time? But that was a pure story node, no fights. Talent and genius. Rest assured I play. Whoops. Actually, I should probably, yeah, I should probably set her to her base sinner ID just because that one has. Because this one's at Canto 3, her passives are active. Yeah, so. Yeah, these are easy to activate because I have a lot of pride energy on this team. I really need it. I'd like to use the Calcit one more, but I don't have a very good ID for Faust yet. I suppose I could just save up for her and buy one of hers specifically later. Not immediately, but whenever I get the chance. Because right now, as you can see, I've been trying to get my main fighters going, including finally getting Don Quixote here to Uptie 3 so that all her passives and such are active. Should be pretty easy.
정리 시간이다.
I feel pretty good, though, after the event
버스너머로
forced me
봤다시피
through a trial by fire.
이곳은 둥지 한복판입니다.
예상치 못한 소동과는
Though,
거리가
don't get me
제일
wrong.
멀어야 할 장소죠.
I hear Canto 4 is still fairly easy, so it should be nice to have a relaxing part before I have to pick up the pace, since I hear 5 is where it actually starts to get challenging. And I won't be able to auto-attack. I'll have to do it a bit more manually, like I was doing at the end of the Arcanite story. As you saw through the bus, we're in the middle of a nest, a place that should be the furthest place from unexpected trouble.
아, 그렇다는 건
Would this mean this is a precious
진지한
commotion?
소동?
Oh, whoops. Would that mean that this is a precious commotion? Everyone except the drowsy Honglu tensed up, carefully observing what's going on. Is that? Someone was running away in a hurry from the other side. The civilian was too hurried to look ahead and bumped into the sinners and fell to the ground.
저기로 가면 안 돼요.
Don't go that way.
자자, 안심하시오.
Come now, you must rest easy. We've galloped here to save innocent lives such as yours, for we are...
영웅 같은 건
We are no
아니니까
such things as
쓸데없는
heroes, so
말은 하지
please don't
마시죠.
say anything unnecessary.
어이, 우린
Boy,
저
we need to
앞으로
cross
가야
here. If
돼.
you're gonna stop us for
별것도 아닌
nothing,
걸로
I'll give you a taste of this
멈춰
bat. Looking at Heathcliff's intimidating face and Ishmael's frowned expression, the civilian seemed to take a moment to consider which is more of a threat. There's something ahead. Something that should not be real. I don't know what it is. I haven't seen anything like it. Everyone's running and screaming. Then people are rolling on the floor, set on fire.
앞에 있던 것이
The
인간의
entity you
형태가
witnessed have a
아니었나?
form that does not resemble a human.
뭔지는 모르겠어요.
Yeah, let's go through this again since I skipped it by accident.
다들 소리 지르면서 도망치다가 사람들이 나뒹굴고 불에 타고. 네, 맞아요.
Yeah, you're right. That's right. Interesting. So there's an abnormality here. So it was a flash forward. Then, if this isn't a person, keeping the suspected possibilities in our minds, we headed for the center of the disturbance.
이게 어떻게 된 일이죠?
What's going on here?
그
It
뒤틀림인지
could
뭔지일
be a
수도 있는 거
distortion or
아니야?
whatever. No,
치킨집처럼.
like that chicken place. No, that's different. That one's definitely an abnormality, not a distortion. I'm sure of this. Somehow. Sometimes you gotta go with your gut, I suppose.
단테 씨가 말씀하신
As
대로
Dante suggested, an entity like that is likely to be an abnormality. Our
관리자는
manager is
느낄
able
수
to
있으니까요.
sense it. But then why is an abnormality in the middle of a nest?
파우스트도
It's a
보고받아본 적
phenomenon of
없는
which Faust has
현상이네요.
never been notified.
대부분의 로봇
Most lobotomy
동지들은
corp facilities were shut
물약과
down as
동시에
soon as the
지부
wing was
폐쇄를
dissolved.
진행했어요.
I was reminded of the site burial Yuri told us about, but I quickly shook off those gloomy memories.
설사 그 사이에
Even if an
환상체가
abnormality did break out in the
탈출을
meantime, there should have been a
적어도
report
이번 작전
informing us of such a
보고가
fact
있었어야
before this
하다니요.
mission.
LCC가
It's
저런
hard to
광경을
imagine
확인하지
that the
못했을
LCC
것이라고
would have been unable to
생각하기
notice if such an
어려우니까요.
event actually occurred. Could they be
저기
the
있는
security
사람들은
staff that gets sent
K서
by
쪽에서
K Corp?
파견된 직원들일까요?
환상체를 제압하고
Rather than suppressing the
있다기보다는
abnormality, they're just
그냥
getting
무참히
completely
짓밟히고
whacked.
있는데요.
Completely wrecked.
마치
Sort of takes me back to the time when we got beat bad by D Corp's district.
아니, 전에
Come
닭집도
on,
그러더니
first the chicken
K에서는
restaurant
원래
guy
이런
goes
거야?
cuckoo, and now this?
이제 이런
I'm
식의
really over this
환영
kind of
인생을
Nest
사용하고
K
싶은데.
welcome. Right as they confirm. God, bloody. Debris created by the rampaging abnormality narrowly grazed past us. Oh, what are we
뭐해?
doing? Just
얼빠지게 구경만 하고 있다간
watching from
우리도
here
저
won't do us any
새끼들도
good.
뭐 저리
It'll crush us to a
곤죽행이라고.
pulp.
단단히
You're
착각하고
gravely
있는 모양이다.
mistaken. Have that insane brat's
저기
daily
제정신 아닌
ramblings
꼬맹이가
finally
매일
managed to
짓거리는
brainwash you?
헛소리에 세뇌라도 당한 건가?
I appreciate Otis's loyalty, but don't think I didn't notice a lot of the text about each individual sinner at the start. I think I've even mentioned in previous chapters, but it's weird that it says not to trust her. Yes, she seems to be all too eager with the bootlicking. Now granted, it could be a number of things causing that. Could even be she wasn't loyal in the past and now she wants to make up for it now, but I don't know.
어이?
Oh,
정신
Hawkeye
나간
Pithy, what
꼬맹이가
dost thou
어디로
mean by
가서?
insane brat?
길잡이는 분명
The
소란이
guide only
해결된 후에
instructed us to
돌아오라
return
했지.
once the commotion has been dealt
우리더러
with.
직접
He never
나서라고
ordered
말한
us to
적은
deal with
없었다.
it ourselves.
아니, 넌
For
뭘
goodness
그렇게
sake, what's
개같이
that
빙빙
be so
꼬아
damn
생각하는
obtuse
거냐?
about?
방금 못 봤어?
Don't you just see what
내
happened? Almost
대가리가
blew my
터질
head off. Who
뻔했잖아.
else knows what'll
우리한테
happen if it
뭔
keeps
불똥이
up?
튈 줄 알. 다 두드려
wait.
패버리면 끝날 일을.
This will be over if we just beat that damn thing
뭐?
down. What else?
방석 깔고 구경할까?
Park
치킨
in a seat and
뜯으면서?
keep watching? Gobbling some chicken? Sadly, we gave up the lifetime supply of chicken,
방금 못 봤어?
so I'm afraid we won't be able to do
내
that one.
대가리가 터질 뻔했잖아. 우리한테 뭔 불똥이 튈 줄 알고.
임무와 직결되지
There's
않은
no need
싸움.
to waste our lives on a fight
구태여
that is
목숨을
unrelated to
저당
our
잡힐 필요는
mission.
없다는 말이다.
True, while we can revive them as many times as possible, it's also a lot of pain we can potentially avoid if we let K-Corp deal
너희
with it.
같은 우물들은 느끼지
I'm sure you
못했겠지만
Phil didn't even realize. But here's the thing.
죽는 횟수가
The more you
거듭될수록
die, the less
전투의
efficient you
효율도
become
조금씩
in
떨어져간다.
battle.
겪어본 고통일수록
Experiencing a certain
더
pain will
두려워지는
make you learn to
법이니까.
fear and avoid it.
하지만
People are
앞에서
dying over there as we
사람들이
speak, though.
계속 죽어가고 있는데요.
시간은 걸리고 희생은
Although it
많겠지만
costs as much time and
언젠가
many
제압을
lives,
하겠지.
they will eventually suppress
바로
it,
우리처럼.
just as we do.
그리고
And I must say, I didn't
죽을
expect a
때마다
whining
부모나
amateur
찾으며
who cried
울던
for his
녀석이
parents whenever he died to
몸소
willingly
희생을
suggest a
자처할 줄은
self-sacrifice. Huh, I guess beating up his ex really did a lot for his confidence.
이제 죽는 것 따위는
Death has become a
우스인가 보지?
triviality to you, has it?
수감자들
If
사이에서
we must,
최적의
if we
판단을
must make
내려야
the best
한다면
decision between the
이자의
setters, then
말이
it is right to
맞다.
listen to her. Right, I need to go with the TF2 spy-esque one. Here, or at least that's the goal here. You know, like I said, I'm trying to go with figure out which character to give an exaggerated accent to. We're not fixers and we cannot be heroes. Turning the clock obviously hurts when I do it, and the pain is something I can never truly get used to, and yet we should suppress it. I can't explain why, but I feel like we should. If this is a secret test of character, I guess, but if so, then K-Corp is massively, yeah, this not only would affect civilians, but also their own soldiers, if this is purely to test our value there.
시계 대가리에 너도 똑같은 헛소리를 했다면
Oh, I'd have rushed that
시계줄을
clock and
웃기고
run out there
뛰쳐나갔을 거야.
if you gabbled with some rubbish, clock face.
결정이라면
If that is your
따르겠습니다.
decision, I shall abide by it.
그래 뭐
Yeah,
잘한 선택일 거야.
right. I'm sure you made the right. I'm sure you made the right call.
저 그렇게
Thank you
판단해
for making
주셔서
that decision.
감사.
별것도 아닌 일에
You read
쓸데없이
too much over little
잡생각이
things,
많군
Clark. You
시계.
won't be an artist.
예술가는 못 되겠어.
Oh yes, and I did notice that Ryoshu had a kill switch. Apparently, Vigil. Oh, hello, Apollo. Welcome. I was just trying to make sure I remember where we were in the main story. Hence, remembering. The tutorial mentioned that apparently Virgilus gave us a kill switch for Ryoshu if needed. Huh. Interestingly, there's a few I did wonder if they'd turn against us if angered, but I suppose it's best we not get on the bad side of any of them, if we can help it.
다른 누구도 아닌
This judgment was made for
당신을
none
위한
other than you,
결정이었습니다. 관리자.
executive manager. The sinners walk ahead after leaving me comments. While all the others move forward, Faust remains and gave me a peculiar stare. What is it? You think my judgment was inefficient?
아니요.
No.
모든 기억을
I just thought it would
되찾은
be interesting to see how you
어떤
react
반응을
once
할지
you reclaimed
흥미로워서요.
your memory. Were we actually evil in our past life? Well, then again, this is a corporate dystopia. It'd probably be more surprised. I guess perhaps I should be more specific. Because in this kind of one, it's mostly degrees. How's a way to put this in mainstream terms? Commissioner Gordon would probably be considered a corrupt cop if he was stationed anywhere but Gotham, basically, since he typically works with vigilantes and helps outsource the police work. But most people would find it difficult to consider that evil, given the circumstances. But even then, I guess even outside, there's some arguments over how evil an action that is. But yeah, the point is, you can still do good things and still be questionable, I guess. Faust's strange statement held me for a moment, but I guess I decided I want to deal with the questions that are immediately ahead of me first. Yeah, we can worry about our past self later. Faust, I've been wondering for a while, are you really okay with me being treated like this, considering your talent and everything? Someone of her caliber should have no problem enjoying the luxurious life of our city.
파우스트는 괜찮아요.
Faust doesn't mind.
그리고
Additionally,
인재라는
talent
말은
feels like the incorrect
파우스트에게
word to
적합한 단어는
describe
아닌 것
Faust.
같군요. 인재는 다수가 될 수 있지만
Many can possess talent, but
파우스트는
Faust does not want to be
다수에 포함되고
included
싶지
in the
않으니까요.
many.
수감자 중에 가장
Amongst the
상식적인
sinners, if we were looking for a
인재에게
talented
의논한다면
individual, the most commonly agreed
이상
definition,
씨가
that would be Yi
참고로
Sang.
저는 천재고요.
For your information, I am a genius. I guess Faust does seem a bit weird even compared to all the others. She seems to be a bit more in the know than all the rest. And notice that she's sinner number 2 and not number 1. Then again, I was surprised when I looked at Dante's code and realized, oh wait, Dante's sinner number 10. I would have expected him to be either 1 or 12, the first one or last one, or I guess 13 since there's 13 in total. Yi Sang is number 1, going by his coat. Yi Sang stops walking behind the others and turns around to face me. Looking again, his eyes actually stare into the emptiness behind me.
그렇지
I
않소.
am no such individual. Are the numbers... Well, I guess I was gonna wonder if the numbers are actually relevant to something, but I suppose they might just be randomly assigned based on... It could even be as simple as the order in which they joined. Although I suppose since we joined last, it's odd to put us at 10. I can worry about it later, I guess. We do have a bit of an abnormality problem to deal with.
날개짓을
I
멈춘 지
have
오래요.
long stopped fluttering my wings.
그러니
Thus, it would be of no
재능을
use to
논하는
discuss
것은
my talent,
무용한
manager.
짓일 테요.
Curiously enough, I find some sinners feel more distant as we spend more time together.
저 날아다니는
It's that
기계는
flying machine.
뭐지?
It's been irking me.
아까부터
Got the
거슬려.
urge to
배,
SID for the
십,
30,000th time.
드론이라 불리는
That's a
거.
device called a drone.
어쩌면
Oh, it might be drones
K사에서
K Corp
저희를
sent to help us.
도와주기 위해
The
파견한
wings seem to be above
전투용
average in
드론일지도
terms of
모르겠네요.
technology.
K사는 기술이
Oh, this
평균
wing.
수준 이상으로 발전한 둥지 같으니까요.
저 날아다니는
Let's hear Ryoshi's
기계는 뭐지?
getting
아까부터 거슬려. 배, 십, 생을 3000번째 하고 있는 중.
Hopefully they're not going to turn out to attack us. They're going to turn out to attack us, aren't they?
아니요.
No, viewing its
생김새를
design, it doesn't appear to
보아하니
be equipped with
전투
combat
기능은 따로
functionalities.
마련되어 있진
It
않아
also has a
보여요.
camera at the center.
그리고
Holy crap, was I right and
카메라가
K-Corp
달려있군요.
unleashed this abnormality purely to test our combat skills? If so, that is incredibly reckless. They're not only... I'm sure they don't care about the lives in danger, but I'm sure they would care about the property damage. Faust claims herself a genius and Yi Sang a talent. For a genius that can learn things quickly, yet to pave a path new and unique requires talent rather than genius. Well, since I have Haisho Yi Sang, I can at least confirm he does certainly have a lot of raw talent to carve a new path for everyone else. By which I mean he's carrying my ass. Alright, so
뭐
well, I guess it makes
잘
sense to get
사는
a close
도시에
look of
이런
at a mess
난장판이
happening in such a
벌어졌는데
well-off nest.
카메라들이 몰릴만도 하겠네요.
Abashed Ishmael mumbled.
우리도
Will we be featured on the thing called the news? Ah, so the news exists in this universe. I guess that makes sense. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't, even if it's probably going to be corporate handled all the time.
그런데 이
Wait,
드론들
something's off.
왜
Why are
시체랑
they only
죽어가는
filming the
사람들만 찍고
corpses
있는
and dying
거예요?
people?
뭐
Well, it's
자극적인 쪽으로
provocative
시선이
stuff that draws
몰리는
more
건
attention,
당연한
doesn't
일이지
it?
않겠어?
Clarification: Faust can learn things faster than Yi Sang, but Yi Sang can walk the paths Faust cannot hope to. Ah.
이만큼
Look at this
끔찍한
terrible
사고가
incident. See how
일어났다.
morbid it
뭐
is, or something
이런
like
거지
that.
않을까?
Oh boy, I hope it doesn't come out and they blame Limbus for this. That's gonna be such a pain that's gonna be such a pain.
하지만
잠깐 꼬맹이
What?
앞에
Hold up, kiddo, in front of you! Splattered. This
아무리
is
봐도
definitely
이상하잖아요.
weird. Wow, that drone, did the drone hit it, or did he get hit and the drone just recorded it?
이것 봐라.
Sinclair! Look at this thing. Why does it have its
계속 찍고
camera
있는 건데요?
glued to me? I like how even the glow is even in his eye here. That really gives a neat effect.
난 혼 없는
I
관객은
don't appreciate
좋아하지
a
않아.
soulless audience.
수가 적지 않다.
That is a
그리고
considerable
이
number of them, and these drones,
환상체가 날뛰는
they
지역에
appear to be
접근하지
deliberately
못하도록
preventing us from
의도적으로
entering
봉쇄를
the
하고
area
있는
where the
것 같고.
abnormality is.
그럴 리가. 도와주러 온 사람한테 굳이
Yeah, they
나서서
were here to help,
방해를
right? So they have no reason to get in
하겠어?
our way, right? Now the drones are started lining up, forming a wall as if to stop us from proceeding any further.
안녕하십니까. 시민
Greetings,
여러분의
citizen.
안전을
Please keep
위해
within 10
10m
meters
이상
distance for your own
물러나 주시기를
safety.
바랍니다.
K
K-Corp staff has been dispatched. Your safety is assured. Please maintain 10 meters of distance.
아니, 그러니까 그
No,
잘난
look,
너네
our staff's
직원들이
being
다
slaughtered
뒤져가고
over there.
있다니까.
Can't you see?
안녕하십니까.
Greetings, citizens. Your
시민
safety is
여러분은
assured.
안전합니다.
Please keep 10
10m 이상
meters of
물러나 주시기를
distance.
바랍니다.
애초에 말이 안 되는
The instructions make no
방송이에요.
sense. What difference is
이런
10 meters going to make in
난장판에서
this
고작
mess?
10m 이상 물러난다고 안전해지겠어요?
Not going to do us any
짓거리라는
favors, huh?
고장이 났던
I don't know if they're
설계가 잘못된
malfunctioning or just
것이든
badly managed,
일단
but
이놈들을 전부
we'll have to get rid
격출해야
of all these before we can get to
방해받고 한
abnormality.
상체한테 붙을 수 있겠어.
They said Gregor's got a German accent, doesn't he? Maybe I should give him like a TF2 medic accent. But he's not the medic, though. Well, first things first, we got fights to do. Alrighty, let's take a look here. K-Corp arrest drone. Filming drone. Yeah, the arrest drones have a bit more attacks to them. Yeah, having a full team of Uptie 3 is going to help me out a lot more here. I also set the reserve ops to their default forms since those are Uptie 3 and thus will give a backline passive, I've noticed. Yeah, this should be fine. I don't think that these are particularly dangerous drones. Arknights also has drone enemies, although they're a bit more annoying in that game because you can only hit flying enemies with an operator that can attack with a ranged weapon. It could be a gun, it could be a bow, it can be magic, but it has to be something ranged. A melee can never hit them unless they have a special ability that allows them to. So thankfully, melee characters can hit them here just fine.
해보겠네.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, my cup runneth over with gluttony energy. I think I'm going to make very good use of the Chalcedego now that I pulled it.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니.
Oh, but rest assured I'll still be doing a pull if I get another 1300. I still have one more from the Arknights collab that I need to get. I need to either do that or hit pity. Either is fine for me. This should be fine. It seems like envy and gluttony got a lot of good stuff. I also noticed that the game uses a bit more of an antiquated version of the 7 Deadly Sins. Usually newer versions of the 7 Deadly Sins will have greed as one of them, but gloom/sadness, that's usually for a much more older version of the 7 Deadly Sins.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수
Kinda
있는
neat.
아씨가 그리던 홍원이
As for the reasons why, I honestly don't know. I've seen speculation of it, but I'm sure I could research it, but
언젠가 제외할
I
날
do know the change happened is all.
꼭 내게도
Let's see here. Drones and
은자를
abnormalities.
부어주시오.
Talent and genius.
내 그것만을 바라고
Yeah, 54, wow.
온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이
Yeah,
달리고 있으니
yeah, my friend wasn't kidding when he said Canto 4 was significantly larger than the others, because that has 54 nodes, and Canto 3 is 22, so well over twice as many. Well, they can take as many sections as they need to tell a good story, I say. Actually, maybe I should grab a support to increase the, in order to, yeah, that way I can increase the event currency reward. I'm probably gonna have no issues buying out the shop at the end, but it's still nice to
징수하겠네.
expedite the process. Every single thing in there is very valuable to me. Brazen Bull, Tearful. Alright, clash with everything if you please.
해보겠네.
All this rupture and gluttony means I should be able to make very good use of the Chalcedego. It's already at thread spin 3, don't worry. I was saving up specifically for the next one that I pulled, and that one. Yeah, the bolt got a lot of rage. Gregor is perhaps not solemnly observant, as Germans both language and nationality, not a speaker. That's true. Author's origin book, Franz spoke German. And there's also, I also believe many in Austria also speak German very frequently, for example. Mozart was Austrian, for example. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart.
해보겠네.
I used to play the violin myself, but I never really got into it as much as I was thought I was going to. It was one of those where I thought I'd have a passion for it, but that ended up not happening, unfortunately. That said, not all the accents I give the characters are fitting. Like, Ron, I give a southern or valley girl sort of accent just so I can differentiate her a bit from the other girls. And I'm pretty sure there's no way that's her real accent. It's just mostly to make her sound different because I worry a lot of my voices sound the same if I'm not using an accent of some sort to it. I'm not a very good voice actor, unfortunately, even after a couple of years of trying to work on it. Oh, I'm not gonna stop trying to improve it, don't get me wrong, but yeah, let's do this manually here. Let's see here. I need to clash these. I should probably clash with one doing a 4. Clash that. Anyone targeting right now? Yeah, that drone is, so I should probably clash that. No, actually, I should probably... No, yeah, that's good. Richard within his novel likes proper specification. Unfortunately, I think that's one of the literary characters unfortunately, that's one of the literary characters in this game I know of, but not any exact details on, so I'll have to take your word for it. I apologize, I'm very behind on this sort of thing. Definitely gotta clash that. I think Don Quixote can afford to take a hit if it means being able to clash. Oh dear. Can I not clash that? No, that's unopposed. Oh dear. I need to clash that one, I think. Can Don clash one of the ones going over here? No, those are unopposed. That is mildly a pain. Oh, that's gonna be an absolute pain, but we might have to just eat the hits. Darn it.
내가
We'll have to go with
눈에
this.
새겨주지.
Should be able to do this too.
헛!
The cleaner is doing good work, that's for sure. I'm still on the fence whether I want to buy the Amiya announcer pack or not. As neat as it is, the announcer doesn't seem to actually do much in this game. That clash. These should be good, I think.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
As long as I win these clashes, I should reduce the damage I take significantly. Announcers are indeed clearly cosmetic, however, some of them have lines that talk towards lore elements of their own or of the world at large. Yeah, I have seen a handful of the lines. I have looked at the lines that Ami herself has, and it's neat that she talks about some of the. Talks about the sinners or. Oh dang, that worked. Yeah, some of the sinners are references, some things are Arknights, but like I said, it's just something that isn't really made use of a lot. I think I mentioned, but I used to play MOBAs, and the announcers in those games were very noticeable. Whichever one you picked, you want to make sure it was a good one because you'd be hearing them a lot. So if it was one you liked, it'd be very enjoyable, but here...
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
speed up
바람
this.
불어오는 대로
잘 생각해보라고.
짓밟아라.
Here we are.
겨우 다 처리했네.
Well, that's the last of
설마
them.
이
They ain't gonna
드론들
make us pay
우리
for the
보고
damages, are
물어내라고
they?
적당한
I'll try to
방어였다고
report as an act
재선에서
of
보고서로
self-defense.
처리해보죠.
Hey, we do have Sinclair's bloody nose as proof, so we could use that as self-defense.
파우,
Wow, darling,
내가
did I ever tell you
말했던가?
this? You're really
자기는
just
정말
so,
뭐라
how should I
해야지?
put it? Oh, you
아무튼
rock.
그거 짱이야.
깨달음이 느리신
You were
편이군요.
rather late to realize it. Cheeky Faust.
뭔가 이상해요.
Something feels strange about this
이
abnormality. It
환상체요.
doesn't feel like the others we've
평소와는
fought
다른
so
느낌이
far.
들어요.
평소라고
Not
할
sure if we
만큼
even
많이
have that
겪은
much
건 아닌 것
experience in
같지만
that department, but
뭐
well, I guess there's a
주위에
crowd
소리
around
지르는
us shouting and
부관분들이
yelling.
있다는 정도가 다르긴 한데.
어떻게 된 거야 이
What's up with these
환상체들?
abnormalities? How they show up in
경제
the middle of a
폭발에
nest and
나타난
how they
것도
get even
모자라서
more
왜
horrifying.
지금까지 만난 환상체보다 더 끔찍해졌지?
Yeah, in the last chapter, we saw just how highly secure a nest can be. So the fact that there's such a powerful one here, the fact there's one here, either they are letting it be here or it's something special that they are not prepared for. Because I doubt it's just that K-Corp isn't competent enough to handle them. Can't be that. And I've seen that one in Mirror Dungeons a few times though, too. Never in a fight though. Come to think of it, what's the deal with those abnormalities in the Mirror Dungeons that didn't fight us?
우리가 본 건
Those were
거울
glimpses
단전의
into the
균열을
abnormalities'
통해서
mental spaces and
환상체의
habitats
심상자,
viewed through cracks in the mirror
보금자리예요.
world.
그것은 굉장히 좁고도
It's a
불안정한
chasm,
균열이요.
incredibly narrow and unstable.
맞아요.
Indeed,
그래서 한정된
which is only
상호작용만
allowed for a
가능했던 거죠.
limited interaction.
딴 건 모르겠고 이건 왜 이리
Oh,
끈질겨?
forget that. What I want to know is why are they so tough? They're as
독한데.
nasty as what we faced on the railway. It
확실히
is that
그러하다.
is certainly true.
게다가
Besides, what is
환상체에서
the sickening
떨어지는
fluid dripping
이
from them?
기분 나쁜 액체는 뭐죠?
As the sinners point out, the abnormalities were clearly different from what we've encountered before. It oozes a mysterious liquid with a blue glint. Oh, I hope it's not radioactive. Or that stuff from Metroid Prime, I forget the name of.
성분을 검토할 시간은
We have
없으니
no time to analyze
최대한
its
신체와 닿지 않게
constituents,
해야겠어요.
so we should be careful not to come in contact with it.
알아.
Yeesh, no
무슨
need to tell me.
묻히면서
I'm not about
다닐
to
생각은
smudge
없다고.
myself with that. Yeah, neon requires a very specific color scheme to get the most use out of.
야! 이것들
Boy, do
어디서
these
뭐
things eat
잘못
bad
주워
food
먹은
on
거
the floor?
아니야?
What? It's like they got
광견병 걸린 것
rabies.
마냥.
히스클리프 씨!
Above you, Mr. Heathcliff. Heathcliff was knocked to the ground, unable to resist.
관리자님,
Manager, it looks
아무래도
like
고생
you've
좀
got your work
하시겠네요.
cut out for you. All right.
제가
Please
간언했다는
remember,
점
I gave you my
꼭
expostulation,
기억해 주시기
Executive Manager.
바랍니다. 관리자 총원 전투 준비.
All the men prepare for all hands prepare for battle. I figured it would come to this. I've come too far to be afraid of pulling dead sinners back to life. Let's beat them and head back.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Oh, nice, a level up.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가
Wonderful.
그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Drones and
그러니
abnormalities. I'm probably gonna go a
언젠가
decent ways in
제외할
here, so I should probably not
꼭
exchange
내게도
my energy
은자를
for the
풀어주시오.
modules yet. Besides, as you can see, I've
그것만을
gotten a
바라고
decent supply, so I think I should be in good
온몸에
shape.
피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
I'm not using him, but he still contributes towards the bonus,
소모되기
so
나쁘지 않군
why not?
그래.
I'll borrow this blue. Yeah, I guess that's fine.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Oh dang, you know, lower roll one. That's a shame our attack didn't land that well. I guess there was a Senbi.
거꾸로 제차.
That's great work. Keep on rolling, will you? Sanity is fixed at 0. Takes additional damage from Rupture. Ooh. And I happen to have a lot of Rupture on this team. Flash, flash, proximity shooting, arresting.
일기당천. 마음 많아가지고 열어졌지. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
자,
좋아. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행
Well,
불가.
that was pretty easy.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
It's only a little
두려움
more,
없이
but I guess
나아갈
it
수
help.
있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이오.
Drones and Abnormalities 3.
그러니
Dang, they're having us do a lot of these.
언젠가 제외할 날
Well, whatever.
꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고
Guess I go with this one next.
온몸에 피를 묻혀가며
징수하겠네.
Easy enough.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
얼얼하지?
Ooh, evaded most, but then the last one landed. Nice.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
He dealt a hard blow. Oh dang.
내가 눈에
2
새겨주지.
3 of a kinds. That's gonna be real nice.
좋아. 장군 제 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
맘.
차 부서줄
Go all out with the
불어오는 대로
damage. We should be able to pick him up
바람
easy.
불어오는 대로
Yeah, see?
짓밟아라.
Victory. Easy.
마침내 굴레
There we
하나를
go.
끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더
return.
가까워진 것이오. 그러니 언젠가 제외할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Cut down and dribble. Yep, there we are. Ew. That's gonna be a bit of a pain. But it looks like those are all slower than us, so the good news is we have the momentum here. Oh wow, they're all going after him. That's gonna be a little bit of pain. Or whatever. As long as we block them, we should be in good clash. We should be in good shape.
둘 넘고 거꾸로
The rupture
제쳐라.
should be helping us out a bit. fine with Don Quixote taking hits. She's a tank. She's built for that. At least in this one. Unresolved Sorrow. Gain attack power down by the count next turn. Count changes Expanding Sorrow.
차 부숴줄 테다.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Write them all down. Alright, which one's attacking which person? Yeah, set him to counter. Maybe I should use this one for the reason.
해보겠네.
Yeah, he's easily taking that down. Charge in. Alright, sadly those are the only two clashes I was able to get. So. I was wondering when that person in the mouth would be coming out.
이런 예상 못한 깔끔하게 몰았군.
Yep, they're an abnormality, alright. They turned into some sort of egg-looking form after being suppressed. As the prolonged cycles of pain came to an
환상체
end,
제압이
the
무사히
abnormalities
끝났군요.
successfully were suppressed.
버스로 복귀해도
We could return to the
되겠어요.
bus now. It was a success that accompanied many deaths and revivals, but I nodded anyway. We got back on the bus harboring a few unanswered questions.
예상보다
You came
늦었군.
back later than expected.
오래간만에
I was about to take my
낮잠이란 걸
first nap in a
자볼까
while.
생각하던 참이었는데 말이지.
I explained the oddities we ran into. To be more precise, Faust did the heavy speaking. I was expecting him to coldly tell me to do my job and follow whatever orders, but his answer was surprisingly earnest.
환상체라는
The existence of
존재가
abnormalities has been almost
세간에
completely
거의
unknown to the public,
알려지지 않았던
and we don't possess all the
존재이니만큼
details on them either,
자세한
Dante.
정보까지 쥐고 있는 것은 아닙니다, 단테.
I see why people meme over the way he says Dante. Huh, didn't think you'd admit it right away. Faust flinched a little, but she didn't relay what I just said.
그런 건 추후에 파우스트 씨 쪽에서 잘난 우리
Enigmatic
림버스
as they are,
컴퍼니의
let's leave
다른
Miss Faust and the
부서들과
other
함께
departments of our proud Limbus
속
company
시원히
to
밝혀줄
uncover all the
거라고
details in the
기대해
future,
보지 않겠습니까?
as we likely ought to.
그러죠.
Will do. Was Faust given any time at all to do some sort of research on this job? The mysteries were left unsolved, but if Faust accepted this suggestion without a hitch, that probably means she's thought of a way.
거기 왜
You,
아까부터 자꾸
why do you have your
어깨를
shoulders
움츠리고
hunched over
다니는
like
거지?
that?
가뜩이나 조그맣던
You're short enough
통에
as you are, and the
어깨까지
shrunken
수그리고
posture makes you
다니니까
practically imperceptible.
아예 보이지도 않는군.
Hey, maybe he's trying to be stealthy. Maybe she's trying to be stealthy, I mean.
시크프리드님을
I hope
다시
to meet
만날
Lord
수 있을 줄
Siegfried
알았어.
again. Who is Lord Siegfried again?
한 손으로는 저희를
Wasn't that the man who
배워가면서
took photos of
다른
himself
한
while cutting us
손으로는
down with one
기념사진을 찍었던
hand?
놈 아닌가요?
Right.
자크 프리더.
That Zach Futura guy. Ishmael was breathing audibly through her nose. The incident at the checkpoint must have left some deep grudges for her.
본인이 사람들을 구하는
Eager was I to
모습
show him my valiant acts of
시크프리드님께도
rescuing
보여드리려고 했단
imperiled
말이오.
civilians.
나중에
I vowed that I
훌륭한
shall meet him
해결사가
again
되어서
as a fixer of a noble
만나기로 약속도
cause.
했는데
아이 그런 건 오랜
Reunions are
시간이
more
지난
touching
후
after it's a long
제외해야
time, Don
감격이 큰
Quixote.
법이야 돈
Try thinking
곁에.
that's a
차라리
good thing he didn't show up
잘
today.
됐다고 생각해 보자고. 응?
It really
확실히
is
어색하긴
strange,
하군.
though.
구경꾼이 많은
He's
곳에서
not one to miss
벌어진
spectacles with
사건은
this many spectators
그자가 빠질 리
around.
없는데.
아, 흔히
Oh,
말하는
is he like
연예인
some
같은
kind of
분인가요?
celebrity then? You could say
비슷한 것
that,
같군.
yes.
그자는
He has a flair for
쇼맨십에
showmanship,
특화되어 있으니
so it's usual for
보통
K-Corp.
K사에서는
Plus
이럴
super.
때 반드시 내보내지.
Well, there's super is cattle. So it's usual for K-Corp to take advantage of these kinds of commotions by sending him.
하지만
But if he hasn't shown up
모든
for this
이목을
perfect
다 끌 수
opportunity to
있었던
draw the public's
사건에서
full
그자가
attention,
나타나지 않았다는 건
that means this isn't something they want people to notice.
시크프리드님을
I shan't
그런
take,
식으로
I
폄하하지
shan't take such
마시오.
vicious slander of Lord Siegfried.
그분이 냈던
On the
자서전
fifth row of page 42 of his autobiography, a hero should keep smiling until his last. He writes that he shall be there to aid the weak, no
때와
matter when
장소를
and
가리지
where.
않고 약자들을 구하러 갈 것이라고 써 있었어.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Plus, we should know that abnormalities are not supposed to be in the middle of a nest, basically the heart of a company's zone. That would be just bad PR. I can't help but wonder if K-Corp somehow wanted it to be there. Or if this was something they had no possible way to control over. Alright, you'd best
그
hold that belief
신념
of
부디
yours
잘
dearly.
간직하고 있으라고. 뭐라도
That
믿는
way, you'll have
편이
something to cling to when you face
훗날의
the
극한을
extreme in the
버티는 데 도움이
future.
될 테니.
I have the feeling that statement's going to be a bit more relevant later on somehow, although we'll have to wait to see how.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Sadly, my units only cap out at level 40 at the moment, but my understanding is that'll go up as I do the Cantos, so I just need to keep going and I'll gradually get higher levels. And yeah, I know the uptie and thread weave matter more than raw levels, but it's always satisfying to see the level listed as max. The client. Right, this was all technically a distraction on the way to our client. But they wouldn't bog down the story with something irrelevant for no reason, so... As the futile conversations reach an end, the boss lazily pulls to a stop. We've arrived in front of a building so tall it'd take a while to count the floors. A few shrank down as if intimidated. I understood Sinclair being one, but Heathcliff and Ishmael also seemed pressured. A few look around with curious eyes. Some others walked and carried themselves as if they deserved the royal treatment. Don Quixote.
저희도
Ooh, I guess we've
인지도라는
earned
게
some
생긴
renown.
모양이에요.
We're finally being
이제야
invited to
평범한
places the
사람들이
regular
살만한
people
곳에
would
초대도
live.
받고요.
말해두는데
Oh, let's make one thing clear.
지난번처럼
The request and the
터무니없는
rewards are
의뢰라는
low to torch
보수면
like last
난
time.
이
I'm
일에서
out.
빠질 거니까 이렇게 알아.
Heathcliff ground his teeth, whether by Honglu's words or the memories of what we got into last time we were here. Oh, right, the fried chicken situation.
아, 예상대로 조금 늦으셨군요.
Ah, you're a little late, as expected. As expected? Wait, that man is...
다시 만나 뵙게 되어 좋군요.
It's a pleasure to meet you again.
참고로
I
이건
want you to know that this is my
비즈니스용 멘트가 아니라
heartfelt sentiment and not a
진심입니다.
formality. A familiar face I had never expected to see again greeted us.
간다.
Oh, I'm
말했지?
out. I'm already told you. Hey, give it a moment. Let's at least hear what he has to say, okay?
놔!
Oh, let's
생닭들이랑
go. Do you
탱고나
even get
치면
how it feels
악몽을
to have
꿔야 했던
nightmares
기분을
doing the
네가 알아?
tango with raw
어?
chickens, huh? I mean, it's not his fault a chicken ate your face.
사실
literal
지난번
sense.
의뢰는 여러분의 역량을
To
테스트하기
tell you
위한
the truth,
사전
my last test
의뢰였습니다.
was a measure of your competence.
훌륭한 점수로
And you passed with
통과하셨고요.
flying colors.
축하드립니다.
Congratulations. I mean
이것도
this one as
진심이에요.
well.
누구 마음대로
Oh, you're
테스트를 하고
testing
점수를
great, I
줘.
see.
이런 씨.
Wait, was he actually the professor the entire time? Are we about to graduate and go on to get real jobs?
그거야 물론
That's of
그거야
course.
물론
That is of
저의
course at the
똑소리 나는
discretion of Mr.
비서
Samjo, my
삼조
shrewd
씨
secretary. So you must be
여러분이
from Limbus
림버스
Company.
컴퍼니로군요. 반가워요.
A pleasure to meet
동랑입니다.
you. I'm Dong Grang.
삼조 씨한테
I heard a lot
이야기
about
많이
you from
들었어요.
Samjo. It almost made me a
팬이 될 뻔했지
fan.
뭐예요.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or bad thing. Department of Food Resource Deployment is his title. And dost thou say we have earned thine adoration?
립 서비스잖아,
It's just
돈키호테.
flattery, Don Quixote.
솔직히
If I'm being quite
말씀드리자면
honest, the test wasn't my idea.
사전
I mean,
테스트를
you aren't
해보자는
lab
건
hens or
제 생각은
anything,
아니었어요.
and you deserve better than an
여러분
involuntary
실험용 닭도 아닌데
test.
너무하잖아요.
You deserve voluntary tests.
네, 제가
Indeed, it was
제안했습니다.
my suggestion.
그야 림버스 컴퍼니는 알려진
I had
정보가
reason to
거의
do so, as your
없는
Limbus company is a little-known firm that
신생이면서도
could or
아닌
could
듯한
not be newly
정체불명의
established.
회사잖아요.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but I've read Dante's notes, and that made it clear that Limbus Company is definitely a lot more than just the group we're working with here. And in fact, they seem to have something going, the whole company seems to have something going on of which our Golden Bow collection mission is simply, well, one small part of it, possibly one they don't even care if it actually succeeds or not, which is rather interesting given what they're capable of. This universe has established itself as having SCP stuff all the time, including artifacts that can warp reality around them itself. And yet these are considered not major.
저희가 동랑님
We
말씀만 덜컥
couldn't take the risk of
믿고 위험을
entrusting an unknown
감수하면서까지
organization with
의뢰를
a
맡길
crest
수는
on
없지
Mr.
않겠습니까?
Dongrang's word alone.
그러니까
So that means you're requesting us... Ishmael asked for confirmation that was indeed a direct request, with her face seeming rather proud.
그거야 당연하죠.
Why, of course,
왜냐하면
because
당신들은
you all are...
아,
why don't you show you my lab? But there are
제
many fun
연구실
things...
구경하러
Okay,
갈래요?
change the
재밌는
subject
거 많이
here.
있는데.
Yeah, the fact he avoided it means he doesn't want to say it's because you're immortal or something. I think that would lead everyone down. Granted, there wasn't quite as much the team failing to do the job during the Arcanites event, so I guess the crew does eventually get better, question mark. Changing the subject so shamelessly is only gonna bother us more.
네?
Exactly. I'm
동랑님
sorry, are you
연구실로
really gonna take these
데려가신다는
people to your
말씀이십니까?
laboratory?
왜?
Why not? They
테스트는
passed your test, didn't they, Mr.
통과했다면서,
Samjo?
더군다나
And if they're going
방금
to got the skills to
환상체라는
take down
것까지
that
처리할 정도로
abnormality
실력자이신
that we
분들이라면
saw today. Ah, that was
알고
good.
계셨어?
My traces of
역시
heroic deeds
영웅들이
indeed make
지나간
themselves known to the masses in no
금세 소문이
time.
퍼지는가 보군.
Haha, well,
말을
that's a fun way to
재밌게
put
하네요.
it.
아,
Ah, and you must be the manager.
당신이 관리자인 단테님이라고 했나요? 잠깐 이야기 좀 가능할까요?
Dante, yes? May we speak for a moment? Faust tried to say something to Dong Grang, but he and Samjo pulled me away by the time she stepped forward. Can they understand my clock face? Because that might be a bit of a language barrier, if not. An application? Do they want us to apply for K-Corp? Because I don't think Limbus would like it. They're like them poaching Limbus's employees. I mean, I don't mind, but you two can't hear me anyway.
사실 부끄러워서 말은 안
I was too
꺼냈는데
embarrassed to bring it out in front of the whole
당신의
group. But
직원들
actually,
중
one of your
제 옛날
employees
친구가
was an
있어요.
old friend of mine. Oh, who is it?
그런데 그분도
And he
부끄러웠는지
wouldn't give me a
아는 척을
nod
안
either.
해주시더군요.
Perhaps he's embarrassed
매우
like me.
서운했지만
It was a
내
struggle to
앞에
hide
나누느라
how
얼마나 힘들었던지
disheartened I was. Maybe you weren't as close as you thought then? Wait, can you hear my voice?
동랑님,
Mr.
이분은
Gonggang, this
정상적인
individual
소통이
is unable to
불가능한
communicate
분입니다.
normally.
그래서 말하는 거야
Oh
삼조
yes,
씨.
that's why I'm speaking, Mr. Samjo.
마치 태엽
It's like I'm
달린
back to
인형이
being a
되고
child, muttering my
걱정거리를
woes to a wind-up
중얼거리는
toy, don't you think?
꼬마 시절로 돌아간 것 같잖아.
That was all a monologue? What are you two even doing? Yeah, I'm kind of with Dante in on this.
제가 여러분께
It was mostly
의뢰를
because of
부탁했던
him I decided
것도
to send my
그
request
친구의
to you.
영향이 커요.
I can trust a familiar person
모르는
better than a
사람보다는 아는
stranger.
사람이 더 믿음이 가는 법이잖아요.
I know it's not Virgil, well, because he would have said red eyes or the quote-unquote the color or a color. So it has to be one of our sinners.
보이십니까?
See,
제가
this is why I
이래서
can't let my
한치도
guard down
방심할
for even a
수가
second.
없습니다.
You're too
정에
easily influenced
흔들리셔가지고.
by human attachment.
그러니까 단테 씨는
Well, let
저와 그
me
친구
ask you a
사이는
favor. Use your
알아서
tact and
잘
consideration to
깔끔하고
pretend
센스
that you
있게
know nothing about the
모른 척 해주세요.
relationship
알겠죠?
between him and me, okay? I think he seems to be to some degree able to understand us, because look how he's being a cheeky bastard. There's no way he could do that and not be aware that we can't know. You haven't even told me who that friend is. I could only let out a deep sigh and shake my head. The conversation never got through, ended up as arbitrarily as it began. This isn't asking me a favor, you're giving me a notice.
여긴 연구실 복도입니다.
We're at
보통의
the laboratory aisle.
일반인이라면
Ordinary
여기까지밖에 못
visitors would not
들어오겠지만
be permitted to go any further here. But since you've been
동령님의
invited by Mr.
특별 초대기도
Dongrang
하니
himself,
이
I shall show
안쪽까지
you the
안내해드리죠.
interior. Nice. Let me grab a sip of my drink. There we are.
우와,
Whoa.
저도
I had
이런
hoped I could
커다란
work at a
회사에서
company
일해보고
as
싶었는데
big as
말이에요.
this.
그럼 림버스 말고 이런 데 입사 지원해보지 그랬어?
Then maybe you could have applied to one. Why didn't you give it a shot? That's odd. I thought I heard her say Limbus.
그럼 림버스 말고 이런 데 입사 지원해보지 그랬어?
Huh. Is she supposed to be asking if Limbus applies or what?
농담이죠, 로자 씨.
You're joking,
이런
right,
곳은
Rodeo?
아무나 못 입사해요.
Not everyone can join these
엘리트
companies.
중에서도
This kind of
최정상
firm only
엘리트만이 올 수
accepts
있는
the very
곳이란
best of the
말이에요.
elite. In theory, I imagine, like most companies, there's no shortage of nepotism and trophy hires, I think the term is. I don't remember. But yeah, I think what she is getting at is they want people of a very specific skill. Scientists, it looks like, of some kind, of which Sinclair is not one.
마치 파우스트
Like
씨나
Fauster
이상
and
씨
Sang,
같이.
for example. Ishmael's remark gave me a good opportunity to bring up my earlier question. Yeah, why did you join Limbus Company out of all the options you had? There must have been better places to shoot for.
저는
Because I
파우스트니까요.
am Faust. Yes, you are Faust. Now, what were the rest of you saying? There was certainly an energy in her confidently clarifying tone that discouraged me from asking any other questions. What about you, Yisang?
구태여
Let me
돌아묻겠소.
take the trouble of asking your term
관리자.
manager. Why did
그대는 왜
you
이곳에
join the company you
입사한
work
것이오?
for? I mean, that's because I had no other
귀하가
choice.
스스로 답을 내주었구나.
That should sufficiently answer your question. Huh. Was everyone here coerced? Was it like the Madoka Magica thing where, oh, you can join us any time, but it turns out basically everyone applied was under a situation where they were under a form of duress? Yeah, that would explain a few things. Frankly, it's very easy to claim, oh, you could have turned down the contract when you leave out the idea that, well, also, your options amount to accept the contract or literally die. It looks like Ishmael wasn't exaggerating about the qualifications it takes to join this firm. The laboratory is dominated by a stillness that could only be achieved with everyone in total focus. Ah, crunch time.
단테 봤어? 냉장고에 간식들이 잔뜩 있어.
That fridge is full of snacks.
아니,
We could take one.
10개는
Pretend we
슬쩍해도
wouldn't even
티도 안
notice.
날 만큼.
Well, if it's crunch time, they probably wouldn't, but I think that's still a dick move, so I'd say no. And we would break that stillness with nonchalance.
넉넉하게 챙겨가세요.
Take as many as you like. Mr.
삼조씨,
Samjo, pack some snacks in
이따가
the break
탱크실
room and some small
간식들
bundles to give them
소분으로
later.
포장해서 2분.
알겠습니다.
Understood.
대박이다 이스.
That's awesome,
지금이라도
Ishii.
나랑
Maybe we
이직
should quit
준비할까?
our job and join up here.
다 들려요, 로자 씨.
Everyone can hear you,
로자
Roja.
씨,
Rodion,
근로계약에는
the work contract says...
농담 파우스트 씨.
Joking, Faust,
농담.
joking.
응?
See?
그럼 이제
Let's move on to
의뢰
the
내용을
request. Yeah, judging by when Virgilus boxed Don Quixote's ears, it seems the work contracts we're all under are very, very strict in our terms. It could be that we get something really good out of it in the end, but yeah, I think it's more like we were all forced to sign under duress, or in otherwise situations where we had no reasonable option which to turn it down.
이젠 하다 하다
You're bringing outsiders to the
외국인들까지
building now?
들여오고
What
회사
are you, a field
견학까지
trip guide,
시켜주는 거야,
Dongre?
동나?
아, 잠깐
Pardon
실례.
me for a moment. This is
이분은
Shrenny.
수련네요.
Shrenny.
옆 부서
She's the
팀장이자 제
manager of the
입사
department next to
동기인데
mine and a colleague who
저한테
joined the
상처
company
입히는 말을 하기 위해
at the same
찾아오는
time I
게
did.
주요 일과시죠.
Visiting me to hurl hurtful words takes up much of her daily routine.
회사에선 네 팀에
I figured
할애하는
someone got to the
복지비가
point of a
이런
massive
식으로
drain on our
낭비되고
company's
있는
welfare
것에
budget
대해
that is your team.
누군가 한 명쯤은 말을
I
해야
figure
하지
someone's got
않나
to point out the massive
싶거든.
drain on our company's welfare budget that is your team.
아,
So if you're wondering as to
복지비에
how we
대해
spend our
궁금한
welfare
거라면
budget, you'll see when the Department
올해
of the Year
최우수
trophy is
부서 트로피를
awarded,
받아보면
right,
알 수 있을 거야.
Samjo?
그치, 삼조 씨?
최우수 부서가
It would
받는
take a
혜택을
day to
전부
fully list the
이야기하자면
benefits
날밤을 새야
the
할
department
정도죠.
chosen as best receives. So it's not just a fancy employee of the month, there's a major benefit as well.
아, 둘 다 똑같이
You're
재수없어.
snobs, the two of you. Is that a
라이벌인가?
rival? I suppose excellence is
어디
followed by
가나
envy
잘난
wherever it
사람일수록
is.
시기하는 사람도 많은 법이지.
시기는
Envy
발전의
fuels
원동력이니
advancement, as they say,
잘난
so it's
쪽이
only right for us to
참아줘야죠.
show a little generosity for those
어제
falling
그 파이
behind.
가게에서
Should we
회식비로
give some of
사온 거
those pies we brought from the
출연료
store to
부서에도
Shren's
돌릴까,
department,
삼조
Mr.
씨?
Samjo?
안 그래도 그럴
I was
생각이었습니다.
planning to do so. The pepper,
고추,
chili
고추,
sauce,
상추,
chili
카레
lettuce,
맛으로요.
and curry flavored ones specifically.
그것도
Also sounds
맛있겠는데?
tasty. I wouldn't mind one of those myself. Let's see here. Yeah, I am someone who appreciates a good spicy dish, although I suppose if I wanted to go full bunny, the lettuce wouldn't be bad either. I have had cabbage pies before, actually.
마저 얘기를 해보죠.
They're actually surprisingly quite good. Or at least I like them. Although I suppose it's been years since I've had one. Maybe my tastes have changed. Now then, let's get back to the main topic.
소문은
I
들었어요.
heard the rumors. They were about
황금가지라는 유기물을
a newly
수집하는
formed company
신생
collecting
회사가
organic
있다고.
objects called golden bows. Well, they said newly formed, or could be old, according to Samjo. It's possible Limbus was working in secret and is only now going public. We can't discard that possibility.
그리고
And those
그
golden bows are found
황금가지라는 건
exclusively inside the
폐쇄된
closed-down branch
로보토미
facilities of
지부에서만
Lobotomy
발견되고요.
Corporation.
황금가지의 존재는 어떻게
How'd
알게
you
된
learn
거지?
about the existence of the golden bows? Right. Virgil himself said that the golden bows were only just started to become discovered. So the fact they have this information at all is fairly notable.
얼마 되지는 않았어요.
It was a fairly
몇 달
recent discovery. We've
전까지
been using a Lobotomy
연구실
Corp branch
근처의
in our
로보토미
facility as
지부
a lab
시설을
until a few months
연구실로 쓰고
ago.
있었거든요.
Yeah, and in a corporate dystopia like this, I have no doubt that information can be just as powerful a tool as raw cash. Which is also why I can't discount the possibility that Limbus might actually be a much larger company and is simply in secret, pretending to just be us for the moment.
그 끔찍한 곳에
You set up a
연구소를
lab in
차렸다고?
that horrible place? Well, I guess if you want to study anomalies, there wouldn't be a better spot.
하지만
Abnormalies.
전부 매몰되었다고 했는데요.
Oh, but I thought they were all buried underground.
뭐
Well, I guess there were rare resources and documents they
좀
could
희귀한
use.
자원이나 자료들이 남아 있었을 테니까.
연구 대상에
Did the scope of your
환상체도
research
포함되었던
include
건가요?
abnormalities? Why,
알아보시는군요.
certainly. No researcher could
연구원이라면
overlook such
그냥
intriguing
지나칠 수 없는
subjects.
존재죠.
Yes, the old whale and Utani, just think of the possibilities of these creatures that are completely impossible to control. Comment, Limbus Company is far larger than just the LCB. Yeah, as mentioned, I did read Dante's notes, and it does mention that, yeah, Limbus Company is a lot larger than just our company, but strangely, apparently only our group cares about the golden bows, which itself tells me a lot, because the golden bows seem to be able to affect reality around them, and yet, not only do we only have one small department dedicated to it, but other companies only seem to range from interested to ambivalent. Very few are making them a top priority, except for that mysterious group that stole our first one. A bit annoying, but I suppose we could get our revenge later. She herself said that they can take the rest from us later, but that also betrays the fact that we can take the one she's taken from her as well. Tit for tat, as the saying goes.
그렇다면 연구원이란 건
Researchers must all
대단
be soft in the head if that's what they're interested in.
너
Wait,
설마
hold on. When were you mumbling rubbish and
헛소리하면서
tossing a rock at one
닭대가리한테
of them
돌 던진
chicken...
것도-
Wait, when you were mumbling rubbish and tossing a rock at one of them chicken heads, did you...
히스클리프 씨는 가끔씩
I will say,
예상치 못한
Heathcliff's
통찰력을
department,
보여주실
unexpected
때가
fits of
있네요.
insight surprise me sometimes. So yeah, they were studying the chicken abnormalities when we were fighting them.
당신들이 우연을
You led us into
가장하여
dealing with the
기출림을
distortion in a
소탕해야 하는
coincidental
상황을
encounter
만든
so that you
것도
could gather data
환상체
for your
연구를
research on the
뒷받침해 줄 수 있는
abnormalities.
정보들을 얻기
Yeah, exactly.
아,
Mr.
우리
Samjo here
삼조
is no good
씨는
at acting.
연기가 영
I suppose it's
능숙하지
due to his
못해요.
uptight way of life,
평생을
upright
올곧게만
way of life.
살아와서 그런가? 이해해 주세요.
Please understand, we have no
저희로서는
means to clearly
뒤틀림과
distinguish a
환상체의
distortion from an
차이를
abnormality.
명확하게 알 재간이 없었거든요. 마음이
A person
산산이
distorts,
허물어졌을
quote-unquote, when the mind crumbles to figurative
뒤틀린다고
pieces, wasn't
했었나요?
it? That was a stellar figure of
멋있는
speech.
비유였어요.
Did you restore his crumbled
그렇다면
mind back to health then?
당신들이 허물어진 마음을 원상복귀시켜준 건가요?
And all it took was the ending scene to Ratatouille. Well, to be fair, the ending to Ratatouille is a genuinely great ending. It could restore anyone's sanity.
무너진 마음을
There's no way
대신
to piece
쌓아올려주는
together someone
방법은
else's
없어요.
broken mind.
길을 가르쳐드린
We
거예요.
merely showed him the way. It was the choice of the
계속
restaurant
머물지,
owner whether to
그곳으로
stay there
걸어갈지는
or take their path.
은봉이네 호프집 사장님의 선택이었죠.
Alright, so if I'm reading what she's putting down here, or we can help the person who's got a distortion, but we cannot restore them directly. They have to do it themselves. And if we go with what happened in the Arknights event, very interesting, especially since apparently distortions and egos and stuff aren't just limited to the universe of the city that Limbus, Ruina, and Lobotomy all take place in.
와,
Wow, you know
당신
so
정말
much.
많은 걸
If I were just a
아는군요.
bit younger, I'd have jumped
제가
and
조금만
hopped
더
trying to high
어렸다면
five
훌쩍
you.
뛰면서 당신에게 하이파이브라도 시도했을 거예요.
Well, I mean, you can just high five her as you are now. You don't have to do anything like that. Speculation. Perhaps more individuals in the group could result in a decreased efficiency and efficacy. Furthermore, of the known departments, all but one have directly contributed to the work and all have logical connections assisting the mission. Yeah, and they did directly state at the start of Canto 3 that the fact all the golden bows seem to connect to someone is no coincidence, although Virgil refused to elaborate on what that is. But yeah, you do have a point. And we do know already that there is a before team and an after team, including the one, and both have been actively helping us as well, so they do seem to care a decent bit, but although that still raises the question of why the sinners are a ragtag group of misfits. Some of them are reasonable enough that you could probably get a professional team going without it, but some like Dawn and Heathcliff are definitely loose cannons. I mean, Dawn had to get her ears boxed largely because she was proving a problem, but as soon as Virgil mentioned the contract, she immediately started loosening up. Interesting. Very interesting.
언제든지
You're always
사용하죠.
unwelcome to try.
동랑님,
Mr.
또 이야기가
Bongrand,
새고
you're becoming
있습니다.
sidetracked again.
그렇네요.
You're right. Alright then, one day, while we happily indulge in research in
우리가
that laboratory of
로보토미
Lobotomy
지부
Corp branch
시설에서
facility,
행복하게 연구를
armed
하던
terrorists
어느 날
attacked the
그곳에서
place. It was
무력
all
습격 테러가
just too sudden.
일어났어요. 아주 갑작스럽게요.
Note more knowledge will be availed in time. Indeed. I did notice a few spoilers in the Arknight storyline, which is unfortunate, but unavoidable, unfortunately. Yeah. And of course, some of them did lack context, so I have no... Like, they threw out the name Carmen at one point, and I have no idea what that's related to. But I know the story is probably going to explain it, so probably best that I hold off about worrying about anything from there until the story tells me.
눈앞에서
Have you ever
폭탄이 터지는
seen a
걸 본
bomb
적
set
있나요?
off right before your eyes?
장관이죠.
It's quite the spectacle.
모든
It all
것이
starts and
한순간에
ends in a split
시작되고
second.
끝나버리더군요.
Just like the universe,
우주 같죠?
isn't it? At this point, I would believe that that the world here has bombs that create and end a universe just to destroy a place entirely because it can, rather than using just gunpowder and sulfur and all that. As I said, there's definitely quite a few things with some interesting. I must say, I do kind of like the corporate dystopia mixed with supernatural elements that this game universe has. It's very interesting. Yeah, like I said, I fully expect stuff like that to be explained later on in the story, so I'm not going to worry about it for now. Well, spoilers without context barely even qualify as spoilers, so we'll see how that goes. Some stuff was unfortunately a bit more direct, but like I said, I get that was unavoidable. But I don't want to. Forgive me. I started this game entirely for that story. I didn't want to have to wait until beating Canto 8, I think, is the most recent one. I didn't want to wait until then to start playing it.
테러를 일으킨
Where
세력은
are these
어디였지?
terrorists now?
인원의 신분은
The
특정할 수
members have
없을
almost
정도로
nothing in common,
제각각이며
and their motive is
목적 또한
unknown. They only
불명입니다.
just showed up
모습을 드러내기
recently.
시작한 건 최근이었거든요.
Could they have been drones piloted in there, or mind-controlled? We can worry about that later, I
결국
suppose.
동랑시
In the
팀이
end, the
머물고
terrorist
있었던
organization
연구실은
took over the
그 테러
laboratory Mr.
집단들이
Dongrang's team had
점령해버렸습니다.
stayed in. That must be when the lab
연구실은
was
그때
moved.
옮겼던 것인가 보군.
How severe was the
어느 정도야?
damage? Dongrang turns his gaze from Yisang to the sporadically unoccupied seats.
저 비어있는
You
자리들은
see
말이죠.
those empty seats?
당분간은
They'll
공석일
stay that way
거예요.
for a while. Their
죽었거든요.
owners died
그때 테러로.
in an act of terror. Looking closely, I saw snacks and flowers placed on cushions, probably as a way to mourn the dead.
아,
This
이
fellow we only
친구는
managed to recover a
손가락만 겨우
finger from.
건졌는데
We couldn't find the right
들
place
곳이
to put it,
나타나지
so we've been
않아서
keeping it in
따로 보관
storage.
중이에요.
It's over there on display on the
저쪽
second
2층
floor.
진열장에 있을 거예요.
Huh. Somehow that feels very humanizing to know that they had so much care for their fallen comrades. Sure, I'm sure the company just sees them as lost assets, but it's nice seeing the individuals in care about them. The actual individuals working for it care. A solemn silence filled the office, but Dongrang continued, brushing the empty desk with his hand. There is so much
너무나 많은 걸
we had to
두고
leave
와야 했어요.
behind.
특히
Dongrang.
제 얼굴
I especially
케이크로
wish the
만들었던
plaque modeled after the
상장패를
face
놓고
of my
왔어요.
character.
되게 좋아하는
That was my favorite
기념품이었는데.
souvenir of mine.
아 이거
I'll be stumped. I can't tell how much of what he says is a joke and how much of it is serious.
그러면
What about that
저
seat, then?
자리는 어떤 자리지?
Our attention was brought to a white desk that was completely empty.
아,
Oh,
저 자리는
that one is
예정된 자리예요.
reserved.
새로운 직원이
We're
오기를
waiting for a new employee to
기다리고
take
있는
that
중이죠.
seat. Well, we do have a few people looking for new work. Then again, Faust did insist the contract doesn't allow moonlighting, so that might be a problem.
그럼
Oh, is
모집
there an
요강이
application
따로
guide
있는
for
건가요?
position? Or can I
어디
see
가면
it?
볼 수 있죠?
See, do have people searching. Question, they always tell us to think of the big picture, but how come we aren't part of that big picture? Yeah. One quote I like to bring up is how it's very easy to bring up the importance of sacrificing for the greater good when you're not the one that has to make that sacrifice. Although I suppose most would prefer the Farquaad meme of some of you will die, but that's a sacrifice I am willing to make. Same premise, really. The point is it's very easy to lecture others about the importance of the big picture when, and you're not the one who has to make any of the sacrifices for it. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about there. Ahem. Ishmael's bright-eyed inquisition was interrupted by Samjo's displeased utterance. Oh dear, our Mr. Samjo is feeling very uncomfortable now. Shall we actually get to the point then, Samjo?
이제 진짜 본론으로
Maybe
넘어갈까요,
Samjo's
삼조 씨?
maybe Samjo wants to apply to it. That way he could upgrade from secretary. Meme. The hardest of choices require the strongest of wills. Thanos or quad. Indeed.
단도직입적으로
Let me be
말합니다.
blunt. I suggest an
서로 윈윈
accord that will
플레이를
benefit
하시죠.
both parties.
빼앗긴
If
연구실을
you help us retake the
되찾아주신다면
laboratory, we will yield
당신들에겐
the ownership of the
저희가
golden bow
발견한
we found to
황금가지의
you.
소유권을 양도하겠습니다.
That seems like quite the reward, so all that just to get a lab back.
질문 드리죠.
I have a question.
확정
Is this a
계약인가요?
fixed contract or a
아니면
post-fulfillment
사후
review
검토
contract? Will it be
방식은
represented by
대표기관
delegate
집행
bodies or
방식인가요?
co-executive
공동
members?
집행 방식인가요?
Yeah, when it comes to signing paperwork, you do need to make sure that you check the fine print. And people like Faust are probably going to be really good for that.
답변하겠습니다.
Allow me to answer
하자
that.
책임
It'll be
없이
an immediate
대표기관
delegate
집행
body
방식으로
representative
직접 계약
contract with
방식입니다.
no warranty
1급 계약
liability.
사무소를
A
이용한
contractual
입회인을 둔
signing
계약도
overseen from
절차대로
observer
진행될
from grade 1
예정입니다.
contract office will take place following due process. I just hope Faust isn't the type to accidentally miss something huge and we get screwed over. The last thing I want is, oh, by the way, if X condition happen, if someone dies on here, we're allowed to keep the golden bow or something stupid like that. But hopefully she'd be paying attention for something like that. Faust is a genuinely smart person, but sometimes I wonder if she's pulling the Batman thing of pretending she planned something all along when in reality she was just flying by the seat of her pants. I genuinely can't tell sometimes. Contract office. I don't know what's going on. Does it really have to be so complicated? Unfortunately, Dante, it probably does, given this is all about OTA corporate and stuff.
제2사에서는
In J
제대로
Corp's
된
district, we
입회인을
couldn't get
구하지
the golden
못하는
bow right away
바람에
despite winning because we
황금가지를
didn't have
곧바로
anyone
넘겨받지
overseeing the
못했잖아요.
deal. Comment just like Ainsama. Oh, that'll do you from Mary
우이도 그 자식
She started a
로저가
fight even
게임에서
after
이겼는데
Roggio won the
약속한
game.
지키고 묻지마 싸움 걸었잖아.
마리아치파의
It's Ida from Los Mariachis.
네, 맞아요.
That's right.
이
Instead of
페인이
playing the
되어줄
role
줄
of an
알았던
observer,
아이드
she left
씨가
us with no
쏜살같이 태도를
choice but to
바꿔버리는
take the
바람에
bow by
무력으로
force.
가져와야만 했었죠.
Reference. Demiurge from Overlord. Ah. Okay, now I remember. I couldn't remember off the top of my head, but now I know what you're talking about. Guess I'd forgotten it. That's right. Instead of playing role of observer, she left us no choice but to take the bow force. And the worst part is she wasn't even that difficult of a boss fight. She was extremely easy. Although granted, the fact that was the one of the earliest chapters probably doesn't. She was just chapter 2, probably doesn't help.
그래서 입회나
Which is why it was
공증을 해주는
safer to use the
협회나
service.
계약 사무소를 이용하는
Which is
편이
why it is safer
돈은
to
많이
use the
들어도
service of an
제일
association or
안전한 거예요.
contract office to stand as an
파우스트
observer or
씨도
notarize
그
the
점을
contract,
제일
even if
주의 깊게
it'll be
보았을
costly. That's what Faust probably considered most carefully, I think. Ishmael explained it like it was common knowledge. I guess that's something well known among city folk.
이건 확실히
This contract
저희
certainly
쪽에 유리한
favors our
해결
side,
방식이군요.
목적만 확실히
as long as the goal is
달성한다면요.
achieved. We watched with our mouths agape as they too declared the conclusion at once. This is a secret, but frankly, I don't get more than half of what Sandro says. I usually just nod like, oh, I see, and move on. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, Dongrang, I'm pretty sure that's fairly normal.
우연인가?
Isn't that a coincidence?
모두
It's the same for
마찬가지인데.
us, too.
적어도 동랑 씨는
Aren't you supposed to be the
알아들어야 하는
last
거
person to be
아닌가요?
ignorant of your secretary's words?
아, 그래도
Aha,
K에서 연구실과
still.
계약을
I guess
맺으면
making a contract with K
당분간은
Corp's laboratory
그분들과
means you
싸울
won't be
일은
fighting against the
없겠어요.
wing's staff for a while.
아무리 상처
You know,
입혀도
those people who would
끊임없이
keep healing their
치료되었던 분들이요.
wounds. True, with the fact that N Corp had access to their technology was a big reason the Inquisitors were a lot more rough than they'd normally be. Team fell into somber silence. All memories related to them were filled with misery and suffering.
저희
so you've
K4만의
seen
재생 기술을
K Corp's
이미
regenerative
보셨나
technology
보네요.
already.
아우, 받기만 했겠어?
We've more than seen it.
아유,
I had to deal with it over and over. I get sick of the thought. Why don't I show you around my lab
대신
instead then?
기념으로
It's not
제
here though.
시험지
You'll have to
보여드릴까요?
take the elevator once
여기
more.
말고 엘리베이터를 한 번 더 타야 해요.
You'd
거기까지
show them that
보여주실
much, Mr.
생각입니까,
Dongrang?
동랑님?
That place is off limits for
관계자 외
unauthorized
출입 금지인
personnel.
곳인데.
방금
You just made a really funny
엄청
noise, Mr.
웃긴 소리 냈다.
Sanjo. Well, it wouldn't hurt. We're hanging out a bit to
뭐
celebrate
어때?
the provisional contract being
계약
signed
체결한
after
기념으로
all.
놀러가 보는 거지.
I wasn't sure if it was an appropriate way to celebrate things, but since no one on the team objected, I figured I'd decide to follow him. Worst case scenario, something breaks out and we have to fight it.
바로 이곳에서
Alright,
재생
this is where
앰플을
the
제작하고 있답니다.
regenerative ampules are made.
표면적으로는
They're publicly called HP
HP탄이라고
bullets,
불리고
but the
있기는
underlying
하지만
principle is a nanobot-based medical
근간은
treatment.
나노 로봇 치료 기술이죠. 이런저런
There
고비가
have been
있었지만
struggles here and there, but at the moment, the
지금은
ampule
제가 최근에 아주 조금
was
개량한
slightly
앰플이
modified recently is the most
대중적으로
commonly
사용되고
used
있답니다.
versions.
그걸 보급한
So let me
사람이
get this straight.
백이야?
You're the one who supplied that? Damn it, do you have any idea how
네가
much that made
그것
us sell?
때문에 얼마나 죽을 꼽이래.
I mean, to be fair, it did save us when they were able to, when the after teams rescued Dante after the chapter 3 fight.
그 고비를
We barely
거의 네
managed to
발로
crawl
발발
over that
기어서
adversary.
간신히 넘었죠.
Right, Gaido.
그래도 전사하거나 치명상을 입은 분들은
I'm
아무도
relieved
없어
that none of
보여서
you seem to have passed
다행이네요.
away or suffered severe wounds at the very least. Oh, brother, if only he knew. That
회사마다
reminds me, I was told
업무 중
companies have
사망에
slightly
따른
different
정의가
definitions
다르고
of death on the
절차가
job
복잡하다고
and the process
들었어요.
of dealing with them.
삼조 씨가
I'm sure
뭐라고
Mr.
설명해
Samjo gave
줬는데.
me an explanation of it.
아니 그럼 동랑 씨는
So,
계속해서
Dongrang, are you
이
continuing your
모든
research on
치료는
improving these
나노로봇 기술을
cure-all
연구
nanobots?
중이신 건가?
For all the trouble it caused, I can't sit here and say mass-produced sensu beans are a bad idea. There's a reason even Dragon Ball started abusing them long after they probably should have. Of
그럴
course
리가요.
not. HP bullets have long been
HP탄은
commercialized.
이미
My project right
상용화된 지
now is the
오래된
improvement of
기술이에요.
livestock using them.
지금은 HP탄을 활용한
Well, he does
가축
say
개량
food
연구를
resource
진행
department and
중이죠.
livestock is an important part of that.
가축
Improving
연구요?
livestock? Wait, was that bull a result of that? Ah, crap.
절단이
If cutting
아무것도 아니게
is a
되는
concept
개념이라면
is reduced to
그저
irrelevance, it becomes
순간에 지나지
limited to a
않을
fleet.
뿐이라면.
If it becomes limited to a fleeting moment,
생각해 보세요.
think about it. We can get an
우리는
endless supply of
질
high
좋은
quality
고기들을
meat.
무한하 그냥 질 좋은
And it's not
고기도
just any
아니라
meats. The flesh will come
수많은
from
사람이
livestock
매달려
research and
연구하고
improve with the combined
개량한
efforts of countless
그런
minds.
드물고도
That's the
질
quality and
좋은
rarity we're
가축들의
talking
고기를
about.
말이죠.
Oh, I see. His goal is to make it so that they can be dismembered and regenerated so that you get a lot more meat from a single animal. I mean, if that cut down the price of meat, that'd be quite nice.
아무래도 동랑 씨도 로자 씨처럼
Dongrang
누구보다
has a love for
고기를
meat as
진심으로
deep as
사랑하시나
Roja's.
보네요.
Love you say.
사랑이라.
You know, you might be right. If endlessly devouring
시간과
time and care
관심을
could
끝없이
be
쏟는
called
게
love.
사랑이라면 그럴지도 모르겠네요.
Well, you usually do dedicate a lot of time and effort to stuff you care about.
둘이 묘하게 재수 없는 게 아까부터 끼리끼리 잘 노는구만.
Oh, I guess a bunch of snobby bunches get along well, huh? Don't beat up our client, okay, Heathcliff? Oh, it depends how they behave. The concept of universally available commercialized sensu beans and universally available kensu beans are not the same. You know what? That is a good point, actually. Plus, I still can't forget just how a lot of this world has been run by what we've seen, so it's probably good to still be wary of it, no matter how technically useful a lot of this stuff is. We see live chickens whose wings and limbs are being sliced instantly. They don't even struggle as they feel no pain. Okay, yeah, that seems like a horror movie. Yeah, chickens and livestock being sliced apart like living bonsai trees. Why am I suddenly reminded of Attack on Titan? Is this how the nanobots look? All I see is liquid.
아니 내 눈엔 그냥 액체랑 다를 바 없어 보이는데.
너무나 작은 입자가
When
유동성을 가지면
infant small
유체와
particles have
다름없어 보이는
fluidity, they will
법이니까요.
look pretty much the same as fluid. Yeah, I figured he was about to say that. Is it really necessary to go this far just for
이렇게까지
food?
해야 하는 거예요?
As long as we don't have to deal with the corporate future food capsules, that'd be nice. Those are usually, those kind of suck for a reason. And yeah, I do know they exist for a reason, for the same reason military hardtack exists, but that doesn't exactly make them an ideal meal either.
어렸을 때부터 육즙이 흐르는 고기를
Oh,
먹고
the
자란
sight is too
도련님은
disgusting to
고기가
handle for a rich
역하신
boy who grew
거구나.
up on juicy meat, huh?
꼬맹이,
Kiddo, there's
밥을
lots of people in the
위해서는
world who'd go to
못할
any
것이
length
없는
for a
사람도
meal.
세상에 많아.
아니,
No, I
그거랑
mean, this isn't the
다르잖아요.
same. And my
그리고
family
저희
wouldn't eat any
가족들은
meat.
고기를 먹지 않는
I was an
분들이었어요.
exception, though.
저는 아니긴
Right,
했지만.
Sinclair's family basically had full body prosthetics. They probably didn't need to eat most of the time.
왜 굳이 이런
Why did it
형태여야
have to
해요?
be like? Does it have to
그러니까
be like
제 말은
this? What I'm trying to say is,
아, 하려는 말이 뭔지
I
알 것
think I know
같아요.
what you're getting at.
역시 조금
It does feel
부자연스럽죠.
unnatural, doesn't it? If it
단순히
was simply for the sake of
신분
improving
개선을
food,
위한
there could have been
충분히
much
더
more efficient
효율적인
ways
방식이
to go
있을
about
텐데요.
it.
아,
That's the
적어도
only
이거
thing I can
하나는
say for sure.
확실하네.
If this
진작에
technology had been
기술이
made
뒷골목에
available in the
전부
back
퍼졌더라면
streets,
나와 친구들은
my friends and I wouldn't have had to
쓰레기통이나
rummage through the
뒤지고
trash
다니진 않았을
cans.
거야.
기술.
Technology.
아니요.
No. This is much
이것은
more
한낱
than breeding.
사육이요. 저치들은
They'll
날 수
never
있다는
realize
것도
they have the
평생
ability to
모를 것이야.
fly for their entire lives. Why does it feel like Yisang is not talking in the literal sense? This is no more than breeding. Yeah, this is no more than breeding on it. Yisang spoke, staring directly at Dongrang. It's unusual for him to take this much interest in matters. Yisang doesn't talk much, but from what I've noticed, he usually has something very relevant to say each time it does. I'm gonna make a point to listen to anything he has to say whenever he speaks up. No matter what it is, no matter how cryptic, I get the sense it's gonna be very important.
반론합니다.
I must
밝은
object.
본래
Chickens
날지
cannot fly in the first
못하거니와
place unless
이
this
기술은 현재
technology
수많은
is providing
시민에게
quality
질적인
welfare to
복지를
many. Correction. Farm chickens typically have their wings clipped so that they cannot fly. Wild chickens can fly. Have you seen the imagery on each sinner's ego shards? I think so. I've also read the opening bit from the prologue when they were all introduced, but it's been a while since both. But Yisang did mention that he doesn't talk much. I found it interesting that Ryoshu had a... Apparently they gave us a kill switch for Ryoshu if we ever needed it. I'm surprised we get one for her and not like Heathcliff or Dawn or whatever, but... Like it said, it's probably good to not get on any of their bad sides, so... We'll keep that for a last resort. Oh yeah, and there's Otis. Otis is particularly interesting because her profile says do not trust her, but she seems to be the... she seems to really simp for the manager, so... It's possible that she's just trying to get us to lower our guard around her, or it could be that she had a failing in her past, like maybe she wasn't loyal and regrets it, so she's trying to make up for it now. There's definitely a lot we're going to be learning about them, and I'm pretty confident that just one chapter per Sinner is not going to be the whole thing. Like, Sinclair's definitely ended with a lot of loose ends that are clearly going to be picked up later on. It's definitely not going to be, it's definitely not going to be a one-and-done situation, is what I'm saying. So I'll have to see how things go as they develop.
괜찮아요,
It's
삼조씨.
okay, Samjo.
본래는
For someone who
눈조차 잘
usually wouldn't look
마주하지
others in the
않던
eye
사람이
to glare directly
누군가를
at a
떠다시는
person,
건가? 그만큼
that's a sign of
절박하다는
desperation, isn't it?
사육은
The husbandry. Something seems to have happened in the
연구실에
lab.
지금 연구실로 가는 게
Will
좋은
it be a good choice to
선택일까요?
head there now?
괜찮을 거야,
It'll be fine,
삼조씨.
Samjo. They're skilled enough that they got out of
이분들은
a scuffle with
우리
K-Corp
재생
security
앰플을
armed with our
장착한
regenerative
K이사
amp
경비들과도 맞서
without a
싸워놓고
scratch.
생체계
Here we are. Terrorism. Damn it, it's always terrorism. Alright, let's fix this problem. Get the maximum bonus we can, and let's have some fun.
배가 파보죠.
An explosion has been detected. Please protect yourselves from danger by swiftly moving under your desks. Intimidating machine. Oh, that looks like one of those diagrams for a virus.
아, 잘못 발사됐다.
Whoops, that was a misfire. Huh. What does that say? DOS? A second explosion has been detected. Please activate the regeneration ampoule in your possession, and please wait for K-Corp security staff that will arrive in 18 seconds of.
저 멘트는 여전하네.
Same old announcements. I
말은
wonder,
항상
why are
차분한
broadcasts like
목소리로
that
말해야
always
하는
told in such
건가?
calm voices? I'm pretty sure that's to keep people from panicking. A sort of keep a calm, orderly line. It's not going to work, but I get the sentiment.
숨이라도
One a
헐떡이면서
little gasping and
말해야지
panicking would be
사람들을
more effective at getting people to
대피시키는 데
evacuate.
효과적이지 않겠어? 역시
See,
기술이나
getting
과학
so
같은 것에만
preoccupied that all
몰두해서
technology
눈이
and science
멀어버리면
nonsense
감정에
stills your empathy
공감하려는
with
노동은
feelings.
없어진다니까.
Well, if everyone's panicking, they're all going to try and exit at the same time, and that means people get stuck at the door. And if they get stuck in the door, then no one can leave. You
말이
talk too
너무
much.
많아.
Be quiet.
조용.
모두
Is everyone
무사하십니까?
alright? If you want to
혹시라도
take
무사하지
a
않은
regeneration
분들은 재생
sample,
앰플을
the
받아가시면 됩니다.
cross-compatibility test is normally
교차
needed,
적합
but we're in
검사를
an
받아야 하긴
emergency.
하지만 일단 급하니.
Opinion. Attempted order is better than none at all. Yeah. I can understand that. You look
태어나네.
unfazed. Doesn't a terrorist attack
테러가
usually throw
벌어지면
everyone into
단체가 혼란에
chaos?
휩싸이지 않나?
The first attack did have everyone
테러엔
panicking. The
모두가
explosion
우왕좌왕했었죠.
detection broadcast didn't exist
그땐
either.
폭발
Master
감지 안내
Samjo hid
방송도
under his desk
없었거든요.
for quite some time. It was actually kind of
삼조
funny.
씨가 그때 책상에 한참 동안 숨어서 안 나왔는데.
As I keep
항상
saying,
말하지만
the attack
그건
occurred in
로비에서
the
일어난
lobby, and I was merely
테러였고
attempting to
저는
pick up a
책상
notebook
깊숙이
that fell
떨어진
under the
수첩을
desk.
주우려던
Somehow I knew he was
것뿐이었습니다.
immediately going to deny that.
심각하게 받아들이셔야
You must
합니다.
take the
동랑.
situation seriously, Mr.
둥지
Donggrang.
한복판에 있는
An attack on a
K사
K-Corp
연구실을
laboratory in the middle of a
보통 일이
nest is
아닙니다.
not a matter of course. For sure,
그러게.
they managed to arrive at the floor where the
이번엔
researchers
용케
are. Oh, I think
연구원들이
I
있는
sprained my
층까지
ankle,
도달했네요.
Samjo.
나 왼쪽 다리가 좀 삔 것 같아, 삼조 씨.
I watched as Samjo injected regeneration into Donggrang's body.
로보토미 지부를 점령하고 있다는
Are
테러
they the
집단.
terrorists occupying the
저자들인가?
Lobotomy Corp branch? Indeed.
맞아요.
Speak of the devil.
호랑이도
저 사람들이
They're
테러
part of a terrorist
단체들이라고요?
organization?
그다지
They don't really look
전투에
like well-trained
특화되어 있지는 않아
combatants.
보이는데요.
They might have hired just people off the streets that were unhappy with how things were being run. Oh, would you look at
꼬맹이가
that?
이제
You
그런
got an eye for that
눈썰미도
now,
생겼냐?
kid?
당연합니다.
It's
직접
natural.
전투에
They are the
나서는
ones
건
directly
저들이
engaging
아니니까.
in combat.
딱 보기에도
It should take a single
동랑님처럼
glance to
비실비실해
notice they
보이지
appear
않습니까?
lean and frail, just like Mr. Donggrang.
돈 있는 놈들은 직접 안
I've seen a
싸우더라도
bunch of rich
만에
solids
하나
that don't get into
모른다면서
fights still
신체
get
강화
body
시술을
enhancing
받고
augments just in case.
저보다
You sure they
엄청
aren't just acting weak?
꼭 그렇지만도
It is not
않습니다.
necessarily the case.
신체 강화 방법이
As
다양한
varied as ways to augment the body are, some may be
거부감을
repulsed by it,
괴로워하기도
physically or
하니까요.
mentally. Yeah, as we saw there in Canto 3, there definitely are people who would be against any kind of body modification, or at least that particular kind. There's ones that probably are against prosthetics, and indeed, there's probably going to be ones that are against enhancements for a similar reason.
통제에 따라서
Some nests even
거주민은
forbid the residents from
깃털들이
getting procedures
작은
above a certain level of
일정
power
무게를 이상의
if
시술을
they aren't
받는
qualified.
것을
Now that's
금지하는
probably to
것도
keep them under control.
아래 것들이 힘을
They
가져서
don't want the
들고
lowly to rise
일어나면
up and topple the ruling
곤란하기라도
class, eh?
하나 봐.
Yeah, Rodion
그치?
knows what's up.
그 가능성도
I couldn't
부정할
deny
수는
that
없겠네요.
possibility. Each nest likely has their own
있을
reasons.
하지만
But
근본적으로
fundamentally speaking,
시술은
augmenting
고출력
procedures are like
체감을
high-performing
흡수합니다.
vehicles. If an
감당 못할
unqualified
출력의
driver
체감
were to
같은
try and handle a vehicle with a
검증되지
power
않은
output
차가
above what they
다른다면.
can handle, that could also explain how the flesh augmentations the Inquisitors got turned them into mutants who could barely do much besides attack.
둥지 안에 여러
Layers under
질서는 금방이라도
of order in the
깨질
nest would
테니
fall apart in no time, so
그
they'd like
부분을
to
예방하는
pretend
차원일
that from
거예요.
prevent that from happening.
아,
Sorry to
열성적인
interrupt your
설명 중에
passionate
미안하지만
exposition,
참고로 전
but the pain
어묵사는
was
아니고
genuine for me,
진짜
just so you
아깝다.
know. Soon enough, people wearing familiar outfits appeared, along with the unforgettable beats of footsteps.
검문소에서 봤던
The ones from the checkpoint!
이제는 우리의
And now
든든한
there are reliable
아군이겠네요.
allies, at least. Those robots, they look seriously hostile.
5천의 과다
Hemorrhage within 5 seconds,
12cm
spinal
이상의
detachment of at least 12
척추
centimeters in length,
심장 동맥
direct
척추
impact on coronary
두개골
artery,
파.
destruction of the cranium.
그리하여 모든
These steps will ensure the enemy meets
불필요한
immediate
고통
death
없이 즉사
without unnecessary suffering. Okay, so they didn't fall asleep in anatomy class, that's good to know.
불필요한 고통도
It can do
고통이지만
that, but it wasn't
그냥
mainly to fully
애매하게
destroy the
뇌가
brain so they
남아버리면
can't regenerate
되살아나버리니까.
themselves.
곤란해서 그런 거 아니었어?
So it still has limitations.
실례가 안 된다면
Hey, if you don't mind, could you pretend to be dead if this doesn't kill you right away? My buddy stayed up all night upgrading the
얘
insta-kill
어제
function.
밤새워서 즉사 기능 업그레이드 된 거거든.
Alright, so the regeneration has the piccolo limit where, or the head has to be, the brain has to still be in good shape.
조용.
봐봐,
Why?
내 말이
See, I
맞잖아.
told you, without recoil
저
distance, it only reaches as
반동거리로는
deep as the
후두엽까지만
occipital lobe.
통과된다니까?
Did you really
이걸
have to
꼭
learn that through
실전을 통해서
trial?
깨달아야 속이 후련하니?
Interesting, that was the same kind of injury the person from the bus at the start had. We thought it was from the abnormalities, and it might still have been, but...
진짜.
Damn it, it all should have gone all the way through the temporal lobe.
질 수 없죠.
We can't lose to them. We have
로봇은
robots
저희
of our
쪽에도
own.
있거든요.
They should be here any minute now.
곧 나타날 텐데. 아하.
Aha, there it is. The regeneration ampule
재생
administration
앰플
drone.
드론이요.
It must be
그래도
pretty handy to have
든든하겠어요.
those. Do they inject right as the staff
상처를
is
입을
injured?
때마다 즉각적으로 재생 앰플을 투여해 주는 건가요?
네.
Yes, as long as their heads aren't damaged, the ampule is injected before the golden time passes and their brain stops functioning. They're practically dying.
그들은 불사입니다.
Oh my.
장기가
Injuries like
관통되거나
holes in internal organs or
뼈가
broken
부러지는 것
bones can
정도는
be healed in
수초 내에 원상
seconds.
복구가 가능하니까.
그렇다고
Even still,
아픔조차
they
못
wouldn't be immune to
느끼지는 않을
pain.
텐데요.
How can they be so calm
저들은
about
왜
it?
이렇게 태연하게
Well, I mean, how are you guys so calm about dying so often?
심지어
They
바로
won't even
옆에
bat an
있는
eye at a
동료의
cow
신체가
league fighting next to them
절단되어도
being cut
눈길조차
down.
안 주잖아요.
당연한 일이다.
Natural behavior. Common trivia. Abnormality designation codes for risk level classification are granted to abnormalities or abnormality-related entities. Interesting. Natural behavior.
몇 초 내에 복구가
All
된다면
wounds can be healed upon seconds. All
판단은
judgment regarding
부수적인
it
일이
will be
될
secondary.
그렇다면
If that's the case, will we
저희도
become like that
언젠가는
eventually?
저렇게 변하는 걸까요?
Yeah, that's kind of Hong Lu was saying exactly what I was.
그런 걸 왜 생각하는지 모르겠고.
I don't see a reason to think about such things. I guess he's not saying it, but I think Merceau might actually be bothered by that possibility, so he's not bothering to think about it. And Corpse Inquisitor have utilized something that can result in that back in Canto 3. That would explain why they were treated as abnormality fights, even though technically they were just augmented. Horribly augmented and mad science gone wrong, but still. I was just
궁금하잖아요.
curious. I will say Hong Lu is really growing on me.
그런데
By the
여기
way,
못
who are these
보던
new
옷 입고
faces with
있는
unfamiliar
뉴페이스들은
outfits?
누구야?
Anyone want to
자기
introduce
소개해줄 사람?
yourselves?
우리가 알 바는 아니지.
It's none of our business.
맞아.
True, but it's kind of
그런데
awkward just
계속
face
마주보고
them. Someone's got
있으려니까
to
조금
talk.
어색해서.
No?
고작 테러 조직
Why should we
따위한테
introduce ourselves?
왜
We're a terrorist
자기소개를 해야 하죠?
organization.
우린 테러
Oh, we're
조직
no mere
따위가.
terrorist organization.
말 조심.
Watch your words. We are the terrorist organization.
나는 그 어감
I don't hate the sound of
나쁘지
it. It
않은
lines
것
up with my
같아.
beliefs when I was 4.
4살 때 내
I had to answer the
가치관과
call of a
맥락은
grad
같아서.
school because the paper I wrote on
11살 때
atoms
쓴
won a
원전 논문이
prize at the age of 11.
당선되면서 어쩔 수 없이 대학원에 부름을 받게
Alright, so we
됐지만
got some geniuses here.
조용히.
Oh, shut it. We're the
우리는
Technology
기술 해방
Liberation Alliance.
어떤 기술을 해방시키는
Liberate
거죠?
what technologies exactly?
기술이라는 것도
Does technology
자유를
itself
원하는
yearn for
건가요?
freedom? Now that's very interesting. Does technology yearn for freedom? Does the creators have the right to keep them restrained if they wish to be free?
아마도
Maybe
저
they're talking about
연구실
the
안에
animals in
있는
the lab,
동물들
perhaps?
아닐까요?
Also a very...
들었어?
Hear that? He thinks we're animal protectors or
쟤
something.
우리가 동물 보호사라도 되는 줄 아나 본데. 미안한데.
Sorry, but that went out of fashion long ago. You think we're working day and night
끝났단다.
assembling machines just
우리가
to fight for
행복하게
happily
자라나
raised
건강하게
chickens
튀겨진
fried in
치킨이나
healthy oil?
씹자고. 잘 시간까지 갈아가면서 기계들을 조립하는 줄 알아?
I mean, in this universe, I would not be at all shocked if that was the case. So, is it?
특히
Type
X-32
X32 bolts
볼트는
are so
요새
hard to
구하기도
get these
힘들어서
days. We
다른
have to
종지를
order them from
통해서만
other
주문해야
nests.
돼.
Do you have any idea how much
세금이 얼마나
tax is
붙는지 알아?
added?
X-32형
You can
볼트는
substitute X32 by casting a C9 bolt and tempering it
2시간 간격으로
to an
담금질을
interval
하면
of 2
대체가
hours.
가능합니다.
어디서 가짜
You aren't gonna win us over by acting smart. Trivia or minor? Well, from Lobotomy Corp, the designated abnormality classification codes are one type Inquisitor encountered that matches the designation of a known abnormality of Aleph classification. Isn't that the highest one? Huh. Yeah, I've never played Lobotomy Corp or Library of Ruina, so a lot of that I'm probably gonna have to check out after I get through this one, but... Huh, interesting. I've also been told that there's actually no Aleph tier egos yet. Is that true? Huh. Interesting. I'm guessing they're gonna save for a special occasion if that's the case. Yes, again. Ah. Interesting. Oh, huh? No, wait. She might be right.
아니야.
That could work.
그럴 듯해.
Could you tell us why you're offering advice to our enemies, Miss Faust?
이해 못하시겠죠.
You wouldn't understand. Researchers have a
연구원들에겐
creed much more
죽음보다
valuable than
중요한
life.
신념 같은 것이 있답니다.
It's probably good we're not too open about this because I get the sense we should probably keep that Limbus is involved to on the down low. Crude Sawblade bot. The Wrecking Ball bot looks like those demonstrations of viruses, and the Crude Sawblade bot looks like something out of Battle Bots. So. Risk levels from Zayn to 11 initially formed by Lobotomy Corps to delineate different containment. Risk level does not equate, but it is correlated to strength in combat. Interesting. So it gives an idea, but it's not be-all, end-all.
해보겠네.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았기 때문에 대상 사망, 징수 진행 불가. 마무리.
깔끔하게 물었군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, nice.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니.
I need to keep borrowing these ones that give a bonus just so I can have max. It's not strictly necessary, but I do like having it all the same.
차근차근 그어서
Here we are.
되갚아보죠.
It also helps I don't actually have a good ID for Honglu in the general sense yet. Once I gather enough shards, I'm probably going to focus particularly on Faust if I don't have a better ID for her by then. I'm told her butler one is fine, but there's definitely a lot of better ones I could be using. And since I want to focus on the Arcanite's egos, I definitely need to be wary of that.
내가 눈에
Ishmael could also probably use a good upgrade.
차 부숴줄 테다.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
차 부숴줄 테다. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
random hodgepodge team, but they do work.
일기당천. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
Decay
언젠가
ampules.
재회할 날 꼭 내게도
Interesting.
은자를 풀어주시오.
That name gives very interesting implication
네,
given
그것만을
we know those
바라고
regeneration ampules
온몸
정리 시간이다.
should be a lot of fun.
뭐 확실히
That
편리하긴 해
certainly
보이네.
looks convenient. Broken
뼈가
bones
부러진
heal
것
up in a
정도면
matter of
순식간에
moments.
복구된다니.
K사에서 이
K-Corp
재생
provided us with
앰플의
an
개량을 위해
astronomical sum of research
천문학적인
grants to support
연구비를
research on
지원해줬어요.
improving this ampule.
슈렌느가
Do
알면
keep this a
세
secret from
달은
Shirley,
화낼지도
please. She
모르니까
might get mad
비밀이에요.
mad at me about it for 3 months.
시계는
Clock would only
그까지
wind the
고통이
thing after we
얼마나
died. Scared of a little
무서웠는지.
hurting.
우리가 죽어야지만 시계를 돌리더군.
나 지금
I
오른손
think I
뼈에 조금
cracked a bone in
금이
my
간 것
right hand. Can I get an
같은데
ampule? It's a
앰플
bit
맞아도
harder to
되지?
grip my
도끼
axe.
주기가 영 불편하네.
Roger stood in front of a K-Corp drone extended arm.
환영합니다.
Welcome,
언제나
K-Corp drones
당신의
are already
건강을
here,
위하는
always here for
K사
your health.
드론입니다.
Administering
재생
regeneration
앰플을
ampule.
주입하겠습니다. 주입 불가.
Cannot administer.
선제-50
Friendly entities of type
혈전 주입은
3J54
가능하다.
are eligible for
재생
serum
앰플은
injection, but
치료자를
regeneration may
접촉할
only be
수 있습니다.
administered
따라서 현재
for
상황에서
patients
주입이 불가능하다고
hemorrhaging
알려드립니다.
1 liter or
그렇죠?
more of blood.
내 피임플
Also,
그것도
since you have not taken a
건강에
cross-compatibility
진행하지
test for
않기에
ampules,
예외는
we do not take
책임지지 않음을
responsibility for possible
부탁드립니다.
side effects.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
뭐?
What? What are you
무슨
talking about?
소리야?
Want me to cuff an
그럼
arm or a
팔다리 중
leg or
하나라도
something?
달려오라는 거야?
이미
They're-
그러고
They're
있잖아요.
already doing that.
저
Look at the
K사
K-Corp
경비들.
staff.
재생 앰플을
They're cutting up their own
주입받으려고
limbs to get the
스스로
ampule.
신체를 자르고
어쩔 수 없습니다.
It's a necessary
생치기
requirement.
하나
It would
날
be a
때마다
tremendous
재생 앰플을
financial
사용하는
waste
건
to use regeneration
심각한 비용
ampules for every
낭비니까요.
little scratch.
굳이 비교를 하고 싶지
I hate to make
않지만
comparisons, but its
당신네
value is
같은
far above the
중소기업은
caliber of small
함부로 쓰지도
firms
못할
like yours.
가치입니다.
Yeesh. It looks like a bit dangerous here. These machines are too rough. They might get me killed if not careful. I might want to stay away from the fray for a bit just to be safe. A shame Dante doesn't get IDs and egos, but I suppose he has an arguably more important role anyways. Just then something grazed my head. I mean, my head with a threatening shrill. Ah. Right as another projectile flew, Ishmael stretched her arm to take the hit. Turning the direction they came from, I didn't find enemy robots. Instead, there were K-Corp drones, glaring with red.
관리자님, 괜찮으십니까?
Executive manager, are you alright?
제가 대신
I'm the one who got
맞았는데요.
hit, Otis.
이 오티스가 대신
I should
맞았어야
have taken the
했습니다.
projectile for you.
젠장.
Curses. Yeah, Otis's ridiculous loyalty is definitely something suspicious. It might not necessarily mean she's trying to earn our trust for a betrayal later, but could mean that she failed something because of a poor loyalty or something.
저기요.
Excuse me. Huh.
니놈들의 그
See
비싼
what your
연구비를
robots
만든
that cost
로봇이 결국
must the
오작동을
bomb maker
일으키는군.
doing? It fired an
아군을 오인
ally.
사격했잖아.
반론합니다.
I must
그건
object.
오인
That
사격이
was
아니었습니다.
not friendly fire. Samjo yelled from behind, raising his hand high.
다만
However, it does appear that
예외 처리가
exceptions
미처
couldn't
되지
be
못한
fully
모양이군요.
configured. I apologize
그
for
점은
that
사과의 말씀을 드립니다.
particular shortcoming.
무슨 헛소리를.
What rubbish are you?
알다시피
As you're aware, you've
당신들이
come to this
이곳까지
place
들어오게
purely
된 건
thanks to
순전히
Mr.
동랑님의
Dongrang's
단독
whim.
덕분입니다. 이곳에 손님이
Having
방문하는
visitors in this
경우는
place is an
극히
extremely
드문
rare
일.
occurrence, and as such,
따라서
a factor
미처
that was
고려되지 못했던
not
사항에
taken into
해당되죠.
consideration.
그게
What
대체
are you
무슨
talking
소리인데요?
about? Oh, so they're programmed to attack anything that's not K-Corp, period.
K사 재생
That
드론의
K-Corp regenerator
쓰임새는 단순한
drone does
치료가
more than
전부가
heal
아니라는
people.
소리입니다.
왜?
Why does it look like
제 몸이
Why is my
녹아가고
body
있는 것처럼
melting?
보이죠?
Can
누가
anyone
한
make it
명이라도
make
알아듣게.
sense?
얘기.
K사 드론은
Normally,
평소엔
K-Corp
부상자들에게
drones
재생 앰플을
administer regeneration
주입시켜주지만
ampules to injured personnel.
전장
However,
이탈자들에게는
it
붕괴
injects a
앰플을
decay
주입시킵니다.
ampule to deserters. It shot a decay ampule at me because it thought I was trying to escape the combat zone.
역겹군 그래.
Ain't that revolting? Think you could pull off a summary execution when there isn't even a war going on?
그래.
Yeah, why not just make the drones fight instead?
싸우는 게 낫지 않겠어?
당신이 있던
The Nestor
둥지에서는
promised to
인명에
value
대한
human
가치가
life, am I
높았나
right?
봅니다. 그렇죠. 저 기계들은
The value of
한
each
대당
drone we have here
2등급
far
직원 10명의
surpasses that
가치와
of 10
맞바꾼다고
Class 2
해도
staff members
비교가 안 될 만큼의
combined.
비용을
Do you
지릅니다.
understand?
이해하시겠나요?
Honestly, I'm surprised you even consider that there'd be a human life valued by the company at all. You should understand, you accept it. I've had a crappy coercion shoved in my face way too many times. I don't feel like complying anymore.
이해는 되네요.
I do understand where you're coming
모의
from.
전장에
Those research that
K-사트론을
revealed deploying
도입함으로써
K-Corp's drones in
아군의
simulated
승률이
battle increases odds of
23.5%
victory by
상승하였다는 연구 결과도
23.5%.
있었어요.
That's actually a very high improvement. That's basically between 1/5 and 1/4 the odds. It's pretty damn good.
연구자들
It was
사이에서는
pretty famous
꽤나
paper
인지도
among
있게 알려진
scholars.
논문이었죠.
예로부터 전장의
Since
사기를
old
떨어뜨리는
times,
가장
deserters who try
큰
to flee from
원인은
battle have been pointed out as a greater detractor of morale than the threat of overwhelming oppression
전장
or
이탈자들이었다.
weakness of the leader.
전장 이탈자의
Public
공개적인
punishments from
처벌은
deserters are historically a proven
역사적으로도 증명된
tactic
사례가
supported by
다분해
many examples.
효과적인 전술 방법이지.
I believe that even, and yeah, I believe a lot of old empires used to do that as well. Understand all you like then.
이해.
Hey, they don't have to like it, they just have to know that it happened. Wait, what are you all talking about? Look at Ishmael, she's melting. Apologies for my
실례했습니다, 관리자.
negligence, executive manager.
시계 돌릴 때의
I failed to
고통을
consider the suffering you must
미처
endure
헤아리지
when you turn the
못했습니다.
clock. Wait, that's not what I'm...
신속하게 돌리셔야겠군요.
You might want to hurry if that's your concern. Her
지금
heart should
정도의
still be intact in her
상태면
current state.
심장까지는 보존되어 있을 테니까요. 관리자님,
Manager, what'll happen to me?
어떻게 되는 거죠?
The clock turns its hand with agony. Meanwhile, Yisang was staring at the empty ampules rolling on the floor. Yeah, I think it's clear that Yisang is the one this chapter is going to be focusing on. Which also explains why he knows a bit more about this.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Well, like I said, he's very quiet, but he always says something notable when it happens, so... I will definitely take note when he does, whenever he says something.
얼얼하지?
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 예상 못했나봐. 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 차 부숴줄 테다.
Just probably auto battle most of these.
바람 불어오는데 집중을 봐라. 장부에서 삭제.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이런 대상 사망, 징수 진행 불가.
T-Corp Dong may be primarily a tank, but her damage certainly isn't disappointing, at least not at this point.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 처음 온 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘
I
생각해보라고.
can grab a supply drink while this is going. Oh dear, I'm already out.
차 부숴줄
I'll have to grab another one in a bit. BNs like this are usually going to do usually require a lot of hydration, so I'll grab another one later.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
No damage, but that's a pretty good tremor count at least. Unsteady units threshold. Ooh. Less tremor count. Yeah, Don Quixote gives a lot of tremor. So I've got a decent amount of rupture on this team. Plus also Don Quixote gives some good aim. Game 3 poise or bleed resistance. Take your damage and bleed, reduce it. Bind speed 1.
해보겠네. 이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
넌 예상 못했나 봐.
Yeah, the ones that are staggered should be obliterated this turn, so everything else comes time. Smack, smack, smack.
얼얼하지?
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Excellent.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
이 경로는 스모덱이 나쁘지 않군 거네.
해보겠네. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
I have noticed characters of the same faction seem to synergize rather well with each other from what I've been reading about them, so... Like for this team, I'll probably want to use the ninja team members a lot since they work rather well together. Sadly, there's no Ninja Don Quixote yet. I keep calling Heisho ninjas, sorry.
저 부숴줄 테다. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Wave 2. Ooh, what's this one? Solid combined bot. Ah, so they can combine Voltron style. Wow, that's a lot of attacks.
일기당천.
Fragility should take care of it like it did all the others, though.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
Oh, it also deals rupture.
일기당천.
Go through the easy mode for this. I don't think this requires a delicate touch.
제쳐라.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 바람 불어오는 깔끔하게 몰았군. 빨봐라.
맘. 헛!
장부에서 삭제.
Yeah. Dude. Hello, Technicus. Welcome.
마침내 굴레 하나를
We're
끊었어.
in the middle of Canto 4.
두려움 없이
Sadly, I
나아갈 수
forgot to
있는
update the,
아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진
Embarrassingly,
것이야.
when I started the stream, I accidentally had the one
그러니
I was playing yesterday involved, so I had to update
언젠가
it there.
제외할
Oh, that's cool, the way the
꼭
smokestack works.
은자를 풀어주시오.
It's supposed to be a
네,
bus, but it
그것만을
has a... looks like a
온몸에
train.
피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
Reclaiming.
다들 집중! 지원이 도착했다.
Attention everyone, the reinforcements have arrived.
저 사람들은 뭐지?
Who are these people?
그러게요.
For sure, who could those be,
누구야,
Shirin?
슈렌느?
Maybe
나 말고
friends
새
other
친구들을
than me?
사귀었어?
I'm not sure if flirting now is the best time to be flirting, but whatever.
이번에 우리 팀
The
연구소랑
fixers from Rose
협업하고
Spanner's
있는
workshop, the ones
장미스카나
working on the
공방의
current project.
헬스들이잖아.
They've visited
몇
several times
번이나
already.
오갔는데 얼굴
You
좀
really should be
봐라.
familiar by now.
안녕하십니까.
Pleasure to meet you.
장미스패너
I'm
공방
Naiko,
대표
representative of the
니코라고
Rose
합니다.
Spanner workshop. The enemy's face is clouded over at the unexpected arrival of reinforcements.
재미없네.
Boring,
돌아가자.
boring. Let's head back.
뭐 그래.
Wait, what? Oh, sure,
돌아가자.
we'll leave.
역시
Would you look at that?
저희의
Aura made them
포스에
flee in
다
terror.
겁을 먹고 도망갔군요.
Damn, aura farming actually worked this time.
고마워 슈렌느 씨.
Thanks, Shrin. This made me seriously consider the
이러다가
possibility your
진짜
department might be picked
내년
as the best
최우수
next year
부서장을
for the first
네가
time.
가져갈 수도 있겠다는 생각을 처음으로 하게 되었어.
잘난 그
Shame about your
상장패들 다
precious trophies being
박살나서
destroyed,
어떡하냐.
huh?
슈렌느님
Miss Shrin,
실례지만
pardon me for
설마
suspecting, but
박살날
did you not
때까지
perchance
기다리다가
wait until the
오신 건
trophies were
아니라
broken before bringing
믿겠습니다.
reinforcements? Did you?
이런 것쯤은 괜찮아.
Oh, I don't mind losing them.
사진만
As long as
멀쩡하면.
the photo is fine.
직접 눈앞에서
Sheesh, the
목격하니까
damage they left is pretty
그랬던 것보다
severe,
피해가
now that I'm
심각하다.
seeing it firsthand.
자칫하면
It could have
연구원들까지
gone all the
모조리 죽을
researchers
뻔할 수
killed
있는
if things went
상황이었어.
wrong.
네, 그렇기
Indeed, which is why we
때문이라도
must eliminate
하루빨리
them and
저들을
reclaim the
소탕하고
facility they've
빼앗긴
occupied as
연구실을
soon as
탈환해야 하는
possible.
상황입니다. 어째서
Why then does
K사에서는
K-Corp
지원하지
not
않소?
provide assistance?
그야
Clearly it's because they don't want the general
둥지
public to know that such a thing
한복판에
happened
이런
in the
일이
nest,
있었다는 걸
don't you think?
숨겨야 하니까 아니겠어요?
But what about the giant abnormality attacking the public?
그 일은 무고의
While I may
깃털이
concede on
엮였으니
that matter that as
자치하겠으나
innocent feathers were involved,
이번엔
this concerns researchers in a
K사와
lab
연루된
directly affiliated with the
연구원
wing.
연구소의 일.
연고지와
It's
연계되어
evidence that they
있음에도
want to
연막
remain
속에
discreet
연금에
that
들만한
much,
일인 거
don't you think?
아니겠어요? 아무튼 그래서
Anyway, I
말이죠.
ought to bring a generous
특별히
supply of
여러분들
regeneration ampules
목까지
for
재생 앰플을
all to use.
넉넉하게
Now would be a good
챙겨야겠어요.
time to depart, right?
지금
동랑 씨,
We're going on a
놀러 가는 거
picnic,
아니야?
Dongrang. Are you gonna be
괜찮겠어?
okay?
네,
No problem. Seeing you
여러분이
in battle
전투하는
made me all the
모습을
more
직접
reassured
보니까
about accompanying
더욱
you.
안심하고 함께해도 될 것 같아요.
참고로
Just so you know, the
저희를
technology our manager
관찰한다
Dante uses is
관리사
on a different
단테시가
level compared
사용하는
to K
기술은 K사 인플의
corpses and
재생과로 그를
nucleus.
달리하는
Rather than
도공의
regenerate,
한계예요.
it restores.
따라서
Therefore,
K사의
observing it will not
특이점이나
provide much
재생
insight that can be
인플
applied to
크게
K
도움되지
Corp
않을 거예요.
singularity or regeneration ampules.
치료가 아닌
Restoration, not healing.
복원이라.
설마 단테 씨의
Is he trying to
눈물을
copy
보고
Dante's
보살치킨
ability like that
집정생의
shady bought us
세상처럼
off our chicken guy
산업스타일
tried with his
하려고?
rival? Oh, I
그런
wouldn't do
짓은
such
하지
a thing.
않아요.
I'm not the
전
type of person to cram
소화시키지도
down
못할
food
것을
that I know I
억지로
can't
먹는 타입은
digest.
아니라서요.
당신 같은 경우는
Oh, don't worry. Even
전투에
though
능한
I
부하들을
can't
보내는
eat
게
certain foods,
일반적일
sometimes the
텐데
taste makes me ignore that.
구태여 최전선이라 표창이라도
I'm
받고
sorry, it's
싶은
just too
건가?
delicious. It has become common practice for someone like you to send capable underlings to do the fighting, yet you insist on being on the front. Are you that hungry for medal?
아니요, 그곳엔
Oh no. It's that I left.
미처
A
챙기지
number of
못하여
things I could not take with
놓고 온
me in
것들이
time.
제법 많거든요. 연속
Like the
3년
photo
우수상 받은
commemorating my third
기념사진이랑
consecutive year winning the
K사
Excellence
감사
Award,
트로피랑
the plaque of
연구실
appreciation from
확장
K-Corp, the
기념사진이랑
photo taken to celebrate my lab's
또 뭐
expansion, and what else was there, Samjo?
삼조 씨?
Classified documents
연구와
concerning the
관련된
research,
비밀 문서가
sir.
있었습니다.
Sounds like this guy's a very nostalgic person. So it's more you want to gain back the medals you
받은 것을
had.
가져오고 싶은 것이었나?
아 맞다.
Oh right.
그것도
That
빼먹었네요.
too. You really
그냥
did
그
barely
멍뚱이만
manage to escape
건설해서
there, huh?
수준이구만.
동랑 저
I
자식은
guarantee you
태어나서
that nerd
주먹질한 건
Dongbrang
안
never swung a
해봤을걸?
fist in his life.
속
He's too
편한
carefree.
놈이야.
At least bring some
나처럼
fixers like me.
해결사들이라도 데려가든가.
6-star. Oh, congratulations.
슈렌느 씨,
Is your department
그쪽 구성하시는 겁니까?
going as well, Miss Shirin?
이번 작전에
I don't see
성공한다고
how you could
해서
benefit from the success
당신
of this
부서는 아무
operation.
이득이 없을 텐데요.
동료 셋이
3 of my
죽었어.
coworkers died in their
지난번
last
그
attack.
테러로. 이득이랑
I've
손해만
lost too much
따지면서
to care about
움직이기엔
interests and benefits.
나도 말.
슈렌느 씨. 그렇다면 저
Shirin, in that
해결사분들
case, would I be
출장
correct to
비용은
assume that
슈렌느
payments
씨
for the
부서에서
fixers will be handled
지급해주는
by your department? You just can't
언제까지고
stop being
재수
such
없는
an
놈들이네
irritating
진짜.
bunch. You remember the name? Yeah, there's a...
탈환해야 할
The
로보토미
Lobotomy Corp
지구는
branch we must
이곳에서
reclaim
멀지
is
않은
not too
위치에
far from
있습니다.
here.
다 같이
Let's head there together.
이동하시죠.
I was hoping I
여러분들이
could get a
타고
ride
온
on your
버스
bus.
저도
What a
한번
shame.
타보고 싶었는데 아쉽네요.
다음에
I'll secure you an
태워드리겠습니다.
opportunity next time.
얼른
Let's
출발하시죠.
keep moving for now. I don't know, man. The survival rate of people who travel with us for any length of time is not very good. Actually, technically speaking, even our survival rate is in the shitter. So, given how much we have to undo it, so maybe it's better you don't come with us.
Huh?
Huh?
누구
Who do you think
마음대로?
you are to decide that? The mission felt particularly tumultuous.
그래서 말이야.
And then you
내가
see, I
딱
bet chips
힘을
are
건
declared
다음에
like this.
이렇게 말. 올인.
All in.
그만 듣고 싶어.
I want to stop hearing that. It's giving me
어떤 멀미가
nausea.
생겼다고.
역시
There's nothing
J-사
like a head
카지노에서는
shake poker
도이도이
at J-Corp's
포커만한 게 없죠.
casinos. Those
죽치고
people who sit
슬롯
at the
머신을
slot
하는
machines all day
놈들은
long.
죄다
They're all
머저리에
morons.
뭐야?
Why, you mean there's
슬롯
something
머신에
up with
뭐
the
지가
machines?
부린 거라도 있는 거야? 이건
This is something I haven't told
진짜
anyone
아무에게도
else.
안 알려준
You see,
정보인데. 잠깐, 좀 더
hold on, I
자세히
gotta
말해봐.
explain in more detail. Things are lively this time around.
난
DLI. She says she doesn't like it, whispered Sinclair. Don't like it. I whispered back saying, oh, I know. The age of humanity. Sure, I don't mind using a box for this. I should buy those from the shop next so that I can go for a little longer. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to beat the whole thing tonight since there's 54 total nodes, but I can at least get a good ways in. Poziomka. Ah, not bad. She is particularly good at focusing down targets, especially if you have her summoned familiar, the typewriter, focus on the same target as her. Or you can split them to target at 2 places at once. You can definitely have a lot of fun with her, or if you're the type that likes to strategize, especially with summons. She's also very good at punching through enemies with very high defenses. I've used her to kill a few bosses myself. Alright, let's see here. Age of Humanity.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
The group remained consistently noisy until the moment we arrived.
고요
Only
속에서
in tranquility
우아하게
can art
예술이
bloom in its
피어나야
full
하고.
grace.
어느 팀에나
There's
재수
always
없는
gonna be
놈들이
some
설치는 건
snobby jerk on
여전하지.
any team.
동감이다.
I must agree, I can't tell
의뢰를
they're here to
수행하려
handle
온
a
건지
request or
놀러
hang
온
out.
건지.
They loosen up way too easily.
토크는 긴장감 풀려서는.
하지만 적어도
If there's one fortunate
이곳에
thing, however, it's that we
환상체들은
will not
없을 거예요.
encounter any
불행
abnormalities
중
here.
다행이랄까요?
How much you want to bet that's going to change very shortly? Why doesn't this person keep talking to me?
사실
To tell you
처음에
the truth, the
환상체라는
first
것들을
encounter with
보았을 땐
abnormalities was a series
충격의
of shocking
연속이었어요.
revelations.
참
It was a hybrid,
하이브리드였다고나
so to
할까요?
speak. I wouldn't have been
사람의
able to
무의식을
conceive of such a
이용한
concept as
신에너지
developing a
개발이다.
new source of energy from the human
저로서는 상상도
subconscious.
못할 발상이었으니까요. 이제
I
평범하고
believe that
흔한
the so
그
widespread and standard.
아,
What was again? Oh, yes,
인간의
the
시대는
age of humanity is coming to
끝나가고
an
있다고
end.
생각해요.
Now is the age of superior to
지금은
minds.
최우수한
Not too many have
분야의
realized
시대죠.
this with their hearts
그걸
yet.
마음으로 깨달은 자들은 아직 많이 없기도 하고요.
Is this gonna be like Magneto's age of Homo Superior? Because something tells me it's not going to go well for anyone involved if that's the case. What's an age of humanity?
그러니 당신들이
You have no idea how
합류해줘서
glad I
제가
was to have
얼마나
you on
기뻤는지
board.
모를 거예요.
Some one-sided conversation that was. It's worse than the ones I have with Virgilus. Dang, doesn't that say something? Was it ever a conversation if one of us never communicated their thoughts to the other?
인기척이 들리군요.
I hear some movement. I think you're the only one here who has to keep his mouth shut.
자, 어느
Yeah, I've got a
쪽일지
good amount of
잘
envy and gluttony on this team.
생각해보라고.
How?
자,
Shouldn't be too hard.
어느 쪽일지 잘
By the
생각해보라고.
momentum.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이런 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
반항하지 마.
깔끔하게 물었군. 깔끔하게 물었군.
테러범들은
I did
안
not see any
보이네요.
terrorists.
안심해.
Relax,
재생
I have a ton of
앰플은 넉넉히
regeneration ampoules, so
가져왔으니까
those murder
살인
machines can
기계들이 날
rampage all
죽여도
they
괜찮아.
want. I'm not sure we should be allowing them to rampage, but an ominous noise buzzed from the stop machines.
자, 다들
Alright, alright. You all hear me? Technology Liberation Alliance melted machine. I got pretty mad thinking you might have thought we ran off, so I'm gonna be sending you a message verbally. I'm about to tell you something real important, so listen up. Will you stop making a huge build-up for something that's gonna be disappointing? Pause, rouse tension, good. It's that you are. You're a bunch of worthless worms. That's right, you're all just worms. Give me a break, I was all ears for this load of nonsense. Gregor approached the speaker with a grumble, scratching the back of his head. Wait, Gregor. After playing the voice machine, to speed up and inflate.
기계의 온도가
The machine is
비정상적으로
heating to an
상승하며
unnatural degree.
부품이
Its
팽창하고 있어요.
components expanding.
어머,
Oh my, it really
그러네요.
is. That's a telltale sign of an imminent
전형적인
explosion.
압력 폭발의
Oh, great, we're gonna have to bring back
전조증
Gregor.
맞아요.
Indeed,
그리고
and that
그렇다는 말은?
means.
아이씨, 그 정신 나간
Wait
기계에서
a moment,
당장
get away from the damn
떨어지라고!
machine! Heathcliff, get Gregor away. They must have used the little
시간도
time they
얼마
had
없었을
to place
텐데
traps like this.
함정까지 정성스럽게 설치했나 보네요.
Their dedication is
존경스럽네요.
admirable. I'm raring to
이렇게
see the
된 거
mastermind behind all
설계자 얼굴을
this.
꼭 보고 싶을 정도예요.
Are all researchers like this? This really doesn't feel like a time for admirations.
숙명이죠.
Such is our fate.
이런 회수해야 할 시간보다 많이
Collected more than
징수해버렸네.
you're owed. Now the defaulters unfortunately perished.
하지만
Perchance it'll be the
산업자가
most to
생명을
return
다했으니
remaining time.
남은
Time vaults.
시간을 T사 시간금고로 환수하는 게 옳은 일이라는 생각도 드는군.
Technology Liberation Alliance.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
There we are.
되갚아 보죠.
Wave one.
해보겠네.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
얼얼하지?
It's good to break up the story with there's some fights here and there.
눈에
It's good to have some stuff that's just dialogue, again, plot progression, but it's also nice to have some stuff that's just beat up these machines.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
차 부숴줄 테다. 물 넘고 거꾸로
I must say, the humor in this game kind of, at times, sometimes even reminds me of Lisa's The Painful. Both in that it's generally pretty good, and also that it can be kind of dark at times. Like, a friend of me showed me that one Sinclair identity where he shoots himself if he fails a skill check or battle.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
That's pretty messed up. Ding.
물 넘고 좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 이
Will
기계도
this blow up
작동이
once it stops
멈추면
working like last one?
아까처럼.
As we suspected, the halted machine began to play an ominous noise.
그러니까
Alright, so this will be the
너희가 내
second time you
기계를
killed
두
my
번째로
machines,
죽인 거네.
right?
그렇지? 어디 보자.
Let's see. You're a bunch of roaches that do nothing other than just
너희는
crawl on the floor.
바닥을 기어다니는 것밖에는 할 줄 아는 게 없는 바퀴벌레야.
So basically, she's just gonna insult. Yeah, I don't even know what that Sinclair or ID even does. All I know is that was a very standout part. You're a bunch of roaches.
괜찮아, 괜찮아.
okay.
이런 걸로
Okay, don't wanna
울컥하지
get you
마.
down, Greg. Oh, but yeah, because Greg has a bug arm. I wasn't feeling anything.
했어.
그러니까
So go on and keep crawling like the
그렇게
bugs you
계속
are.
발발발 기어다니기만 하라고. 바닥에 몇만
Why bother
손편하게
looking up when we spending your
기어다니면
lives in that flat dimension of the
따위
surface? Am I right?
올려다볼 필요도 없잖아.
Clearly, we need to go beyond into 3D. We must be 4D, 5D, Berry Dream, maybe even one day 6D.
파악했다.
I
작동을
understand
멈추면
now. Once the
자동으로
machines stop
녹음된
functioning, they
목소리가
play a
재생된
pre-recorded
후
voice clip and then
수천으로
explode a few seconds
폭발한다.
after. That's a bit of Captain Obvious Merceau, but yeah, I agree.
무슨 의도로
It is unclear
제작되었는지는
what purpose they're meant to
불명이다.
serve, but all machines are
기계들은
equipped with
모두
the same
동일한
mechanisms.
메커니즘으로 구성되어 있다.
미리 녹음했다.
Pre-recorded. Huh, didn't see that one coming.
이건 예상 못했는데.
That explains why she couldn't respond when something was said to her, at least.
동네
everyone's
방네
making fun of you, buggy
놀림거리구만.
bloke.
걸레 아저씨.
Yeah, sure is baffling how the whole
세상에
world is
억지를
bending over
부려먹는
backward to
애들이지.
mock me.
어리다 빠지네.
뭐야? 반응이 맛이 없네.
Huh,
뭐야?
that's a tame
너 왜 그래?
reaction. Oi, what's wrong with you now? What's the matter, Ishmael? Are you alright?
네,
Yeah, I'm feeling a little queasy.
조금 메스꺼워져서 크게 신경 쓰지
You don't have
않으셔도
to mind
돼요.
me.
저
I'm fine now.
그런데
There's something I've
지수의
been meaning to
해방
ask. What kind of
연합단체는 어떤
organization is
성격을 띤
this
단체인가요?
Technology Liberation Alliance?
그딴 건 왜
Why
궁금해하는
would you
건가?
bother asking such questions?
이름만
All we need to know
그럴듯한
is they're a
테러
terrorist
조직일
organization with a hollow
우리가 그
name.
가치관까지 알아야
Their
할
values
필요는
are
없는 것
relevant to us.
같은데.
Well, if you want to approach it diplomatically, knowing about them could potentially open up for an easy, peaceful solution. And if not, knowing more about them can make it easier to fight them. You never
알아두면
knew what
도움이
use the
될지도
information
모르는
might have,
거잖아요.
Otis.
오티스 씨? 저도 아는 바는 그다지 없습니다.
I know a little about them myself.
다만
I did hear the one who
K사
used to work
연구소
in K-Corp
출신인 분 중
Laboratories
하나도
now one of the
이곳의 주요
organization's
멤버로 있다고 들었습니다.
members. Though I don't have the
제가
details
입사하기 전이라
as this took
잘
place
알지는
before I
못하지만.
joined the firm.
그분도 지금의
She was an
동랑님처럼
outstanding researcher
최우수
who once was
직원상을
awarded the Best
수여받은
Employee Award,
연구원이었습니다.
much like how Mr. Dongrang is now.
뭐야?
What?
그런
How
걸
do you know that?
네가 어떻게 알아?
우수 직원
I saw her name on one
트로피실에서
of the
이름을
plaques in the trophy
보았거든요.
room. Wouldn't you say it's mandatory
그곳에
for
있는
someone of my
이름들은
occupation to
당연히
remember
전부
all the
알아둬야 하는
names
거
there?
아니었나요?
거긴 왜 자꾸
Why do you keep
들여다보는
peeking in there
거야?
anyway?
최우수
What
직원씩이나
could,
되었던 자가
what could be the reason a
왜
highly
테러
praised
조직에
employee would
가담해?
join terrorists?
아까
I
잠깐
believe
보시지
you saw her
않았나요?
once earlier. She was
저희 연구실을
enthusiastically
신나게
destroying my
박살내고
lab.
계시던 분을. 딱 저와
Right around
시레나가
the time
입사했을
when
무렵
Sharon and I joined the company, she was
뭐랄까, 꽤
rather
회사의
famous
유명
within the firm.
인사였죠. 건너들은
I heard
바로는
rumors she wanted to
K사
test the
기술의
limits of K-Corp's
한계까지
technologies.
시험해보고 싶다고 하셨다네요. 어느 날
Then one day,
돌연히
rumors about her
연구소를
leaving the
그만뒀다는
laboratory
소문이
spread,
들었었죠. 그
saying
종착지가
saying
이곳이라는
that this is
말과
where she ended up.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이
Oh, so it's the
한
same amount
걸음
either
더
way?
가까워진 것이요.
The same amount of rewards, because I forgot to
그러니
borrow a
언젠가
Ling
제할
Hongyu, but oh,
꼭
whatever.
내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
Best
내
employee.
그것만을 바라고
Actually, with
쉼없이
Hongyu, I should
달리고
probably equip
있으니
his default, just because this one's actually at uptight. This is the only one I have that's uptight 3, which means he actually has a passive here. Huh, it does help get the team's sanity in order, so maybe that's not a bad idea. That's also the reason I have all these others equipped. Because, yeah, I haven't leveled them, but the passives they offer, whether on the team or not, are just kind of nice. Maximum is 120, so once you have 3 already, you have the 4th will matter. Ah, I see. That makes sense. I still intend to roll until I get the Ling ego, but I'm also very close to the hard pity, so I'll keep rolling, and if it makes it good, if not, I'll just have the hard pity handle it. Feeling pretty good about it, though, that's for sure. And rest assured, the game has felt good enough that I do plan to play it even past the Arcanite's event. Though, do expect me to be using the Arcanite egos as much as possible. Because, don't get me wrong, I do like it a lot, but, wait, egos. Yeah, these are the only egos I have for Faust, but I had a hard pity. And in this case, it's looking like I'm gonna have to hard pity Ling. But yeah, as you can see, these are the only egos I have for Faust. I've seen people make entire essays that you should never touch the Calcit one because there's a better one, and I did look it up. Fluid Sack, it was called. Yeah, that's a pretty powerful healer. No wonder people like to use Faust as the team support. But first of all, I don't have that, but also, even if I did have it, that would require me to stop using the Faust ego, and that's not happening, I can tell you that right now. So my Faust is probably going to be a bit more mix of offense and support rather than dedicated support.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
Here we are.
되갚아보죠.
아, 이 복도만 지나면
This
될
corridor
거예요.
must be the
그럼
last. Once we're
지구의
past here, we'll
끄트머리에
reach the
도달할
edge
수
of the
있어요.
facility.
그곳까지 무사히
After I retrieve my
도착해서
precious items from
놓고
there, I'll
온
give
제
you the
짐들을
ownership of the
챙기고
golden
나면
bow as promised.
말씀드린 황금가지의 소유권을 넘겨드릴게요.
Oh, well, that's nice. We could all take it and go home early.
찜찜하게 마무리될 것 같은데
Feels like
괜찮은 거야?
this is gonna end on a
결국
rotten
그
note.
테러
You gonna be okay
조직들은
with that?
콧배기도
Those
비치지 않고
terrorists
다
must have run
튀어버린
off,
것
seeing as how
같은데.
none of them showed up.
계약의 내용은
That was part of the
연구실의
contract to reclaim the
탈환이었으니까요.
laboratory.
그래서 누누이 말하지
That's why
않았습니까,
I keep telling you,
동남님?
Mr. Dong
계약서를
Grang,
작성할
when you draft a
때는 좀
contract,
더
you have to be
저희에게
meticulous in
유리하도록
calculating, write it
꼼꼼하고
in a way
냉철한
that favors
정신머리로 작성해야
us.
한다고요.
Let's just get going. Funny is that having Arcanite's egos and overtime heal versus burst heal like Fluid Sack. Fluid Sack also heals SP unlike Monster, but Monster allows for more defensive stances. Yeah, Yeah, the Calcit ego is just like how she is in Arcanites. She is technically a medic that can heal others, but that's usually secondary to the real reason, which is the offensive and defensive support, especially with true damage. Which is probably why she has Burn and Rupture, since those Rupture seems to be true damage, and Burn seems to bypass shields. Pretty nice stuff. But I do understand the value of having a support on the team, but I figure I can worry about that when I actually have a decent amount of uptight 3 egos and IDs so that I can worry about it. Right now, I barely have enough to fill this current team here. Number of Arcanite's egos in personal possession. I have 2 from the gacha, so the Brilliant Glory for Gregor and the Command Meltdown for Faust, as well as the free one from the event. You were probably here during my stream of the Arcanites event, so you probably saw me buy the one for Ishmael, so I have that one as well. All that's left is Ling for Hongyu. My only concern is I don't actually have that many good IDs for some of the characters involved. Like, I do have a decent enough one with Gregor for the Brilliant Glory, even if it's not his best one for it, so that I can basically always have him on the team and not worry about anything. But, Faust, I don't have any particularly good IDs for. I'm told the Butler one works fine for now, but that one's not even uptight 3 yet, so I'm having her in the back line for now. Same with Ishmael. I do not have anything good for Ishmael. Borrow support for the ego and utilize fluid sacra functionality. Could potentially do that, yeah. But I don't even have fluid sac right now, so I don't have the option. And then we'll have to see. I could borrow one who has the fluid sac, and that would probably be fine, but one step at a time, I suppose. Like I said, right now I'm barely making do with what team I have. I'll have a bit more luxury of choice once I get going. Let's get going. Fortunately, I didn't see any killing machines here. However, a couple of unwelcome figures appeared in front of us.
관리자님.
Be on guard,
전방에
executive
누군가
manager.
있습니다.
Someone's ahead of us. Yeah, but they aren't holding any weapons.
무기는
They
소유하지
may be
않지만
unarmed, but you're an incredibly weak and
관리자님은
fragile
연약하게
civilian
그지없는
executive manager.
민간인이지 않습니까?
Thanks. British greetings. Hello, Heath. Welcome.
숫자 계산 안
Can't
되니?
you count? You're clearly
딱
outnumbered by a
봐도
huge
너희가
margin. Don't be a
압도적으로
baby.
많잖아. 왔니 지렁이들?
Here at last, worms.
그 기계에서
It's the
흘러나오던
same voice we played
목소리예요.
from machines and the same voices earlier.
아까 봤던 사람이기도 하네요.
Oh, thanks for the follow. I stream just about anything on this channel, so feel free to stop by if something catches your eye. I'm gonna do a decent bit of Canto 4 tonight, and then I'll probably be back on this on Sunday. I might not do anything on Friday, but Saturday I'm probably gonna try something a bit different as well. I'm usually mix up games largely so I don't burn out on it, though whenever I play the same game over, dedicate to a specific game, it sometimes burns me out on it, and I don't want that. I've been enjoying this game a good bit.
다른 조직원들은 어디 있나요, 란선배?
As utilization of fluid sac support replaces the currency boost granted by meltdown, at current moment using fluid sac would decrease the earnings for the event per stage. Ah, makes sense. That said, I'm still in the easy sections, so I do have the luxury of not needing a major support for the moment. Don't see any. I don't have Heath on my main team at the right moment because I don't have any major IDs that are good for him yet. I only have one 3-star, but I'm told it's a bit mid, so I just have him in the default since the free uptie 3 on the default's nice for support, backline support. What are your other members, Senior Researcher Ron? Sunshower, Potential Man. Managed to bring more help in that mess, I see.
그리고
And put away that
우리가
senior
봤으면
crap. We
얼마나
haven't known each other for
봤다고
long.
딱
Don't you see
보면
what's going
모르겠니?
on? What's going on,
다
Rand?
대피했지.
They've all evacuated, and
그리고
here I
나는
am, buying
열심히
time for
시간을
them.
끄는 중이고.
That's interesting. We
흥미롭네요.
thought we stormed in
급습했다고
unexpectedly, yet you knew in
생각했는데
advance and escaped.
어떻게 알고 다 빠져나갔을까요?
너네가 지렁이라서
Because
그렇지.
you're worms. Look at you, getting all cocky
이것
after
봐.
receiving the Best Employee
고작
Award.
최우수 직원상 한 번 받았다고 기고만장해서는 감히 우리를
Raiding
잡으려고
here, dare
기세등등
trying to catch
쳐들어왔잖아.
us.
혀가 기네.
You got a big mouth.
감히는
You
무슨
think you're better
감이냐?
than? Oh, you got a big mouth. You think you're better than us?
네 말대로
You're
숫자를
outnumbered,
봐.
like I said. That noggin of
순순히
yours knows
항복하는 게
better
좋을
surrender.
거라는 건 안 봐도 알겠지?
내가 항복한다
Let's
치자.
say I do. It's clear what
너희의
you'll do
계획은
with
안
me.
봐도 뻔하지. 나를 딱
You'll
죽지
neutralize
않을
me
만큼만
and keep me
무력화시킨
barely
다음에
alive,
그 잘난
curing me with your
치료를
flaunted regeneration ampules.
해주고 원하는 답을
Rinse
얻을
and repeat
때까지
until you get the answers you want.
를 반복하겠지.
그럼
Sounds like
저희가
a problem that
원하는
could be
답을 한
prevented by
번에
giving us the
내주면
answers right
그만일 텐데.
away. Am I
안
asking
되나?
too much?
당연하지.
Of course you are.
우리는
Unlike
너희와는
you,
다르게 고작 주는
we aren't
얘기만
planning to live like
받아먹으면서
roaches that
살아남으려는
feed on whatever's
바퀴벌레 따위를
provided from above.
목표로 하지 않으니까.
자꾸 성질
This is
돋우네.
really getting on my nerves.
아, 이제 놀아주는 것도
Whatever. I've
질렸다.
had enough of toying with you.
지금 뭐 하는?
Wait, what are you trying to?
그래.
That's right.
그렇게
Show your
당장
curiosities
눈앞에서
only what's
벌어지는
happening
일에만
right before your
실컷
eyes.
궁금해하면서 살아가.
That's how researchers should
그게
be.
연구자의 올바른 자세지.
She did just say she was being a distraction, so I guess we have no one to blame but ourselves. She straight up said, "Oh, by the way, I'm a distraction," and we looked.
선배.
With an ear-piercing noise, the building was engulfed in an explosion. All that remains is charred stain. Ugh, that hurt a lot. Are you alright, Mr. Dongrang?
동랑님 무사하십니까?
어,
I'm fine.
단테
Someone in
쪽
Dante's
이름이
party pushed me away as soon as the
폭발음이
blast was
들리자마자
heard.
절
You know that
밀쳐줬어요.
quiet fellow with the intimidating eyes.
말 수 없고 눈을 무섭게 뜨고 다니던 분 말이에요.
저도 구하려고
I was going to do the same, but I was standing too far away.
거리가 살짝 모자랐을 뿐이고요.
Phew, that was close. I have the feeling we're gonna have to revive the the sinners that took the blast now. After taking the impact for the others, Don Quixote and Rousseau had been flung all the way to the calm point of the building, their backbones fully exposed. Don Quixote in particular was impaled on the pillar.
망설임 없이
It must be
몸을
the faith
던질
they
수
will come back to
있었던
life at any
건
time that prompted them to jump into
언제든지
danger without
되살아날
hesitation.
거라는 믿음이 깔린 덕택이겠죠?
Rousseau, probably. Don Quixote would have done that regardless of whether or not she'd survived.
어떤 마음이나
Not out
정
of any sort of
같은 것
friendship or
때문이
affinity, is that right?
그렇죠?
Oh no, Don Quixote was definitely out of affinity. Don Quixote couldn't give any answers, whether due to death or the pointed edge stabbing through her mouth. Cough. Rousseau, you're alive? It was my directive to protect the manager and see the company. His mission is accomplished.
역시
That must be it, yes.
편리하네요.
How convenient, you can recover your body without using any regeneration modules. I don't know, that ampule looked handier. Right, is Miss Shren alright? And the other fixers?
다른 해결사분들은요?
저희는
We are perfectly sound.
폭발 충격은
And something's iffy about this guy, but I don't know what it is.
이쪽은 큰
Your
피해가
group blocked the blast for us, so we turned out fine.
그래서
That's why you haven't been taking ampules. That clock has special powers.
저 시계가
맞습니다.
Indeed,
제가
after all, I
철저한
recruited them
검증과
through
조사로
screening and
모셔오신
testing.
분들이니까요.
I see. Well, darn, all the ampules I brought are useless now.
앰플들이 쓸모 없어졌잖아.
For some reason, she lets out a defeated sigh and drops them in her bag on the floor. It's true, for them, looking at it from a perspective that excludes me, this is certainly a convenient power. Fatal consequences are reversed, and the only price is me having to bear the pain. No, wait, is it really fine? And where's all this time to rewind come from? Clock face, stop dawdling, the yellow-haired lass is dying. Though ravaged by the blast, Heathcliff pointed at Dawn. Hurry and turn it, this hurts an awful lot. On it. Yeah, that's true. We don't know where this power even came from. We just had it when we had this clock head. So I guess presumably it comes from the clock head itself.
일기당천.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
It's a shame that Heathcliff didn't get an ego from the Arknights collab. I could definitely see a few ones fitting for him. Siege is probably the most obvious one, but I imagine they'd probably want to use Vina Victoria for that. For that one, expect a lot of focus on Rupture and buffing allies.
좋아, 장부에서 샀지.
Ooh, they could even give Dawn a Neural from Arknights. Neural is a tank who can heal herself and allies, so easy way to see how that would work with Dawn. Especially since Neural is a knight character, so she'd be a very good fit. Easy fight when everyone's not being impaled. How frequent he can inflict Tremor Burst. Yeah, and it helps I have T-Corp, Don Quixote, who also can inflict Tremor Burst extremely easily. My team has a bit more durability than damage, but I don't think that's a bad thing.
그러니 언젠가 제외할 날 꼭 내게도
Best
은사를
employee
풀어주시오.
too.
내 그것만을 바라고
Yeah, I don't mind using boxes, but this.
온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니.
Yeah, unfortunately, the characters using defaults are ones I don't have any good. I don't have anything good for, or I was recommended to just use the default over raising them. Like with Faustia, I am told the butler can be decent if I wanted, but But since that one's not even uptie 3 yet, I figure default just to have her uptie ability is nice. Just so her passive's here. Yeah, I have a lot of pride attacks here, so I can easily get these passives, the support passive going. Same with all these, like, as you can see, I have absolutely nothing noteworthy on... And, passives labor, indeed. Yeah, and I've got nothing here good. I guess if I wanted to go with a full, the middle team, I could go with, him, because I actually do have Dons as well. Don't ask when, because I don't remember, but yeah. But I'm told that, yeah, T-Corp is straight up going to be better for me, so I'm sticking with this one until I can get stuff going. You got 50 thread, you could up Butler Faust. Maybe, but I'm also not sure if the benefits are going to be that much better. Also, don't forget, I still need to I need to thread spin 3 the Ling one once I get that ego as well, so I can't spend all of my threads quite yet. Again, I'd be fine with it if I still needed an additional member of the team, but as you can see, I've got my 5 regular combatants at uptie 3, and I think that should be good for now.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
From here, I want to get my team functional. I can worry about alternate team setups and stuff later, hence why I'm not bothering with other middle members that I've unlocked so far, even though I'm sure they work well together as a team. Suggestion, spend by necessity if it's needed, and not spent later. It won't be too late then. And that is true. But I'm also actively still pulling regularly, and I could very well get a good Faust ID in that time. So if I got, like, Ninja Faust while pulling for Ling, that would be a better one to use it for. But you are right, if Faust was in my team right now and I didn't have anyone else at uptie 3, I'd have done so. Don Quixote I brought to uptie 3 despite being a bit more of a tank and damage because I'm using her regularly still. So I figured it was worth the expense for the sake of getting my team in good shape. But I suppose getting a reserve team up would be helpful in the mirror dungeon. Although again, I already technically do have the base ones at uptie 3, and I have seen plenty of... I haven't watched them, but I have seen videos that said beating Mirror Dungeon 14 or something with only the base ones, so... I should definitely not underestimate the starting ones, even if there are definitely better options.
깔끔하게 몰았군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
I guess come to think of it, I should also consider a good one to buy for Hong Lu whenever I get the chance, because as you saw, I don't have anything good for him. But obviously, since he has Ling, I'm going to want to have him in the party when I can.
일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Luckily, there's a decent amount of good 3-star Hong Lu ones I notice.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
There we are.
그러니 언젠가 제외.
Yeah, they're all in the default there. Oh, we can get our excellent. Ooh, and that's enough for another 10 roll, another 10er. Alrighty. We're 20 to the pity, so let's see how it goes. A couple new ones, let's see.
어서 오세요. 주문은
I'll take yours.
이쪽에서 받겠습니다.
What's this one? Oh, a coffee shop Faust? 7 association. Yeah, oh, wow, I got Butler Faust and Coffee Shop Faust. For the record, probably, yeah, but for the record, I don't have Fluid Sac. The only HE tier 1 is Command Meltdown. But let's see what this one's got here. Let's see here, Rupture. Weakness analyzed, endure normal attack. These are passive locks before T cooled. Huh, these are gluttony. Pet of Association, user for good clashing. Well, just don't forget I'm here for the Arcanite ones, so it's going to be very difficult to convince me to take those off any of my characters. But yeah. Yeah, there's a few of these that I do know are worth considering here. Oh yeah, I did get Hexnail, but I genuinely don't know what this one offers. Let's see here. People take more damage from Paris and Envy. I guess this is a situationally useful skill, and it doesn't actually take away from Meltdown at all, so I can definitely keep it around. Although this team seems a lot better at charging gluttony skills in the general sense, so I'll think about it. But for the moment, like I said, I don't have anything at up. I hesitate to up-tie any of hers to 3 immediately because I still need to get the Ling one up. The best employee, pure combat node.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서.
I mean, she's got 3 in up-tie, 3 in light blue. All you need to feed is yellow. True, and Don Quixote brings yellow. Actually, I got a couple characters bring. Oh, but. Alright, well that's good. That means the Faust now has a good ID, meaning Ishmael and Honglu are the ones I need to get good IDs for. Actually, the new player one has a selection ticket coming up, and I believe, I'm told Honglu's Season 1 option from there is probably the best option available. Let me look up which one's called. Ting Tang Gang Leader Honglu. Best self-feed is Hongsha? That's good to know, yeah. But yeah, the new manager login bonus does eventually have a thing that lets me choose 1 ego from launch and 1 identity from launch, so I do have some options at least. It's just going to be a matter of but my options are very limited because it turns out there actually wasn't very many at launch. I was surprised at how few there were.
좋아. 장부에서 이런 예상 못한 깔끔하게 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
If the Honglu, I need to look at the Honglu one again later. If it's probably gonna be the best one I have access to for him in the general sense, which means I'll probably want to use. I'll definitely want to up-tie it as soon as I can. I imagine it's not the most optimal one for the Ling one, though, because I don't remember any blue attacks with him whatsoever. Here's about the new house. Supposedly she, which you haven't had a release for in a long time. I don't even know what those are, I'm gonna be honest. I'm still learning a lot about I'm still learning about the factions that are available. Stagger is such a pain. We should be fine.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 좋아. 창구에서 삭제.
Selfie for Ling is a full stop from Walpurg. That makes sense, yeah. Yeah. Walpurgis comes every few months, apparently. I'm used to limited banners working like that. Also, I kind of wish Arknight's limited banners worked like that. Arknight handles limited banners the worst of any gacha I've played, arguably. Basically, anytime a character gets a raid up and they're limited, they only get one ever. They will show up again on limited banners a year later, or exactly 1 year later, so it's going to be an annual return each and every time. However, they don't have raid up there. The pool is a bit weighted towards the limited units in that pool, but only the new one that will be on that banner has a raid up. You can spark it, and old limited units do get a cheaper spark compared to the others, to be fair, but the older ones are usually less powerful than newer
완벽한
ones,
장부
obviously.
집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고.
Rainbow Six Siege is a bit of a weird one. It's the only collab Arknights has had that has rerun. The Traitor.
징수하겠네.
슈렌느, 파편이 몸에 튀었는데 얼른 주입하는 게
Shren, you've got
낫지
shrapnel wounds.
않겠어?
Are you sure you don't want to use an app? I guess since we're here, I should ask, which ID should I look out for Ishmael? It's the best for charging the Scotty one. I do know that Priest Gregor is the best one for Brilliant Glory, but I can't buy him from the Ego Shop yet because he's from the season that directly ended before I started. It will be added in a couple months, but there's a bit of a delay. But yeah, I know Priest Gregor is the most popular one for Brilliant Glory usage. You got shrapnel wounds. Sure you don't want to use an ampule? I'm fine.
괜찮아.
Crap. Are we gonna lose basically half the people in the party before the end again? That Shruna fella. She's looking kind of blank-faced. Is she okay?
괜찮은 건가? 멍하
Blank-faced? Huh, of course not. She couldn't be so carefree.
멍이나 때릴 리가 없지.
이로써 분명히
This makes it evident.
테러범들은
The
진작에
terrorists
대피했다.
long since made their leave. All that's left were bloodthirsty
우리를
murderers
직사시키려고
hell-bent on
혈안이 된
killing us.
살인마들만 있었을 뿐.
Not necessarily. There could be a tool here or something that they are specifically trying to destroy. Or make sure we can't get our hands on, because they did directly say the classified documents are in here.
내 쪽에선
I
판단을
made my
끝냈다.
judgment. What do you
어이,
think?
그쪽은 어떻게 생각하지?
Otis nudged Rand towards Maso.
그 판단에
I
동의한다.
agree with it.
무슨
What are you two
말을 하시는
talking
거예요,
about?
두 분?
이곳에 배신자가 있다는 것. 의심할 여지가 없는 상황이다.
There's a traitor in our ranks. It seems I'm not the only spy. No doubt remains on the matter.
우리가
It's
출발했을
thanks to this
때부터
spy that our
이미
course and
정보가
plans were leaked from
새어나갔다는
the moment we
것이지.
departed.
추후
To
더
prevent further
많은
damage,
피해를
it's right to
막기
dispose them
위해서라도
here and now.
지금 이 자리에서 즉시 처분하는 것이 옳다.
Bluntly, I think it's too late. But whatever. We know the spy can't be a member of Limbus because we just came in here and we had no idea. Scotty's self-feed is LCB, or if you don't want ammo as a thing, Molar can also be used, but you'll have to use a defense skill. Otherwise, most of the IDs are one or the other. Tricky. Well, when I get the... Alright. Hopefully I can last with Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu for now. It doesn't do much to fulfill the requirements, but I think I can get a decent amount of them just from Ryoshu, I guess. It does suck having to have others, but then again, we are a team, so having a teammate help charge another one should be worthwhile, I think. As for actually how good Ting Tang Gang Hong Lu is, I was just told he was the best one in the free 3-star ticket I'm going to be given. I don't know if it's actually still good now. It might have fallen off, but given the nature of this game, I doubt it's too much. Sorry, hopefully I muted my mic in the time before that sneeze. We can hit heads on his third. Usually want to hit heads on all of them. So I understand that, but I'm getting the sense that one has a low base and a very high modifier if you're saying that. Or it has an effect that is extremely powerful if it hits heads. Either way, yeah. All I can make, as long as I have a good one for him, even if it's not optimal, it will allow me to start using him in the team more actively. Alright, to prevent further damage, it's good to dispose them here now. Traitor. I blankly watched as he brought up a concept very foreign to me. His second reuses at half health or under, and the third skill is base power 5, coin power 25, and reuses once on kill. By reuses, he means he attacks again with it, right? Huh, that's pretty nice, actually.
우리 중에는
As
가능성이
unlikely as it is to be
드물
one of us, the course faction,
연구소.
the rational course
이놈들의
faction
수하들을
suspect
의심해
your
합리적이다.
institute's lackeys. Oh dang. I can see why that's pretty good. I'll definitely want to uptide 3 that one as soon as possible then. It's a bit risky, but at the same time it does pay off.
작전은 취소해야
This
합니다,
mission must be
관리자.
abandoned, executive manager.
일단
To allow
말도 안
ourselves to be
되는
involved
노름에
with this
휘말리는 건
nonsense is...
불쾌합니다.
I'm repulsed by your accusation.
설마
Are you seriously suspecting
저희를
us? I
의심하시는
can assure you we
겁니까?
trust each other better than you people.
적어도 입사한
We
지
haven't
만
even been in the same
1년조차도 안 지난
firm for a year.
여러분들보다는 신뢰 있는 관계라고 단언할 수 있습니다만
It's good that you have trust in each other, Samjo, but as a quick reminder, Limbus only just got involved with this. We didn't even know that a Limbus branch existed here. Again, the only problem is landing heads. Terrible luck. Others have had much better luck. As a gacha game player, I am no stranger to gambling. Therefore, I shall gamble while playing gambling games. That's how that works, right? Samjo argued, flashes of light furiously bouncing off his glasses.
아니에요, 삼조.
No, Samjo, their
충분히
hypothesis sounds
그럴듯한
plausible. I would
가설이네요.
have said the same.
나 같아도 그렇게 말했을 거예요. 당신들
You have something to
뭔가
say,
할 말이 있는
don't
것이죠?
you?
동랑님,
Mr. Donggrang,
저 해결사 집단들.
that group of fixers hasn't
이곳에
used
들어올
regulation
때부터
samples a single
재생앰플을 단
time
한
since
번도
they came
사용하지
here.
않더군.
I have bullet. Yeah, I am told that some of them have limited ammo, which prevents them from being in extended fights. Like there's a full bullet. Yeah, there's a full bullet. I think it was Heathcliff, the sniper, who's able to handle problems pretty well, but once he's out of ammo, he's forced to retreat. I guess that could be useful though. Like if I'm using him with Scotty, the Scotty ego gets a bonus damage if Ishmael jumps in after. The group of fixers.
제정신이 박힌
Any sane
전투원이라면
combatant would kill to have
억지로
those.
뺏어서라도 쓰려들 텐데 말이지.
Actually, yeah, it was brought up. Shani may have been disappointed that we didn't need to use those, but she only said that in regard to us using it. None of her team used it. And as this Molar Ishmael will be more apt for uses as the evade is more controllable for resource generation. On top of this, Molar Ishmael uses potentially the strongest evade known. I still need to learn how to properly utilize defensive skills, but I imagine that'll be a bit easier once I fight some threats that actually require me to work for it, like when I had to actually learn how to play the game to defeat the event boss. I have to admit, that was a genuinely fun fight, even if 1500 shields, holy balls, that was a lot. Fixer, the only idea with base ammunition that once he's out, he can still use his attacks without coin. Plus he has a defense reload on empty. That makes sense, yeah.
한 가지 더 있다.
There is one more thing.
란이라는
When we
자와
encountered
마주쳤을
Ran,
때 저들만이
they were
일정
distancing
거리를
themselves from
두려는
her in
행동을
advance.
보였다.
The only explanation is that they
폭발할
knew
걸
there would be an
사전에 알고
explosion.
있다고 볼 수밖에.
아이쿠.
Oh bother, why not consider the
제가
possibility
유독
that my
직감이
intuition is
뛰어난
just that
편이라고는
keen?
왜 아무도 생각을 안 하시나요?
I don't know, Naiko. You have an extremely detailed portrait, and they generally don't use that unless the character is playable or the character is a major enemy. I agree, the Smolar is the best choice for that. I would avoid ammunition as a problem. Yeah, I don't mind ammunition, but usually it can be a bit of a pain to regulate. Arcanites has some units that also have an ammo system, but they usually reload by recharging their skills. Fixer Honglu is a title held by 2 identities, both from Walpurgis, Hook and Full Stop.
얘들이랑 저랑은
What if we weren't using
유독
the amp pills
뛰어나게
because these
건강한
buddies and I are
체질이라
built healthy?
재생 앰플을 투여 안 한 것뿐이라면
That real... Okay, you really could have found a better excuse, my dude. I bought a...
혹시 몰라
I
가져온
brought a truth tablet
진실의
just
약
in
하나가
case. I'll believe
있는데
you if you can testify the
이걸
same
먹고
after
대답하면
taking it.
믿어드리죠.
진실해요?
Truth tablet, that red
그
thing?
빨간
How can I take a suspicious-looking
그런
drug?
수상한 걸 어떻게 믿고 먹나?
너희는 선택의 여지가
Sorry, did you have
없는
a
거
choice here?
아닌가요?
How strange. If I were you, I would take the tablet.
이상하다.
Or make a more desperate
나라면
excuse.
먹던가 아님 쩔쩔매면서 변명이라도 하려고 할 텐데 죄다 수틀린 것
You're so
마냥
gladly
의심을
squandering your
지울 기회를
chances to clear yourself of
걷어차는
suspicion.
게 나
It's almost like you're
죽여주세요
asking to
하는
be
것
found
같네요.
out and killed.
아니면
Or did you decide to kill us all and get away with it?
마음 먹었다던가.
I
연구원이라서
thought a researcher job was writing
논문이나 쓸
papers, and you're
알았는데.
writing fiction, you deranged maniac.
소...
Nico raised his weapon and pointed at us.
궁지에 몰리면
Showing your
쫄린
true
쪽이
self
먼저
now that you're
이빨을
cornered,
드러내기
eh?
마련이지.
슬롯 머신
I even taught
한탕하게
you my
특별
secret to winning at the
비법까지
slot machines, and this is
알려줬는데
how you return the favor?
이렇게 보답하는 거예요?
Ooh, we got ourselves a boss fight. This'll be fun. Karkov is rarely used unless when you leave. Rose Spinner Workshop Rep Nico. Turbo Amp. This'll be wobbly. Back. Vibration with sweep the stakes. Final warm-up. Gain resonance. When triggering tremor, steel sweep fix. Yeah, we've got a couple tremors on our team. Tremor dealers on our team as well.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
Steampunk Dawn is a lot of fun. I just wish she had the steampunk outfit normally. Although I can't sit here and say she doesn't wear that armor well. Even in the artwork, she looks really good with it. Oh, not that one. Yeah, I'll just deal with what we can here.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
열어젖히고
Damage. Shaking Rose Spanner, Workshop Fixer.
해보겠네.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, you're not the only one who can inflict tremor, my dude. Take that.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Oh. We're showing you what real tremor looks like.
벌써 끝나가는군.
Stagger. Team, let him have it.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Fled as soon as his health started getting low.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
Wonderful.
아씨가 그리던 홍원이
Traitor
한
2.
걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Probably just gonna be a fight here.
징수하겠네.
아 잠깐.
Give me a
타임아웃이 필요할 것
second. I think we
같아요.
need to call a timeout here.
오늘 아침에 먹은
Might be the
덩어리가
sardine
좀
I ate. My stomach
잘못되었는지
is aching.
속이 좀 안 좋아서.
대장님.
그런 건 없어.
Boss,
다음은
no such
뭐
thing.
분이다.
Sync is up next.
슈렌느 씨.
Shuren,
슈렌느
She
씨가
what?
말해줬어요.
Shuren told us something.
이곳에
While we're in here,
들어오면
don't ever
절대로
use regeneration
절대로
mod
재생
ampule modules, no matter
앰플만큼은
what.
사용하지 말라고.
Interesting. So that's why she just threw them away, even though you'd think her own soldiers would need them. She was basically... Something was going to happen to anyone who uses them, and so she was hoping to get rid of Limbus so that... Corpse, so that her team could clean up what remains. But unfortunately for them, we have a much better we have our own source of revival and regeneration, so that we don't have to worry about it. Saying that out loud is breaching of the contract, you dolt.
계약 파기야 임마.
Oh,
슈렌니가
Shren
그렇게
told you that.
말했다고? 왜?
Why? I
몰라요.
don't know. She said we'll
때가
see.
되면 알게 될 거라고 했는데.
Exactly. She was hoping that the Limbus members would be using them and die to them, so that he'd be able to clean up.
뭐
Well,
제일
well,
간단한
we have the simplest
방법이
way to find out,
있지 않겠어?
don't we? After fiddling with his regeneration ampoule in his hand, he made a sudden move. He quickly jabbed it into the unguarded fixer's body like a dagger. Ah! The fixer tried to remove it, but the contents had already entered his system.
왜 그렇게
Why do
놀라요,
you look
대장님?
surprised, boss?
재생
What
앰플을 꽂으면
happens if the
어떻게 되는
ampoule is
건데요?
injected? This is weird. The fixer's limb began to twist in strange angles. Whoa, whoa, and then some things started protruding out of the flesh. Collapsing on the floor, he tried to yell something but failed to make any sound. Is it just me, or is this awfully familiar?
설마
Please, you really don't
그
think you're
벌레
the
속을 기억하는
you think
사람이
you're the only one who remembers
그래,
that bug den,
당신뿐이겠어.
do you, Greg babe? Resembling larvas or snails.
이런.
Oh dear.
그만하자.
Let's stop here. I
내가
dragged too many
너무
people
많은
into
사람을
this.
끌어들였나 봐.
뭐
Well, it's my
돈에
decision to take the
혹해서
deal
온 건
for the money.
아,
Dearie me, I should have gone on a bigger
이럴 줄
spree yesterday
알았으면
if I knew it would come to
어제 한탕
this.
좀 제대로 해보고 오는 거였는데.
Prideful Lover's been a workshop fixer. Shaky.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Phase 1 should be a little better here.
벌써 끝나가는
I guess from liking T-Corp Don this much, I should seriously consider wondering about T-Corp Radion, since I know she has one as well.
대상 사망.
It's probably not nearly as good with only 2 stars, but hey,
좋아. 장부에서
I have noticed that teammates usually work well together.
일기
The same faction, members of the same faction work well together. I'm using T-Corp Don anyway. Would help, might help. I don't know what a lot of these do though. I only have a brief introduction of a handful of them, so I'm still learning which IDs are which.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
T-Corp Otis is
두려움
one of
없이
the new
나아갈
IDs.
수
Ah,
있는
neat.
아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 재회할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
Traitor 3.
내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며
7. We got a ways to go
쉼없이
then
달리고
before we go to
있으니
part 2. I do like how these maps change like this as you go along. I think I mentioned, but Arknights is a similar thing. It's a nice touch. I like it. Yeah, sure, let's use more of these boxes. Brought them specifically for this, after all.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
T-Corp Otis is good if you can manage the Memortorium.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
There's a handful that I do like just plain aesthetically, if we're honest. Like, isn't 7th Association a detective agency? Or at least a couple of them look like they are. And I do like the detective aesthetic. Yeah, I did have noticed Yi-Sang's victory speech is really, really long.
차 부숴줄 테다.
좋아.
I think I need to grab a second drink. My throat is getting a little bit parched, and this is going to be a lot of stories, so I don't want to miss that. I'll take a BRB after I finish this node and grab a new drink.
깔끔하게 물었군.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Although I guess
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
middle Sinclair's speech is
두려움
also
없이
kind of
나아갈 수
long.
있는 아씨가
Oh, I got a
그리던
nice
홍원이
bonus.
한 걸음 더 가까워진
No
것이야.
complaints there, that's for sure.
그러니 언젠가 제외할 날
Alright, let me BRB as I grab
내게도
another drink.
은자를 풀어주시오. 내 그것만을 바라고 온몸에 피를 묻혀가며 쉼없이 달리고 있으니
Alright, back with a fresh drink. Excellent. There we are. Trader 4 time.
이 경로는
Let us go.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
해보겠네.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, seeing all this green reminds me that my team really does have a lot of good gluttony power, which means I should be able to keep Meltdown pretty well charged.
해보겠네.
열어젖히고 마음 놓고 열어젖히고
장부에서
are. I guess I only remembered T-Corp Radion because she's actually in the T-Corp Dawn storyline when you uptight 3 her. But it's good to know there's a decent selection there. Let's see here. I imagine I'll learn about T-Corp a bit more directly in the story, but Dawn's story did actually give a nice little rundown where where time is basically a currency. A neat concept. I recall one movie where that was the case, actually, where time was a little currency. I forget the name of it. Though, but basically, someone who was rich in time ended up taking his own life and gave it to someone who was poor with time. So it's basically Rush Hour 2. I don't believe that was it. Yeah, naturally, the lesson was to make sure to make use of the time you have. It's been so long. Oh, I guess it could be that it wasn't good enough that I didn't remember that much, but it could also just be that the movie was from the 2010s, so I don't remember it.
한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니 언젠가 제외할 날 만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Dang, we've been getting so many fights, I'm about to level up again. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. And the further I get into this, the more stuff I'll be able to access for XP and thread gains. Though I will say the dailies for the threads earning reminds me that a lot of the bosses have a skill check in the middle, so have to get used to that. Oh, granted, some of them, like the Golden Apple fight, do skip the skill check that they had in the story, but most of them, like the robot fight, do in fact keep their gimmick.
그쪽 방향 아닐 텐데.
벌써 끝나간다.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
연애 예상 사망
예상 못했나봐.
해보겠네.
Splattered him.
깔끔하게 반응하자.
It's hard to put into words, but I really do like how a lot of the sound effects and splatters and interactions in combat are in this game. Satisfying combat sounds are one thing that's very difficult to appreciate until they're gone, but which is why I try to pay attention to when they're done well. This game does them very well. You're not the only one that gets tremor, buddy. That's a lot of boys, dang.
벌써 끝나간다. 맘.
I like Middle Sinclair, but I guess if I have to swap someone out for one of the Archknights for Faust or something, it might have to be him.
이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Granted, I don't have that many to swap him out with yet until I get things going, but I'll worry about it later, I suppose. Yeah, see, I'm about to level because I've been going through so many of these. Satisfaction and sound effects are a detail only noticed by the absence. When presence, difficult to notice. When absent is easily noticed. Yeah. Alright then, care to give us an explanation, Shreen? Shren blankly looks at Donggrang, her face wooden as if she'd forgotten how to make expressions.
언제부터 저쪽 편에
Since
붙은
when
거야?
did you join their side?
대단하다.
You really are something.
놀라는
You don't
신용도
even
안
ask
하네.
surprised.
앰플도 없이 멀쩡히 살아나는
Employees that can be brought back to
직원들이라니.
life without amples, huh?
이런 건
This wasn't in the
없었어.
plans. It's not fair.
치사하잖아.
Another such detailed story pacing. Oh yeah. Actually, I was talking with a friend earlier about how pacing that was done right was able to help me figure out what pacing was done wrong, and all of them were within the same story. So it's kind of interesting, I guess.
연구실에서
When I asked why you volunteered
네가
to follow me at the
따라가겠다고
laboratory,
했을 때
you
이유를
told me
묻는 내게
this.
이렇게 대답했지. 동료가
3 of my
셋이나
coworkers
죽었어라고.
died. Oh, is she referring to the members of the terrorist group?
우리 쪽에서 죽은
5 of us
사람들은
died in the
셋이
attack.
아니라 5이야.
3 is the number of casualties in the
해방
technology
연합에서
liberation.
죽은
Ah,
사람들의
I
숫자가
called it.
아,
Oh, and I
그리고
checked your network
너
history
개인
as
전산
well.
기록도 봤어.
뭐야?
You did.
그런
What?
것도
You're
가능했어?
allowed to do that? So they keep telling
최우수
you
직원의
it takes a
특혜는
full day and night after to
나감을까도
name all the
모자라니까.
benefits of the best employee.
그 망할 놈의 최우수
Ah, that
최우수
stupid best
최우수.
tripe again.
퇴사한 란 선배랑
I saw that you
엄청
exchanged a ton of
긴밀하게
mail with
메일을
Ran even after
주고받았던데.
she left. What
무슨
was that
메일이었어?
about? You wouldn't reply to a
내가 커피
single
마시자고
one I
보낸
sent
메일엔
asking
답장 한 통도
to
없었으면서.
go grab coffee together.
하긴
I do suppose you've
너는
respected Ran a lot
입사할
even
때부터
just
란
ever
선배를
since you joined.
존경했지.
Even your password was set as
비밀번호도
Miss You Ran.
보고 싶다 란
How about that? Now that's some interesting. How would you know? Oh, is he watching her?
아니,
Wait,
잠깐.
is that all true?
정말입니까? 이해가 안 됩니다.
I don't understand. K-Corp's research
K-사
states the best
연구소만큼
workplace you could ask for as a
안정적이고
scientist.
복지도
A
높으며
stable
각광받는
job,
연구원
cares
전혀
about employee
없습니다.
well-being, has limelight to the academy. Well, as long as it's not employees tied to the... As long as it's not a choice between the employees and the equipment, because then the equipment always wins out, but still.
그런데
But why would you turn your back on it and collude with the
테러
terrorists?
집단과 내통을 전 당신 정도면
I saw you
꽤
as a
미래가
researcher with a
충분한
promising
연구원이라고
future.
생각했습니다.
You had a long way to go compared
물론
to Mr. Dongrang,
동양님에
but
비하면 아직
still.
멀었지만
그래, 수련네.
Yeah, Shren.
네
Why don't
입으로
you say it
직접
yourself?
말해줘. 왜
Why did you
저들과
decide
뜻을
to
함께
collude with
하게
them?
됐어?
Dongrang feels like he knows something he's not telling us.
눈물이
The tears
멈추지 않으니까.
wouldn't stop.
너라면
You-
무슨 뜻인지
You know what that
알겠지?
means, right? We couldn't hear the rest of what she tried to say. At first, it looked like a red line was drawn on her body. Then we realized it wasn't a line.
슈레느 씨,
Cut clean neck. Half fluid splash from the hemispheres of her brain to convey the regeneration impulses won't heal this. As shut your mouth and keep
닥치고
still.
동작 금지.
Don't even breathe.
숨도 쉬지 마.
The people who slew Shren, and along with the wall behind her without letting even the footsteps be heard. Oh, I thought Ryoshi was the one who did it. I guess even Ryoshi doesn't usually doesn't go that without reason, without in the middle of a. She doesn't kill someone mid-sentence, I guess is the best way to put it. Not unless someone gives her the idea, I suppose.
그림자 속에서
Fixers innately
움직이는
treading
반푼
shadows.
해결사 놈들.
I'll give you the honor of being
특별히
called Fitz.
음반이라고 불러주지.
그런 해결사라면
Fixers who work like that, they belong with
지역회.
the She Association. Oh, so that's what Faust is going to be joining in the next patch. Neat.
도시에서
An
암살만
association
전문으로
of fixers that
일하는
exclusively
해결사 협회예요.
take assassination requests. And they always make sure to do so at the most time it would be most inconvenient. Just to be dicks.
저희가 함부로
They most
상대할 수
likely
있는
aren't the
자들이
ones
아닐
we
거예요.
could easily fight and
물론
defeat. Depends how much
얼마로
they're
어느 과에
paid and
해결사를
what section they're
보냈는지가
from, but in this case,
유주 씨만 그
seeing
기척을
that only Ryoshi was able to pick up the hints of their
만만한
presence,
우연과 따위는
they most
절대
certainly
아니겠죠.
won't be amateurs from section 5 or 6.
슈레느 씨,
Miss Shren,
대체
why?
왜?
벌써
Gone already.
떠났군.
Ryoshi clicked her tongue and complained about the assassin's retreat, even though I couldn't see or hear them at all.
어이가 없군.
How ridiculous!
내부 분열이라니.
Torn by an inner conflict. Torn by an inner conflict. Senior researcher Rand was Shren's mentor when she first joined the firm. It looks like their bond
제
lasted much
생각보다
longer than I had
둘이 인연을
thought.
오랫동안 유지하고 있었나 보네요. 단테 씨,
You see, Dante?
보셨죠?
We were peers working for the same
같은 회사
film,
동기들
and there's still
사이에서도
collusion and
내통이
fraternity.
발생하고 있네요. 배신,
Betrayal, diversion,
분열,
connivance. It happens in any group of
어느
people.
집단이든 간에
I guess it's an
반복되는
inescapable cycle.
어쩔 수 없는 굴레인가 봐요.
Not sure there's any point in telling me this. I mean, I guess it could be hinting that one of ours could be a traitor, but I kind of doubt that, if only because of game mechanics. Although, well, like I said, I still remember reading the profiles, the prologue, and one of them did warn that Otis isn't to be trusted, but that could also just be that her sin was betrayal that she feels bad about, hence being unquestionably loyal to her new leader now.
당신은
There's any... Or it could be any number of things, so we can't worry about a traitor unless we have a specific reason to do it immediately, like it was here. So, how much do you trust your sinners? I'm sorry, what?
사실
You know virtually nothing about them, do you? Much like how I couldn't know everything about Shren. Am I wrong?
그렇지. 내가
You don't even know which one of them has a history with me. I'd bet it was Yi Sang if I had to place money bets now. Yeah, I've mentioned before, but I really do like the art style for this game. Now that's not because I look for it, I'm simply someone who appreciates the arts. Reunion. Oh no, they followed me here from Arknights. Reunion is the name of the group, the first major arc. The villains of the first major arc in Arknights. Looks like we're almost there. I can sense the golden bow resonating nearby.
근처까지
It
도달한
appears we are
모양입니다.
nearing the target location. That's good. The
잘
photos
됐네요.
and awards I left should
아마
still be
거기에
there.
제가 놓고 온 사진이나 상장들이 있을 거예요.
Honestly, I have trouble trusting Dongrang more than any of the sinners here. Because, as much as I'd like to grab the golden bow now and go home early so I can unlock all the complete Chapter 4 stuff that I can farm when I'm not streaming this game, I still think he's got a bit more ulterior motives than simply his nostalgia. Especially since he seemed completely unfazed even by his supposed best friend and rival betraying him. Not to mention he kept even his secretary out of the loop. He has a plan. But yeah, it turns... And yeah, something about the regeneration modules are what turned people into the monsters that we fought at the start, the one that attacked publicly. It was a big surprise because nobody expected one of the healing modules to mutate someone.
연구 기밀 문서도요.
Classified research
동랑님.
documents as well, Mr. Dongrang. Yisang picked up an ampoule Shren dropped from the floor and carefully examines it.
친절하네요.
How kind of you.
주워줄
You didn't
필요까지는
have to pick it up.
없었는데.
It's the same.
이 재생 앰플.
This regeneration ampoule.
아까
The
K사의
its number
싸움꾼들과
abides by the
기계들이
same
맞다툴
rule as the
때
decay ampoules
강제로
was forcibly
주입되었던
administered to Miss Ishmael in the earlier
붕괴
scuffle
앰플이
between Keiko's
동일한
brawlers and invading
규칙이 남봐요.
machines.
그건 시리얼
That's
넘버라고
what's
하는
called a
겁니다.
serial code.
앰플을
It's a
분류하는
unique string
고유
of
넘버링
numbers that
방식이죠.
categorize the ampoules.
앞자리가
One
오면
starts with an
오리지널.
O or original.
잠깐.
Wait, why am I explaining
이걸
this
왜
again?
설명해주고 있는 거지?
Original, identical to the decay.
이스마엘 양에게
So this suggests that it's an essence
붕괴
that is
앰플
no
역시
different from that
그
of the
본질
regeneration
또한 재생
ampule.
앰플과 다르지 아니하였는가?
이 재생
This series of
앰플은
regeneration
뭐랄까?
ampoule is, well, how do I say it? It's an
정제되지
undiluted
않은
solution.
원액이거든요.
It's not exactly like the
대중적인
commercially
재생
available
앰플과는
ones.
조금 달라요. 지금
What are you
무슨
thinking right
생각을 하고
now?
있어요?
아무것도.
나를
Nothing.
언제부터 알아봤어?
When did you first recognize me?
닭들을 사육하는 장면을
Since you showed us the
내비했을
chickens in
때부터
captivity.
연구실만
It would
보여줘도
have sufficed to give your
충분했을
visitors
일을
a cursory tour, yet you insisted on showing your
은밀한
personal
실험실까지
laboratory.
내보여준 것은
맞아.
You're right.
다른 사람은
I don't know about the
몰라도
others, but I wanted you to see the
내게는 내
demonstrable
성과와
proof of
성공을
my
당당하게
success.
보여주고 싶었어.
I'm still sad though.
그래도
You probably
섭섭하네.
had plenty of time to express your
오랜만에
feelings of
재회한 옛
your
버스에게
joy of reuniting with this old
반갑다는
friend of
인사를 건넬
yours.
시간은
Alright, so I was
많았을
right, it was Yi-Sang. Although I guess to be fair, the game wasn't exactly trying to hide it, since normally the quiet guy is suddenly a bit more talkative this chapter.
곁에 남은
It is
보스는
my thought that I no
더는
longer have
없다고
companions
생각하여.
by my side. Oh, come on, Yi-Sang, you at least have us. You can count on us to have your back, if nothing else.
변한 게 없구나.
You haven't changed.
넌 예전부터
You've always spoiled keeping
소중한 걸
precious things in
병속에만
bottles.
간직한지
Enjoyed
구경하는
keeping
걸
precious
지켰지.
things in bottles and by watching them.
그대는
And you were
그걸
intent on
밖으로
releasing and
내보이고 싶어
showing them.
견딜 수 없어 하였고
거실하였는가?
Dost thou say companions? I must say,
자네는
Yi-Sang,
이
many
여정
reunions with thy
속에 제외하는
companions
것이
do await
하지
me on
않군.
this journey.
지난번에도 그
In Expedition Past, the one wearing the tinted eyewear did confront thee.
아하.
Aha, so you already had a
제외의
reunion to
기쁨은
celebrate.
이미 누렸던
No wonder you were
모양이네요.
being so detached
그리하여
with me.
나와는 이렇게 서먹한 거군요.
How troubling for you,
그런데 이거
though.
어떡하지? 아직 한 명 더
Looks
남아
like
있는
there'll be
모양인데.
another for you to have to face. What do you mean?
슈렌느의
I
밀고로
thought everyone had made their
조직원들은 이
escape thanks
건물을
to
이미 다
Shran's
빠져나갔다고
snitching.
그건 아니었나
But I
보네요.
suppose that wasn't the case. Someone walks in exuding a suffocatingly thick scent of flowers, holding a golden branch, an object now familiar to me. She had a worn monochrome photograph in her hand.
나온 사진이야.
It's a fine
이제
photograph.
세상에 단
Only
하나밖에
one in the shot remains in the world right now.
아,
So many old friends,
여기나
and not
저기나
one to greet me with
어느 하나
delight.
반갑다는 인사를 해주는 친구가 없네. 사진
Won't you give that picture back to me?
돌려주지
It may not look it, but it's a
안
very
그래 보여도
cherished
소중하게
treasure of
간직하고 있었던
mine.
거라.
동랑님,
Mr.
함부로
Dongrang, you
다가가지
shouldn't be close to
마십시오.
her. It's
위험합니다.
dangerous.
선원,
All
성급하게
troops, do
나서지
not
마라.
carelessly approach her. The golden bow
황금가지가
may be
파괴될 수도
destroyed.
있다.
So the golden bows are not invincible. Well, that makes sense. Even the Dragon Balls could technically be destroyed if attacked.
판단에 동의한다.
I'd agree with it.
파우스트가
Faust will
금방
come up with a
해소할
way to
방법을
retrieve it in
떠올릴
no
거예요.
time.
자꾸 두드려패서
Oh,
해결하지
why do
못할 것들만
we
나오냐.
keep running to problems that a good pummeling can't solve? This is right infuriating. Everyone yells and shouts their goals in mind. Regardless of the noise, the person with the golden bow steadily walks this way. However, instead of going for Dongrang,
그리고
the
향긋한 그
piquant and fragrant
냄새.
smell made me feel as though the ground was sinking.
땅이 꺼지는 듯하였지.
Oh, that piquant and fragrant smell made me feel as though the ground was sinking. She plunged the golden bow in her hand into the chest. Canto 4 is the only one considered to be excessively long that even Project Moon chose to nerf its length by decreasing the number of enemies in certain stages. Oh, wow. Alright. Yeah, I was warned this was going to be a bit longer than all the others, but I guess not even the later ones are this long. Well, as long as they use the length they need to tell the story, but... Yeah. Dang. And Yi-Sang collapses.
네가
I didn't think you would end up
기어코
choosing
네 눈앞에서
him
그를
before my
택할 줄
eyes.
몰랐어.
Yi-Sang,
이건 돌려줄게.
you can have this back.
사진 따위.
Photograph is nothing more than a
순간에
taxidermied
박자인 곳에
moment.
지나지 않으니.
Even drenched in blood, the golden blow still glows, contrasting the golden dazzle. The faded monochrome photograph falls to the floor. Interesting, that head is blank. A person shouldn't have that, but I guess it's possible. They did mention, the intervello did mention that there's a furnace where anything that put in there is destroyed. Maybe our old head was put in there. Ah, okay, so this is so you can jump between the areas easily. Hole. Let me grab a sip of my drink and we'll continue onward. Chapter 4's length is only going to be matched in beginning with Canto 7 and 8. And to my understanding, those are the more recent ones, right? I guess it makes sense. Yeah, in that case, yeah, I guess having a long chapter this early, I could see why they felt that was a bit much.
그때를 생각하면
Thinking back to those days,
나는 늘
I felt as though I had been afloat all the time then.
그래.
Yes, I was enduring
마치
life with the feeling
하늘을
of
날아다니는 듯한
flying in the
기분으로
sky.
생을 견디고 있었지. 그랬기에 나는
Thus, I have been living without
내게
knowing for
날개가
certain if I truly had
있었는지,
wings, or if I was a
방풍이었던
mere
것인지조차
half-wit.
모르고
이상 또 잠 안 자고 연구만
Isang,
한
would you
거야?
stay up all night on your research again? I
그러다가
keep telling you,
객사한다고 몇
skipping
번이나
sleep will
주의를
get you killed.
줬는데
Oh, it's Dongrang. Presumably before he was promoted.
쟤는 우리랑 달라.
Dongbek.
한번 파고들면
He's something
잠이고
else.
밥이고
Remember how he'd
밤에
forget to eat or
챙겨쳤던
sleep
거
when he got into
기억나?
something?
됐어 동백.
It can't be helped,
그래서
Dongbek.
이번
So what do you plan
낭수회는
to show us at
어떤
this
걸 우리한테
Illuminators
보여줄 테냐?
conference?
그렇게 밤낮을
I can't help but
버리고
look
방에만
forward to something you've been
처박혀 있으면
working on
기대를 안
tirelessly in your
할래도 그럴
room.
수가 없단 말이야.
이번에 나는
This time, I've made something I call
거울이라는
the
것을
mirror.
만들어 보았어. 그래서 언제나
Thus, it has
분명하지
always
아니한
remained
것이요.
unclear. Canto 4's length morph may have happened much after 4's completion in the progression of a later Canto intervallo. Well, it makes sense. Sometimes, especially it might have been on their to-do list, but they had a lot higher priorities to do before they could do it. Technically speaking, with development, everything you do is an opportunity cost. You can only do one thing at so many things at once, especially since, to my understanding, the Project Moon team is a smaller team.
내가 그날을
Thus, it's always remained unclear. Unsure if I regret that day,
감기하는
or reminisce it
숫자도.
fondly. Yisang, are you alright? Yisang's eyes slowly opened. Their lives are so easily light, so easily recoverable. I see.
이번에도
You've
어김없이
reversed my death as
시간을
you always
돌려주었구나.
do. A flash of light burst out of the golden bow as it pierced his chest, blinding everyone a moment, and Dongbek had disappeared in the meantime. The smiles of the people in the photograph made at each other were nowhere to be seen now. And Dongrang cast his eyes into emptiness, reviewing the situation we've got ourselves into.
동백은 틀림없이
I'm sure
저를 찌를
Dongbek's plan
생각으로
was to
기다리고
stab
있었을
me.
거예요. 제게 K사 직원 외에
Shren and Rand probably told her
조력자들이
that I
있다는
brought
건
help from the
출연료와 란
outside.
선배를 통해 알았겠지만 그 중에
But she couldn't have
이상이
known that
있다는
Yisang
것은
would have been among
몰랐을
them.
테니까.
Ah, so you brought Yisang here on purpose?
건가요?
Are you asking if I
제가
invited him as a
기습당할 걸
meat shield,
알고
knowing I'd be
방패막이를
ambushed?
데려왔냐는
As
건가?
excellent as my ability to predict
제
courses
예측
of
능력은
events is,
보통이 아니긴
I'm
하지만
no prophet.
예지를 할 수 있는 건 아니라
결과적으로는 잘
Either way,
됐습니다.
things went in our favor. The assault was
목숨을 노리고
clearly
찌른
made with intent to
공격이더군요.
kill.
뭐 무슨
What? Just you can't be serious. A colleague of ours got stabbed to
아니,
death
우리
for your
동료가
boss.
대신
And
칼에
you're talking
찔려서
like everything
죽다가
went
살아났는데
well.
잘 됐다는 말이나 하다니.
저희 쪽에서
It's not our
신체적 손해를
responsibility to
배상해야 할
compensate for
부분은
injuries,
없지
is it?
않습니까?
If this has left
혹시
psychological
심리적인
scars, you're free to
문제라면
demand compensation. But
청구하셔도
please know the
되겠습니다만
procedures will be
그건
complex.
처리 절차가 꽤 까다로워서 충분히 고려하시고
Yeah, first we'd have to go through
그러니까
your
지금 대기하는 말이-
insurance, then we have to go through our insurance. It's just a huge pain in the ass. No, my problem is how you're describing this whole...
되었어.
Leave the matter there.
아픈 것은
I do not feel an
한푼도
ounce of
없어.
pain, so you have no need to pursue this matter
그만두시오.
further. When I turn the clock, every consequence is reversed. Torn clothing, bloodied stains, even the smallest scars are undone. But it doesn't make the cause of those damages something that never happened. Which is why I have to ask, are you sure you're okay, Yisang? Right, it doesn't heal them mentally, it only heals them physically. Yisang shut down my last attempt to acquire with a simple yes, so I couldn't try again until now. But a man named Gubo had no problem raising his weapon against Yisang while claiming to be his compatriot.
그래.
I see.
여지
You must have been rather
궁금했겠군.
curious. This time he didn't seem to have any intent to dodge my question.
한때 나는
I was once part of an
고인회라는 단체에
organization
몸을 담았어.
named the League of Nine.
구보,
Gubo, Dongrang, Dongbek,
내 가슴
the one who
팍을
stabbed my
찔러왔던
chest.
동백.
Those faces, you have seen members of it as
관리자.
well.
그대가
We're members of it as
배웠던
well,
명령들이
manager.
함께였지. 그러나 어느 날
However, it disbanded and scattered one day. Each of us was
흩어졌어.
flown away in our own path.
각자가 갈 길로 날려 나아갔어.
Yeah, birds and flight are a very common thing with Yisang, I've noticed.
그저 그랬을
That
뿐이야.
was all there is to it.
뭐야? 그뿐이라기엔
Oh, well,
너무
it feels
많이
like stories
빠진 것
missing a ton of
같은데?
details, you know?
여차저차해서
You broke up things
헤어졌고
'cause it happened, now
어쩌다가
you're pulling
서로에게
knives at each
칼을
other?
휘두르는 사이가
Is that it?
되어버렸네. 이런 거야?
Now, this is perhaps the influx of players reach heights sufficient that those deterred by the length of Canto 4 were significant to be deemed. Yeah, that would make sense. Listen. That was part of the reason Final Fantasy XIV had to redo their infamously long Realm Reborn stuff. And even now it does have a few problems, like large gaps where there's no story or dungeons to do. You have to find a way to level there. Which can be a bit of a hurdle for newer players.
아니면
Or
처음부터
maybe they were never friends after all.
친구가 아니었을 수도 있겠죠.
True, just because you work together a lot doesn't necessarily make you close.
그저 순간이야.
It was no more than a moment. I believe my testimony to be apt for a time as transient as that. Yeah, I figure that's yeah, going into one's past, especially if it's a particularly intense memory, is something you don't want to do too much, so this'll work for now. He started talking a lot. He hasn't turned to a chatterbox yet, but I had the feeling he'd soon become a bit more talkative. I was reminded of Faust mentioning that he was never really the quiet sort. Are you sure you're okay, he sang.
언제나 괜찮았어.
Oh, I've always been okay. If that was his true nature, then this might not be a bad thing. Still, my feelings say that I should care for his well-being. From your recent memory, have you had any particularly happy or painful memories, moments, or anything like that? You're devoting an unusual degree of attention to me today. While it does not please me, I'll give you an answer, since your demeanor is quite unlike the usual.
썩 달갑진 않으나
Yeah, I guess this has been a pretty shitty day for all of us, I'm gonna be honest.
내 대답은 해주겠어. 구태여
If I were to choose
뽑아보자면
one, the happiest occasion of recent
최근에
memory would
가장
be
기뻤던
when we
일은
had that Illuminators
낭수회를
conference.
했을 때 가장
And the most hopeless one
절망스러웠던
would
순간은
be
그대를 처음 만난
the forest where I first met you.
그곳에서
The very moment my life resumed, when I was
끊어졌던
certain
믿어
it had
의심치
ended
않았던
there.
목숨이 재생되던 순간 그리고
Another such
지금이요
moment is now. I'm once again realizing this
변치
regeneration
않고
is ever
재생은
so
언제나
flawless,
완벽하다는 걸 깨닫게
unchanging.
되는 지금 어찌
I hope
대답이
that sates your
되었는가
curiosity.
이제
Now, should we not be on our way?
걸음해야 하지 않겠어
I see a very long road ahead of
갈
us.
길이 멀어 보이는
Oh
것
damn, even
같소만
Yisang is warning me this is gonna be a very long chapter. As he walked ahead, I could almost see it. Although the wound was perfectly erased, there was still a hole in his chest with wide open, with no signs of mending. Now, is that figurative in the sense that he hates having been betrayed by all his former friends, or is it that the golden bow has a power or that would prevent a full regeneration like normal? Neither one is particularly pleasant, I can tell you that much. Dante's still looking at Yisang's hole. Okay, that's a good one. Oh
이
dear.
지부에
It seems a radio
전파
communication
장치가
device
있었던
was installed
모양이군요.
with this branch. His phone was intensely vibrating as the call set on fire.
네,
Yes, I understand.
네.
I'll return right away.
지금 바로 돌아가겠습니다. 연구소에
It seems
또다시
laboratory's
습격이
been
있었던
raided again.
모양입니다. 아까보다
There are apparently
테러범들의
more
숫자도
terrorists this time, on
위수도
fiercer offense than
더 증가한
before.
것 같다고 하네요.
금방의 서동은
So the commotion earlier was a
우리를 일부러
distraction to
이곳에
keep
발목
us
잡아두기
here.
위한 유인책이었나?
This could have easily been prevented if it weren't for your collusion.
충분히 예방할 수 있었던 일이다.
Otis lashed out in
조금
frustration.
낯설긴 하네요.
It does feel rather strange. I think
로보토미
this is the
지부에
first time we're going through a lobotomy
와서 한 상처 하나
corp branch
마주치지
without
못하고
facing a
가는 건
single
처음인
abnormality.
것 같아서요.
Well, to be fair, that's because K-Corp cleaned it out for us earlier.
그렇네요.
That's true indeed.
환상체들이
Though we did,
얌전히 알이되어 있던 것도
those we did see were
신기하고요.
still resting in their eggs.
기술 해방
The boundaries
뭐라는
from the tech
놈들은
liberation, whatever, must have got
환상체
some way to
손
put
한
their
번
abnormalities in their
깠다가도
eggs without
알로
lifting a
되돌릴
hand,
수
eh?
있는 능력을 갖추신 분들인가 봐.
구체적인 건
Though we have
직접
yet to see the
봐야
details with our
알겠지만
own eyes, they really do have the
환상체를
technology to
알로
revert
되돌릴
our
기술을
abnormalities
지닌
into their
사람들이라면
interactive
그
forms.
이상의
It's
기술도
certain that they
보유하고
possess
있을 거라는
technology
건
to achieve
분명하다.
more. Well, sounds like you've got to look out, John Red Bud. Miss Faust isn't the one to say ominous stuff for nothing, after all, you know.
어떻게든 될
It'll
거예요.
work out somehow.
K사에서 제일
In our
강한
group is
연구원이랑
K-Corp's most successful researcher,
그보다
and better yet,
우수한
two of the greatest
도시에서 제일
geniuses in
강한
the
천재
city.
둘이 함께하잖아요.
Oh, but Faust is right here, so only one. Constellations.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
As soon as we got back to the lobby, we could see panic-struck employees run before Donggrang and Samjo.
동맹님, 잠깐.
Mr. Donggrang, a moment, please. We've all turned pale.
다들 얼굴이 시퍼렇게 되어 있네.
Pardon me for a moment.
잠시 실례할게요.
The situation looks pretty tense. It's kind of awkward to stand still like this. As I meander in the lobby, murmuring meaningless stuff to myself, Don Quixote scuffled to a shelf. What manner of books are these? The pictures glitter brightly. Of course she's impressed by picture books. Sounding a merry hum, she picked up a storybook. I peeked in the book she opened. He sang also turned his gaze, possibly bothered by something about it. Soon a golden haze unfolded.
모두가 고개를 떨군
Once
채
upon a time,
땅을
when everyone
바라보며
had their
살던
heads
시대에
down and eyes fixed
하늘을
upon the
바라보며
ground,
사는 이가
there was a person
있었습니다.
who looked upon the sky.
그 눈에 들어온 것은
In their eyes were the twinkling
하늘에 반짝이는
stars.
별들. 이름도 없고
Connecting the
누구도
nameless
가지지
stars no
않던
one else
별들을
would look
이어가며
at.
이름을
The
지어주고
person gave them
내키는
names
대로
and made up
이야기를
stories as they
만들곤
liked.
했습니다. 이야기라는 것은
Stories
끝이 없는
like skeins of
실타래와도
thread
같아서
without an end. Stories are like skeins of thread without an end.
의미 없음
They're
속에서
drawn and woven together in an
의미를
effort to
찾고자
find meaning from the
엮고
meaninglessness.
세상에 담겨 있는
All
기쁜
kinds of stories in
이야기와
the world,
슬픈
happy and
이야기들은
sad, circled in the
언제나
night
밤하늘에
sky.
맴돌았습니다. 그러다 어느 날
Then one day,
그의
the
가족이
person's
매우
family
큰
fell
병에
deeply
걸려
sick,
죽음을
their
앞두게
life nearing its
되었습니다.
end.
그는 여느
Like any
날처럼
other day, the person
하늘을
spoke in
향해
the sky
그
about the
슬픔에
grief they
관한
felt.
이야기를 하였습니다. 그러자
And then,
그의
a droplet of
머리
water
위로
fell upon that
물방울이
person's head.
떨어졌습니다. 위를 올려다보니
Looking up, the constellation,
별자리가 그에게
the person
말을
found
걸고
the
있는 게
constellation was
안겠어요?
talking to them.
내게 이름을 붙이고
Dear person who named
이야기를
me and gave me a
만들어준
story,
자야.
thanks to you, I was
나는
cast
너를
into the
통해
land, pushed by the
지상에
flow of
던져지고
time,
시간이
feeling the world in
떠밀려져
full.
세상을 느낄 수 있었단다. 별은
Did you know
본래
that
소망을
stars
이뤄줄
can
수
grant
있다는 거
wishes?
알고 있니? 내가 내리는
The
눈물이
tears I shed
네
will clear
아픔을
you of your
씻겨내어줄
pain.
거란다. 그리고 나서
Afterward,
세상엔
rain fell
하루
to the
반나절
world
동안 비가
for a day and a
내렸습니다.
half.
그 비를 맞은
Everyone
자들은
caught in the rain
모두
was
씻은
fully
듯이
healed up.
나았습니다. 병을 앓던
The
그의
person's ill family
가족도
recovered to health as
건강을
well.
되찾았답니다. 이제
Since
그와
then,
그의
the person and their
가족들,
family, as well as the
도시의
residents of the city, have
사람들은
looked up at the sky
매일
and talked
밤마다
about happiness
다
every
같이
night.
하늘을 보며
그래서였군요.
That explains it. I read that
K사의
Nest K
고유 문화
had a
중
custom of
하나가
walking
매년
outside without
특정
an
달의
umbrella to
밤에
stand
비가
the rain
오면 사람들이
on a certain
우산 없이
night of the
밖으로
month
나가서
every
비를
year.
맞는 거랬는데.
Oh, so they still have cultural local customs. Huh.
설마 또
Well, don't tell me, am I alone in this
저만 아는
again? Haven't you checked
사실인가요?
out the pamphlet guide and K-Corp's
아직까지도
Nest and
K사 동지와
factories until now?
뒷골목을
No
여행하는
one.
자를 위한 안내서 책자 안 읽은 거예요?
아 그거
Oh, that thing.
지난번에 벌레
Oh,
때려잡는
that
데
thing. I used mine to
써서
whack some bugs, so I
제지급
gotta get a new one.
로자 씨는 지금 이 상황에서 농담이
This looked
나와요?
like the time to be joking around, Roger. Roger didn't look like she was joking at all, but Ishmael seemed unaware of it.
그런데 이
By the way,
이야기
that story, it felt
재생
similar to what a
앰플이랑도
regeneration
맥락이 비슷해
ampule
보이지
does,
않나요?
doesn't it?
비를 맞으면
The rain that
씻은
restores you to
듯이
health.
건강해진다는 게
Yeah, but these, for some reason, are mutating people into those abnormalities. Yeah, so you're trying to say it was made from the rain, dropped by stars? You know, in this universe, I wouldn't even discredit that as a possibility. They document it and make it an SCP of some kind, but it could happen at this point.
아니 그 전에
Wait,
물
wasn't
같은
it
게 아니라
nanobots, not water stuff in the first
나노로봇이라며.
place? What do you think, Faust?
전 연구자예요.
I am a woman of science. I prefer judgments on
사실에
facts
입각해서
rather than
판단하는 걸
metaphors.
선호한다는 뜻이죠. 이러한
This so-called analysis and
소위
interpretation of stars and
별구름의
clouds might be an area
관측과
Yi Sang is more familiar with.
저보다는 이상 씨가 더 잘할지도 모르겠네요. 그이는 같은
He's a researcher like me,
연구자였지만
but we're not
저와는
quite
또
the same.
다르니까요.
That explains why she kept insisting that Yi Sang was a much different person than her, even though, as far as we knew at the time, she was the only researcher. We'd better
어서
hurry.
올라가
The
봐야겠어요.
situation seems pretty serious.
상황이 많이 심각한 것 같네요. 이번엔
I
연구실이
hear they
아니라
managed to storm all the way into the rooms where
실험실까지
experiments were being
들이닥친
conducted this time.
어?
Does this place not seem too
여기는 너무
peaceful for such a
평화롭지
dire
않은가?
predicament? I see
도망치는
nary a
자가
man running
없다만.
away.
대피 명령은 내려진 것 같습니다.
It does appear there was an
다만,
evacuation order. However, as you
지난번에
witnessed last
여러분도
time, this is not the first
보았다시피
emergency that occurred
대피를
this
이미
week.
한 적이 있어서
They might be worried about evacuating
주
again.
70시간 근무
That
제도에
evacuating
지장이 갈
again
수도
could
있어서
disrupt
그러나
the
봅니다.
70 work week policy. Lovely. Yeah. We want to evacuate, but we can't because we still have work to do. Working in this kind of place isn't easy, huh?
이해가 안 되는 건
I don't get it. How
어떻게
is this attack
습격할 수 있다는
possible?
거지?
It doesn't seem like a structure that
누군가에게
allowed
들키지
intruders to sneak in the room
않고 실험실로
undetected.
바로 진입이 가능한 구조는 아니라 보았다만
시간이 없으니까
We're running short on time, so
올라가면서
I'll explain
설명하죠.
as we go up.
이 우리가
Object.
같이 올라가야 하는 이유
Give
한
me one
가지만
reason why I
대봐.
should go with you.
계약 조건은 완수했다.
Indeed, the contract has been fulfilled. Well, no, it has not
맞아요.
technically. That's true, but as much as I want to give the
황금
bow
가지를
to
들고
you,
싶어도
it's
눈앞에서
been
빼앗겨
taken before our
버렸잖아.
eyes.
무분 말토.
이거
So
맞는
this
거야?
is this really
아,
right?
저기
What does the contract
계약서엔 뭐라고
say?
적혀 있어?
I could
글쎄요.
say, but I'm not too knowledgeable when it
법조계
comes to
쪽으로는
legal
약해서.
matters. Instead of arguing, Samjo suddenly got busy wiping his glasses.
3,
삼조 씨,
I say, Miss Samjo, she wants answers.
3.
삼조 씨,
Samjo, she says she'll assail you this time.
대가리를 깨버린다고.
틀렸어.
Wrong, I said I'll assail him
지금
right
대가리를
now.
깬다고 했다.
긴급
This is an
상황입니다.
emergency, an
긴급.
emergency. You should go
어서
upstairs
올라가시죠.
quickly. Let's hurry along for now, Ryoshu. I'll show
기어코
Sangria, I
만단
swear it.
지혜를 보여주겠어.
Samjo urgently sends us upstairs. The hallway that was clean and calm hours ago has now turned to complete mayhem, filled with screams of fleeing people. A researcher was crying, clinging to someone who appeared to be a Liberation Alliance member.
도와주세요.
Help me!
동남님, 살려주세요.
제 직원이
My staff member is begging
살려달라고
for your
하는데
help. Won't you consider
누가
letting
그럴
them
생각은
go?
없나요? 원하는 게
If it's
정보라면
intelligence you want, I
내어드릴게요.
can give it to you. We were planning to go out for a staff dinner. The restaurant with
맛있는
books serves
고깃집을
delicious
데려가기
meats.
위해서요. 고기 대신
It'd be
향냄새를
rather
맡는 건
unfortunate if
조금
the smell awaiting us
불쌍하잖아요.
tomorrow came from incense sticks at a funeral instead of meat on a grill. Wouldn't you agree?
정보
Intelligence. We have no need for it.
이번엔
You're
빈몸이야.
walking in unarmed now. What happened
너네
to the
싸울
robots
빵도
that did
없어서
the...
대신
for the
싸워주는
fighting for you
기계들이나 가지고
wimps?
왔었잖아.
우리 쪽 로봇도
We have no need to bring our robots either.
여기 좋은 게
I
많아
see plenty of
보이는데요.
useful looking ones here.
설마
Wait, are you trying
테러
to...
단체의 적출을
We ordered to
명받았다.
excise terrorists.
목표는
Targets
전부의
all
적출.
spots. We
저희 쪽
outnumber them by a
숫자가
wide
훨씬
margin. It might be a little
많아요.
unfair, but it
조금
seems we won't have any
치사하지만
trouble defeating them.
손쉽게 이길 수 있겠는데요.
나님의 주요
Miss
분야는
Rand's
기계
expertise was
감찰이었습니다.
hijacking machines.
전투보단
She was more
해킹
experienced in
특화형
hijacking than fighting.
환영합니다.
Welcome,
언제나
K-Corp. We have
당신의
all your
안전을
safety
위한
above all else.
K사입니다.
Wait,
지가.
that's...
안전을
For
위하여
everyone's safety,
전투는
deserters
노란
attempting to
잎을
flee will be
접근 시
injected with a
저항해서나
decay ampule according to
공개의
regulatory
불을
rules. The ampule will be launched if you leave a 20 meter radius of the combat area.
현재
You're 40
약 40km
meters away from the
거리가
perimeter.
남아있습니다. 앞으로
Shoot.
5,000으로
If we do not attack the
적군에게
enemy in the next 5
아무
seconds, a
공격을
decay
가하지
ampule will be
않도록
administered according to
공개의
regulatory
불을
rules.
지킵니다.
You have 4
4초
seconds
남았습니다.
remaining. Faust is a researcher that seeks to know. Yi is a researcher that seeks to make. Ah. Huh. Learning and creation are two very different pieces, yeah. Although they can frequently come hand in hand. They are not necessarily together. Wait, we're the enemy now? Damn it, I got no choice.
어째서?
당연히
I don't want to
붕괴의
give
불을
up
막고
the
싶지
decay
않으니까.
ampule. I want to live.
현재 상태.
Current status, no
전선
deserters. All
이탈
status
지역은
green.
쾌적한
Please stand in
상태.
line for a generation.
재생 앰플을 받으실
Ampules.
분은
그렇군.
저치 또
I see. They're weighing their
자신과
lives to
우리의 목숨을
ours, not
서울에
unlike what we
올려두고
do.
있는 자입니다.
Please permit us to engage.
전투를
Got it. I find it hilarious that basically another side can die because of this. But we do need to take out this stupid thing. Hacked K-Corp regen drone. Ah, so chapter 3's fight with these was a preview for this chapter. That's actually kind of neat. I like when they do that. Kind of like how Elden Ring would have generic enemies from late areas as a boss early. Castlevania also used to do that if you want to go more old school. Let me grab a sip of my drink while we're fighting here.
좋아. 장부에서 샀지.
Alrighty, let's see. Now, what does this thing do again? Resistor ampule. Target's allies give protection against a random affinity. Administering HP. Target's allies heals by a damage number. Decay Decay Ampule. On hit, Decay Ampule, inflict paralyze on the next turn. Takes damage by 2% of max HP per count. Okay, stuff that deals damage based on max HP is a very good tank buster, so let's be careful of that. That would actually is one of the few things that could potentially threaten Dawn in her tank form right now. I might want to seriously consider... Whatever, I can probably still do this fairly easily. Alright, as soon as that thing gets smashed, we'll be in good shape, I think. But yeah, these enemies are pretty tanky. Well, they were back in Chapter 2, but then again, I was barely level 30 back then. Well, no, I barely had any uptide 3s back then. Now my entire main team is uptide 3, so I think that's the main thing that matters. EP.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Excellent. I probably should have focused the healer first, but not a big deal. Not yet, anyway.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
Yeah, about 2 more matches and I'll level up.
놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
해보겠네.
Our enemies seem to be under the weather. We should take advantage of this.
얼얼하지?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Fear. Gain a charge player, lower gain protection. Nervous. Defense up.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
아직 징수 이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
차 부숴줄
Go
테다.
this way and it should clean him up pretty easily.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았네.
깔끔하게 물었군.
At least staggered ones take a lot more damage. Although it does work both ways, so gotta be careful there.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
Excellent.
대갚아보죠.
일기당천.
Should be very straightforward here then.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 일기당천. 위기당첨.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 말게.
얼얼하지?
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
이번에 대상 사망. 진행.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Where?
맘. 맘.
Charge barrier obtained. But the fight's over. Whoops. Oh well.
마침내 굴레 하나를
And level
끊었어.
up. Wonderful.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Bright
그러니.
villains.
언젠가 제외할 날.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
깡도 없다는 말은 취소해주지.
I take back what I said about
우리가
you being
저것들이랑
spineless.
신나게 노는
I take
동안
back what I said about
이렇게
you being
도망 안
spineless
갔네.
wimps. I'm surprised you didn't run away while we were scrapping.
너넨 이제 죽었어. 남의 걸
You're so
뺏었을
dead
줄밖에
now.
모르는
Bunch of book smart stalls and things
똑똑이들
ain't
주제.
using what others made the talent.
맞는 말이네요. 그래서
Fair
이번에는
point.
로봇
Which is
도미
why we
지구
brought
안에서
something
조금
new to
색다른
the
걸
lobotomy
가져왔습니다.
from the lobotomy corp branch. Oh, Gravity's here. Hey, Grav, welcome. Let me just do the shadow real quick here. Welcome. Doesn't say what you're playing. I thought I saw Danganronpa earlier. Well, I hope you had a good time, whatever it was. Welcome, Raiders. I'm Luce, your resident. Ah, nice. My personal favorite of the trio. Of that particular set, anyways. Welcome. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct Fey creature, and we're in the middle of some Limbus company. Canto 4. We're doing Canto 4, the 4th chapter in the game. Heath, why did you have to provoke them like that? Oh hey, it's the slime that Ishmael has. The one that is actually apparently the worst unit in the game, ID in the game. V3 is pretty good so far. Not fond of how the third trial worked out, but yeah, unfortunately that's definitely a weaker point. Weirdly, my favorite part of V3 is actually the gameplay, weird as that is. Yeah, my favorite part of VN is the gameplay. That probably sounds like I'm damning with faint praise, but I really do think the minigames were at their best in that one. Like, the split opinion one is still my favorite one of the whole series. Oh, sorry. Whoops. Lobotomy Eco Red Sheets. Oh, that's the, yeah, that's
천천히 말하시게나.
one of Don Quixote's ones right here. Yeah, red. Yeah, red sheets.
어느 정도 있네.
Actually, what is that? Resources that require again? Gluttony. No, that's yeah, a bit of everything, unfortunately.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
So you're feeling better than usual. Try this one.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
I can tell you dealt a hard blow.
얼얼하지?
이번에 대상 사망.
깔끔하게 물었군.
진행 불가.
My back. Ah. Yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, V3 being my favorite probably sounds like damning the frame praise, but I do think the mini games are at their best there. Split Opinion's probably my favorite mini game in the whole series. Though the plot twist of the first chapter is definitely a big part of determining which people like and which people won't. Since if you like it, it's like I did, you will love it. But if you hate it, I can respect not liking it. V3 is definitely one of the biggest splits in the fan base for a good reason. That said, I also do kind of like the lie bullets. Even just having lying as a mechanic in a detective game like that has a lot of implications. And of course, I do like how a lot of the deductions feel a bit better than the second game. Psych Tacti's nice, Scrum Debate's nice. Hey, yeah, I can get that one. Let's see here. And let's see here. I do also appreciate that there felt like there was no real bullshit deductions like the on the meat bone in the second game. Or the weird lie bullets and thing about the back route is nice. Yeah, if they ever do another game like that, whether it's separate or otherwise, I do hope to see that again because it's a really neat concept. And let's see here. I don't want to keep going on this subject too much when I've got the story here to do, but yeah, I also kind of like how there's no deductions that made me think, how was I even supposed to guess that? Like the swimsuit mace from the second game or the on the meat bone thing. Although my understanding is the on the meat bone was actually a translation problem. Thankfully they don't have that for the later ones. Isn't something off about this? Was ego something you keep on all the time and use whenever? Because I didn't know you could use it like that. We all know ego isn't some kind of magic tool. It's a lot of work. Just keeping my sanity from tumbling over. I've actually never played Lobotomy Corp or Library of Ruina, but my understanding is they're all in the same universe as this game, so I might have to try them out at some point. As far as the timeline goes, my understanding is it starts at Lobotomy Corp, then goes into Library of Ruina, and then this game is some undetermined amount of time later. So this is my understanding is this is the newest in terms of the timeline.
그리고 누가 그러지
Besides,
않았어?
didn't someone say all those people all used to be lab
다
workers?
연구원
How's it possible for them to use
출신이라며.
ego better than we do?
우리보다 능숙하게 에고를 다룬다는 게 말이 안 되잖아.
이건 전투가 능숙하냐 마냐와는 다른
This is
차원의
not a
문제다.
matter of proficiency in battle.
무슨
They must have employed
술수를
some
쓰는
other
게
trick.
틀림없다는 뜻이지.
한 가지 짐작
There
가능
is one
가능성이
possibility in
있어요.
mind.
만약 저들이
If they reduce the
환상체를 아래 형태로 수곡시키면
abnormalities to an ovate
로보토미
form and figured a way to
코퍼레이션과 같이
materialize their
에고를
ego the way
다루는
Lobotomy
방법을
Corporation did. I knew they're in the same universe, but I didn't know this game referenced Lobotomy Ego or such. Yeah, Lobotomy Corporation is very much a major... Yeah, egos in this game are basically the ultimate attacks that your characters get. But since they change your resistances and weaknesses, you have to be a bit tactical with them. Unlike a lot of games with ultimates, it doesn't seem like you can just use them as a big nuke attack unless it's an absolute, okay, I need to win this fight, right? I need to win this clash situation. Yeah, Lobotomy Corporation's various branches are something we have to visit regularly, since apparently they've already been in the lost to time by this point in the storyline. I don't think they fully explained what ego are yet, but I do know that they are basic, and like I said, the gameplay-wise, they're basically the ultimate attacks. In other words, we repeatedly researched the conditions of corrosion and trained themselves to repress it and utilize in the clip-off deterrents emitted by the Golden Bow. It could be possible to use ego well without being affected by corrosion, even after a short period.
저들이 사용하는 것은
What they're using are tools, compressed and repressed into general utility.
범용성을 띠도록 가공한 도구이기도 하니까요.
그렇다면
Does that mean Lobotomy Corporation did the same?
네.
Yes. Rather than fixers, regular employees were given the egos to work with.
물론 저희가 사용하는
Of course, what we have right now isn't as refined as what the Wing used to have.
잠깐,
Wait,
잠깐만요.
hold on. If you're saying that they can do that with the help of the Golden Bow's deterrence power, that has to mean it's
지금 여기
nearby.
가까이.
있다는 얘기겠군.
Must be, along with Dongbake, who has it in her hands. I cannot help but question the security of this facility. The leader of the terrorists is freely roaming in your building, and not once has her presence been reported.
버젓이 이곳 어딘가를 활보하고 있는데
반박하겠습니다.
As much as I'd like to
라고
object,
하고
I don't have
싶구나.
much I can say. I
할
didn't
말이
expect them to
마땅치
break in
않군요.
so easily.
저도 이렇게 쉽게 뚫릴 거라고.
They must have more people on the inside. That's my best guess. Either that or they have the invisible watch from Team Fortress 2's Spy.
기술 해방
The
연합은
Technology Liberation
나름
Alliance is
이름
formed by
있는
former
회사를
researchers
퇴사한
of renowned
연구원들로
firms, after
구성된
all.
단체니까요.
그런가?
I see, so they were villains of bright
똑똑한
minds.
악인들이었군.
But Mum's Munda, can individuals of bright minds turn to villainy?
악인이 가능한 것인가?
What a bewildering conundrum.
혼란스럽군. 혼란스러워.
Sometimes I can't decide if Don Quixote is one of my favorites or one of my least favorites.
너무 감탄하지
Don't
마십시오.
let them fascinate you. If they were so
그렇게나
wise, they wouldn't
현명했다면
have quit their
멀쩡히
enviable
다니던
jobs at
대기업을
large
관두고
firms for a
이런
terrorist
테러 단체에
organization in the
가입할 리가
first place.
없지 않습니까?
Generally, people who leave for something like that have a very good reason for doing so, or at least a very good reason to themselves. As you said, it's not something most people would just drop up and do on a whim.
원했던 삶과
Maybe it wasn't the life they
달랐을 수도
wanted.
있겠죠.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어.
Yeah, Ninja
두려움
Yisang
없이
is
나아갈 수 있는
a
아씨가 그리던
ID
홍원이
has a very long
한
victory
걸음 더
speech. Wow.
가까워진 것이요. 그러니
Bright Villains 2.
언젠가 제외할
This
날
one's pure combat, so I don't need to worry about anything else.
징수하겠네.
It is hilarious I'm able to get this ragtag bunch of people working, but... Jeez. Opened wound, proliferating curse, harming curse. Oh, that's a lot of rupture. And what about the slimes? Tremors, bind, tremor burst. That's... Yeah, so just like the Ishmael costume. And I assume the red sheet is like the ego that Don Quixote has. I mean, mine does currently have it equipped, but I don't know what it does exactly. Twisted Curse, Rupture. Okay, yeah, so it looks like basically the same thing. You lack sufficient resources.
해보겠네.
Yeah, my team is not optimized at all. I'm basically just flying by the seat of my pants with whatever I have.
아직 징수할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
좋아. 장부에서
Yisang is definitely my main carry, though, that's for sure. Ryoshu's not half bad either. Well, I guess none of them are really bad.
해보겠네.
Like, Don Quixote's more of, in this form, is more of a tank than anything else, but she's still doing good work. Dante states within the notes the exact definition of the abbreviation ego to be extermination of geometrical organ. I must have missed that or I forgot. I did skim through those notes a bit, but there was definitely a lot to take in.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요.
Urgent call
만국등
time.
직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
곤란하네요. 다른 곳은 상관없지만 그곳이 공격당한다면 차질이 많이 생길 텐데.
This is troubling. I don't mind other locations, but if that place were to be attacked, it'd cause a major setback. Mr. Don Grang, you have an urgent call from Director Alfonso. Oh boy, she's about to give me a talking to. Can't you take the call for me, Samjo?
이미 그러고 있었습니다만.
I already have been, but her patience is nearing its limit. Dante does not know the meaning behind the name. Oh, that's okay. Neither do I, or at least not yet. Oh well, I'm not getting away from this. Pardon me
잠시
for a second.
실례 좀 할게요.
I guess the nice thing about Dante having protagonist grade amnesia is that he can learn about this world as I do. It's always nice when they make it easy for someone to just hop into this universe and see what it all has to offer before going to the other stuff. As much as people make fun of the cliche, it does exist for a reason, especially for a universe as with this kind of good world building. I imagine My only regret was not stepping in sooner, but yeah, it always feels like I have a lot of games to keep up with these days, so I had a lot of hesitation to go up here. I'd picked up this game largely because A, a friend recommended it to me, and B, it was having a crossover with Arknights when I am still playing, so it felt, I guess I could say it felt like the universe was telling me it was time to play. I certainly don't regret it, that's for sure. While Dongrang was away, we spotted an employee who hadn't evacuated, nervously wandering.
잘 보십시오, 관리자.
Watch close to the executive manager. If you see a lackey running around like that in the middle of danger.
거리면서 돌아다니는 졸개가 보인다.
Arknights. Yeah, Arknights is a bit of a different universe. They do give you the, they do explain some of the basics of it in the event here, but the Seaborn threat that the sinners face is just one of many. But I will say that, yeah, if you've heard about Arknights, you've probably heard that the world building is usually what most of the fans will praise about, and I will generally agree with that. It's a bit weird since the combat is kind of part tower defense, but you also have to use their skills with good timing to deal with difficult parts, so it has a bit more nuance than just dropping your units and letting them handle it while you wait for it to finish. It does allow you... I must say, the game has allowed me to get away with a lot of BS that I really should not have been able to. But then again, so has this game, so... I guess it's a match made in heaven. Plus, this game also has some very good world building for it, and I guess that just sort of just appeals to me. Congratulations, game, you managed to hit my weakness. Good world building. Geometric origin describes a phenomenon of having a strong ego. Geometry is rigid and does not permit much to work with on a specific framework. Exterminating an organ that adheres to a form of geometric nature echoes a strong sense of ego real definition. It most likely means you found someone with useful information. It'd be wise to make good use of them. Hey, we're agents from a subcontracting firm here to deal with this promotion. What's going on? I've been looking for Miss Shren, but I can't find her. I need to tell her to evacuate. She's left her computer on. Where could she? Ah, she left her computer on. Actually she...
사실 슈렌느 씨는
Alright, we'll find her. You evacuate first. Thank you. Now, while the terrorist informant has been removed, the staff is in the muddle and our computer is left on. We're in a complete tactical advantage. It didn't even cost us any strength. Probably thanks to the pride in this achievement, Otis sounded much more excited than usual, but no one seemed to care. For example, a square is not a circle. Yeah, let's not make brains broken by putting the square into the circle hole. The computer Shren reused. Oh right, they directly said out loud the password was Miss Euron. We were told she was in close relations with Ran, exchanging a lot of messages. If we were lucky, she might have left a pending email or something, or some other clue on that computer. It should hopefully give us some insight into the Technology Liberation Alliance as well. You're quick to understand. That was unexpected. I mean, very much expected. Alright, good. The problem is how we're gonna sneak in that office. Who on our team's gonna walk their bold face and get it done without rousing suspicion? If I had to choose a sinner who could keep a still face and avoid suspicion, give this humble knight one more chance, and I shall succeed. No. Merceau, think you can handle it? As long as you command. Yeah, I'm counting on you. I'd send Yi Sang, but he's my hard carry right now. Ninja Yi Sang is ridiculously good in both offense and defense. Don't get me wrong though, Ryoshi here is really strong, but she's a bit of a glass cannon from what I'm noticing. Meanwhile, Don Quixote's the opposite. A huge tank, but the damage isn't quite there as much as the others. I need to read Don Quixote sometime. Oh, you'll love it. Well, I did anyways. I swear, officer, that building totally cut me off. think Don Quixote's supposed to be the Don Quixote, but she certainly wouldn't feel too far off from him, that's for sure. Good work there. Hard blow.
그쪽 방향 아닐 텐데.
I should brush up on Spanish, and then I could read in Spanish. In high school, I took classes in Spanish like 3 years, and I can't speak a lick of it. I should really try to pick up another language. It's quite useful to have. A useful thing to have. Interpretation. Geometry states what something is and what it cannot be. For that subject to become what it is not is something that goes against geometry. Naturally, this implies strong sense of self or ego. Ah, interesting. That's an interesting concept to work with. I mean, urgent call to. This one's pure combat, so I can just do that. I am eating through a lot of these energy boxes. My magic clock is going to cure all her problems.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Gacha mechanics, I must say, this is probably one of the most generous gachas I've ever run into. Almost the point of concept. I can't help but wonder if they're making more money off the battle pass than anything, because it's pretty easy. A friend of mine told me it only takes about a month or two to just buy the identity or ego you want. Which on one hand is good, because it means I know precisely what to prioritize for the stuff I'm using, but on the other, dang. I appeared if you have to lie, I tend to do that. Oh, don't worry, Apollo, I'm one of those people where if I'm in a group of people I don't know, I usually don't say much, but once you know me, I never shut up. But rest assured, I am also a non-stop yapper. Or super ego, or if it'll eventually be a thing. Well, we have ID and egos, so maybe.
바람 불어오는 대로, 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
깔끔하게 몰았군. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Reminds me I should look up what the I did look up what the slime Ishmael did, and yeah, she's basically a tank and nothing else, which is kind of funny. I should probably look up what Red Sheet does for Dawn, since that's the only ego for her I have that isn't the default, I mean.
미련은 없겠다마는.
More pure combat, huh? Bring it on. Don't worry if I run out of energy, don't worry if I run out of energy here, I can buy more from the event shop. We've got more than enough. My clock is a magic cure all for problems. Don't just charge in willy-nilly, guys.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Now we're at the less violent ice hockey part.
일기당천. 마음 놓고 열어젖히고 하늘 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고
I want Kratos see for a fan-made Limbus mirror world's concept based on idealization of abnormalities. The Zane on the left would be proto-ego and super ego. It's always nice when a universe like this can inspire your creativity.
일기당천. 마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었소. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진
A
것이오.
glorious past.
그러니
Oh, nice. More
언젠가
lunacy.
제외할 날 꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
정리 시간이다.
복귀했습니다.
I've returned.
슈렌느의
There was
메일함에서
one message in
읽어볼 만한
Shren's
메일은
mailbox that was
한
deemed worth
통이었습니다.
reading.
다만
The environment did
인쇄까지
not permit me
하기에는
to print out, so I
환경이
just memorized
적합치
the mail's
않아
content.
그냥 외웠습니다. 잘
I hope you are doing
지내시나요?
well, Miss Ran.
괄호
Open
열고,
parentheses,
별,
star
눈물,
tiered, swing dash,
그리고
caret,
물결
close
표시와
parentheses.
제곱 기호.
You can just skip those parts. I read Faust either, though I know the ref story. Seems like a good character to take inspiration from, though. Oh yeah, for all the literary characters, I read some of them, but I know not very few. I've only actually read a few of them, but I know of most of them. But a few, like you sang in Hong Lu, I'm afraid I am ignorant of. I had to look them up after. I did. Let's see.
알겠습니다.
Understood. I will then
중요하지
dispense
않은 내용 같아
punctuation marks
보이는
that do not appear
문장도
important.
생략하겠습니다. 선배가 말한 게
I've been trying to figure out
알아보고
if what you
있는데
said was really true,
그
but that
망할
sucker
새끼
is making
때문에
it hard.
저는 접근이 어렵네요. 저도 나름 팀장으로
I've been promoted to team
진급했는데
manager as well, but I wasn't let in just because I did not win that silly best award.
안 끼워주더라. 그리고 무슨
And he's now being
꿍꿍이인지
recruited collaborators from the
그놈이
outside,
외부에서
presumably to
조력자들을
help in whatever
구했나
he's
봐요.
plotting.
신생
I heard
회사에서
they were from a newly
온다던데
found company, and I
어떤
haven't checked what kind of
인간들인지
people they are yet.
확인은 안 됐어요.
I bet they're all haughty and
저처럼
arrogant, just like their
재수없고
clients.
오만한 놈들이겠죠.
No, he hired a ragtag bunch of idiots. Can't even
그래도-
sit here and pretend I'm immune to that.
그래도
We've seen
계획은
Dante
작전대로
himself make a
진행할
number of
거예요.
silly mistakes. Still, the plan will succeed as intended.
그래서 우리는
We'll succeed and
찬란한
return to a
과거로
glorious
돌아갈 거예요.
past.
사실 제게
To
있어서
tell you the
가장
truth, my most
빛났던
dazzling memory was
과거는
when I first met you after
입사해서
joining the company.
선배를 처음 만났을 때였지만 우리의
But our goal
목표는
is more ambitious
더
than that.
장대하잖아요. 그러니까
So let's promise to meet again
그곳에서
there.
다시 만나는 걸로 해요. 어떤
In
기술도
a past where no
존재하지
technologies
않았다.
existed, allowing everything
그래서
that existed
모든
shine
것이 더
brighter.
반짝이게 보였을 과거로. 거기선
There
날개가
are chickens
달리지 않는
freely flying in
닭들이
the meadows,
초원을
the
날고
wings
있을 거예요.
uncut. Ha! Like I said,
팔이 잘리는
when a
사람이
person loses their
생기면
arm, we comfort
모두가
them
위로해주고 팔이 없어도
and learn to live together
함께
even if an
살아가는
arm is
법에 대해서
missing.
배워나가겠죠.
I can appreciate the sentiment, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure the person whose arm is missing would feel a lot different compared to the person whose arm was missing and then regenerated. In said mirror world, everyone's LCB equivalent was also based on litter work, except mine, because I learned them in detail after I was far too late. Oh my. Yeah, sometimes it's possible to mistake the origins of stuff, especially if the original origin is a lot older. Like, did you know the Bugs Bunny's What's Up Doc is actually based upon a pop culture thing for the time when he came out? Most probably wouldn't, because Bugs Bunny outlived the thing he was referencing.
풍족한
We may not be able to
음식과
enjoy
문명,
sumptuous
우리가
feasts or
누렸던 모든
conveniences,
자원들은 이제
and we won't have nearly as
없겠지만
many resources at our disposal.
아무것도
In
없는
that
그곳에서는
all vastness, we're free to walk all
온종일 걸을 수
day.
있을 거예요. 아,
Oh, I'm planning to bring
작전에는
fixers from the
외부
outside for the
해결사들을
plan. My
데려갈
juniors have
생각이에요.
gotten too used to the
제
ampules.
후임들은 앰플에 지나치게 익숙해져 있거든요. 비약적인
If
발전을
rapid development
거두는
can only be
것에
achieved by means that cause
누군가의
harm and
아픔과
suffering to
고통이
people,
깔려 있을 수밖에 없다면 저는
then I'm willing to give up
그 모든
on the
풍요로움을
포기하겠습니다.
prosperity that it brings.
잘 지내세요.
That is all I have to say for now. Yours in haste.
별별 하트
Star,
하트
star, heart,
하트.
그것까지는 됐다니까.
You don't have to rate all that.
모종의
There's
수열
a possibility.
혹은 암호일
There's a
수도 있기
possibility
때문에
that there may have been a
생략해야 할지
sequence or
고민되어
cipher, so I deemed it
판단하려고
reasonable to read
필요한
out and let
정보의
the manager
가능성을
determine significance
배제하기보다
rather than mull it over.
관리자님이
Should I
추천하는
dispense
판단이
it
보다
and
합리적이기에
discount the
나는
possibility it may be
그저 있는 대로
necessary?
나열했을 뿐이다.
Good work.
아이러니하네요.
How ironic.
그나마
I guess it's
다행이랄까요.
fortunate for her she didn't get to
슈렌느 씨가
see the Liberation
아까처럼
Alliance
해방
members
연합
murdering
대원들이
researchers without
무자비하게
mercy.
연구원들을 학살하고 있는 장면을 못 봤던 게
죽는 순간까지
She probably believes she's
믿었겠지.
working for a noble cause
자신이
to
하고
end
있는
violence
일은
until the end of her
폭력을
life.
끊어낼 고결한 대의라고.
I remember a joke in a Marx Brothers movie. I'd walk for half a mile for calomel, one half the pun you've ever stand, even almost a century later. The other half, though, possibly. Yeah.
그래도 역시
But I agree, it's probably for the best
그렇게
for
믿은
her
채로
that she
죽는
died holding on
편이
to that belief.
나았을 수도 있겠네.
get to choose. That's a bit disappointing. But yeah, it makes sense. This is a fight with humans, not abnormalities. Let me grab this while this plays out.
예상 못했나 봐.
Oh yeah. A lot of early medicines had a lot of growing pains. Well, as they say, the pioneers always have the roughest time. Man, that's a strong evade. Initiating evade protocols.
얼마나지?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 자,
Now it's time to go.
쪽일지 잘 생각해 보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
이러네. 대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
Here we are.
마침내
If there's definitely
굴레
one
하나를
flaw in the game I
끊었어.
need to point out, it's that it definitely took me a while to
두려움 없이
properly
나아갈 수
understand
있는
the combat system.
아씨가
And I had a friend, make no mistake, I had a friend coaching me through a few details. The tutorial gets you started, but there's a lot of nuances that it never cover. There's like how the last person you, in an abnormality fight, the last person you who can clash will be the one who does the clash.
온몸에 피를 묻혀가며
Things
쉼없이
like
달리고
that.
있으니
Yeah. That's why I jokingly referred to it as less violent ice hockey, which someone in chat described it as. And yeah, that's certainly how it feels at first. Oh, I'm out already? Not a problem. Let me just... That's a good 89%. Good. I'm glad to have the official approval.
징수하겠네.
Yeah, to keep it simple, you want to basically match colors to increase their damage. Stuff like that. There are some nuances on it, like this enemy is currently... This shows what attacks the enemy is expecting to use and whether or not... Alrighty. That's alright. Yeah. Thanks. Self-care is pretty important, so you have a good rest there, Grab. And thanks for the raid again. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's a... Like I said, there's a lot of stuff to it, and I had a friend coaching me, and I was still confused a lot. So yeah, that's definitely the combat is definitely, I'd say, the weakest part, if only because it's has a lot of nuances that are very difficult to properly grasp until you've gotten a ways in. A lot of the other stuff is a bit easier to grasp, like the uptie being more important than levels because it unlocks new skills and passives. And the egos basically being ultimates, but more tactical than just big nuke. Sure, you can have some that are just big nukes, but you still have to pay attention to stuff like the resistances. They change your character, or an enemy might deal a lot more damage.
자, 부서져.
Still, it is really neat to see the characters and all. Still, I really do like the ID as a system. It lets you see characters in their different timeline, what if stuff that could have happened to them, how that might affect them, and all that. And the story behind this is usually pretty interesting too, if only because it helps with the world building and such. Like Sinclair there, he was a member of a gang of some kind. I imagine most of these are related to if they joined various factions from the story, but I'm told not all of them are. Some are just a for fun thing, which does make sense. Like, I think the Haisho, the ninja guys here, are from the story, but even if they weren't, I imagine they'd still be popular because, seriously, who doesn't love ninjas? Ninjas are fun. Well, maybe, I guess, pirates, but I've run into ninja pirates, so even that's a possible exception.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한 걸음 더 가까워진 것이요. 그러니
징수하겠네.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Unfortunately, I'm starting to get really tired, so I might have to call it after the next story node or something.
내가 눈에 새겨줄.
Yeah, this is really starting to get interesting.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 반응하지.
좋아. 장부에 썼지.
Atrophy, oh my.
물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Luckily, I seem to be out damaging their healing pretty handily, so I don't have to worry about that. I can't tell if it's attacking them or buffing. I'm pretty sure it's buffing them because it has a handful of buffs in its skill set. That's taken care of. And that guy's taken care of. Wonderful.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 활구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
It's probably gonna have another story than a couple just fights, so I think that it might be a good time to call the night for now, just because I'm getting very tired and I want to properly enjoy it and not while I'm half asleep. So, as mentioned, I'll be picking this up again on Sunday. Limbus seldom recall the exact bonuses provided by offense and defense, the exact order of operations folks encounters, offsetting the exact calculations. Damage bonuses provided by clash counts. Now, I do remember that the longer it clashes, the stronger the final attack will be. Defense skills interaction, specific definition of conditional terms. Yeah, a number of those I don't remember if they were even mentioned, or if they were mentioned I might have forgotten. But yeah, some of those I do at least remember the clash thing. It's good to be aware of, but Clashes seem to depend on both your coins and the enemies, so. Also, the exact bonus of resonance. I vaguely remember the resonance bonuses because it works similar to the attack cards in Fate Grand Order, where the further along it is, the stronger it is, and which one you choose are affected. But the fact that you can also make them all max power by getting 3 or more is also quite nice. So yeah, some of these I got lucky, and they're similar to a previous game's mechanic that I played, which is helpful. But yeah, phew. Pretty good stuff, but I guess next time we'll be back for the, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm probably not gonna stream on Friday since I've got, that's gonna be a late night with an early morning one shortly after, but Saturday I'll probably play something else, maybe something to relax without low commitment, but I'll worry about that later. Unfortunately, it seems this is not ideal hours for the people I usually raid, so I'm gonna have to end this here, unfortunately. Oh well. Alright, well, I appreciate the advice, Apollo, and I do like the input. Alright, well, until next time, though, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. Sure, I can do that before we leave. Plus, it means I can record it, so I can pull up the recording if I ever need it. When going through so much it's difficult to parse, especially since this information's difficult to go through. It can be really difficult to follow if you don't know the battle system to at least some degree already. If you're going to take your pick, I recommend offset or order of operations. Let's see here. Yeah, I think offsetting is going to be a good one in particular, actually. Of those, I think offsetting is probably the best one. What's this exclamation point here? Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I did actually pick up the cosmetics. I'm probably going to be cleaning out the shop very soon. Actually, I probably even get a few things now while I'm waiting here. Wonderful. These are all really nice. Yeah, it looks like I'm definitely going to be cleaning the shop long beforehand because we've still got half the month here. Turn end, turn start. Alright. Offset's a mechanic wherein skills on use, on evade, or on hit effects if present are negated alongside the skill itself. So turn end, turn start, and other conditionals cannot be negated. See. Simple but good stuff to know. Feels good to have getting a decent amount of resources to work with. And now that my team's also getting going, it does feel like I have a bit more freedom to do things as I need. Alrighty. Well, I'd best call it a night. Thank you for all the information and advice. Oh, a defense skill used by the enemy can be rendered null from the shield of a defend to the evades dodge alongside any on use and on evade effects. A bit situational, but there definitely can be uses in that, especially if the enemy has a particularly good evasion, like those annoying creatures, like those annoying machines have. It does not negate counters and clashable blocks and counters. Well, that makes sense. Clashable counters do seem to be a bit unique. Do 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 do. To offset, a defense skill must be a clashing skill of another defense on the opposing side. Oh, hello, Super's Cal. You'll not evade or defend if it's used to offset. Okay, so it's a bit of a sacrifice there. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, sorry, looks like I'm winding down the stream now, so I'm gonna have to call it for tonight. Whew, got through a decent amount of stuff, though. Which number did I hit here again? I completed 40 out of the 54, so next time I'll be going through the rest, and I imagine the dungeon might be a bit longer as well, so I'll need to be prepared for that accordingly. File note: in focus encounters, you can see the exact order of operations by setting the arrows to a single arrow node. Ah, that is very good to know. I usually keep all of them to get an idea of who's going to be attacked, so who I need to protect and who I need to clash. But I'll need to keep that in mind then. Good to know. The arrows will appear in the order of operations. Will be very useful, especially once those fights start getting a bit more tricky. I'm told the Canto 4 still shouldn't be very difficult, but you never know. Ryoshi's still a glass cannon, for example, so she could definitely fall apart if I'm not keeping an eye on her. That's going to be it for now. Thank you all for watching. I'm done now, huh? Well, I appreciate the information. Like I said, the battle system in this game is very, very difficult to parse, even when having some level of coaching, like I had with my friend here, so. But it's definitely been a very enjoyable ride so far, that's for sure. Well, until next time, thank you all for watching, hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.